Boys, good evening. Hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day. I fucked with some video settings and ran on, or like changed to exclusive full screen instead of windowed full screen. And going into the menus and like through the menus, it felt kind of like input delay. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna give it a shot today, and I'm gonna see what I think, because I'm not gonna lie, the game was extremely fluid on windowed full screen, but I don't like windowed full screen. I am known windowed full screen distruster. I don't know why. I just don't fucking trust that shit. Leon, I don't know how you do it, but another day, another first in chat. Impressive, my boy. My lads that are wondering, where the fuck was Dusty? Carla had job interviews, so I went with, and I got food. I smoked Bolskis in the car while she was at her interview. And also, I picked up something new. Something kind of nice today. Boys, they had it in stock at Best Buy. The mythical, the magical, the wonderful, the Super Strike. I have acquired myself the Grail. They literally had it in stock at Best Buy today. So I haven't opened it up yet. I literally, like, we just got back in the door. I shitted. I smoked a bowl. And I got on stream. I'm just like, I'm throwing that right out there for you. That was the entire, like, walk in the door, immediate progression. And we did Wordle. We did Wordle, because you can't skip Wordle. So it's been a day, dude. Just flat out from the start of the day. It was go, go, go. You know, I had to drive. Then I had to eat food. A lot of food, too. We got too much food. Then I had to smoke bowls. Then I had to come home. Now I have to stream. Bro, it's tough out here. I've just been fucking flat out all day. I'm at my wit's end. One time I submitted 10 puns to a joke competition, and I really thought with that many at least one would win, but no pun intended. I can see why I'm on, Frere. Hardest heart. I hope you and the kids are good today. I don't even know if this motherfucker has kids. I have a suspicion. I have a very growing suspicion that he does indeed have kids. So, shit's a feather if you can't tell by the box already. I know, I kind of thought my box was empty. Because it's, what's it called? It is the Logitech G Pro X2 Super Strike. Really fucking wordy name for a mouse, I'm not gonna lie. I just call it the Super Strike. The big thing about this mouse is that you do not have the clicky depress, so there is no travel time of your mouse buttons down to the sensor. It is basically haptic feedback, and it is the fastest input that you can get from a mouse. And I don't really want to have to keep using this because this mouse is very collectible, and having an extremely collectible mouse as your daily driver is slightly less than ideal. Slightly less than ideal. Carla, the streak is freaking massive. Make sure you don't lose it tomorrow. Travel usually doesn't do you well. Aries, I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend, and all of my lurkers, everybody coming through. Welcome in, my lads. Today, I have a few things on the agenda. I kind of want to see if I can find a replicatable farm spot for these fisticuffs. Somebody had said that they had a shiny level 20 humanoid that they had been killing, but it did not drop any weapons at any point in time. So even off of that, we're unlikely to get super high rarity out of it, and I don't think we can farm those bad boys up in any dungeon right now unless I'm tripping. So we're at a little bit of an impasse with the fist build. Jerry Longballs, what up, my dude? I appreciate the lurk, dog. We're a little bit of an impasse with the fist build. I need to start assembling myself a Dex Faith set. Emphasis on the Dex. If I want to go Fists of Fury. And I'm like, I'm very interested in the build, but I just need to get myself an actual like suitable set first. I have fucking 28 decks right now, which is not gonna be a solid option. I also think I would probably need Gordon Ratsies with it. Just if I had to guess. Something with a Grav that also has some deck scaling on it. I believe Gordon Ratsies does have deck scaling on it. So I've been thinking about a Gordon Ratsies to go with the Fists. If not, I need to find something else that's Rogue, Priest, you know, hybridized, so I can get that taken care of. So that's going to be an ongoing goal for me. But I really want to break my curse. Like, I really feel like I need to reverse the curse of Dusty No Legendary. It's like the fucking baby no money of this game so far. I have had terrible luck, man. I know people... What the fuck is that? Waste Z2U2 Fighter Cleric. Okay, interesting. We now know how everything's tagged. Well, is that Zone 2 Unique Mob 2? Ares, where are my game devs? Because that seems like Zone 2 Unique 2. And then it's their Fighter and Cleric. Someone or other best weapon for Priest? Amon Ram is really fucking strong right now. Like, really strong. The biggest thing about it, on top of, like, the absurd amount of stat scaling that you get from it, is the fact that you are actually activating your sunlight procs and you're not bugging anything. Part of the problem with Bee Fury, which is what I'm running right now, the Bee Fury damage now seems lower than you would expect for a really, you know, really solid endgame build, because Bee Fury, for whatever reason, isn't consuming sunlight procs. So when I hit on my finisher, it's supposed to have the additional magic damage that goes out, and then I'm supposed to put a dot on them as well. And I'm just not proccing the sunlight at all. So when Bee Fury gets fixed, I actually have a theory that Bee Fury damage is going to fucking shred. But right now, Bee Fury, like, sustain is one of the best. Damage, definitely worse than Amon Ram. Ram, you can run with Toothpick is, like, the most popular that I've seen. Basically, Ram Spear. And then you could also do, like, Thornlace if you really wanted to. Either way, though, Ram's incredibly strong right now. I honestly have a small concern that Ram might get nerfed, which is part of the reason why I'm not, like, immediately freaking out to build around it. And I'm kind of building something that, honestly, I think is an all-around build more than Ram is. Not that we really need a ton of out-of-our-way sustain as a priest, but playing B-build is so fucking cozy. Or Trinkets bugged for B-build, too, so that kind of cooks. So in the other room, what's up? I was wondering, this belt dropped. Does this mean Zone 2 Unique Mob 2? Because at the end, it's Fighter Cleric. They just renamed the classes outside of, like, the initial naming of them. So they just rename shit. But that seems like Zone 2 Unique 2 Fighter Cleric. Also, I have not been able to find the weather vane this entire time. I have no fucking clue what this objective even is over here, if I'm being real. Because there was nothing above me when I went up. I overran it already, if I go this way. So I'm really concerned. Apparently there's invis pots and shield pots, as well as plus all food. There are also the cauldrons once that recipe gets fixed. So cauldrons, judging off the, like, description for them, excuse me. Cauldrons, judging off the description for them, are going to give... My cursor feels laggier when I'm in exclusive full screen. Are going to give all stats, but we don't really know what these are. If we're supposed to declare, like, 2 types to get boosted, which is apparently what ChatGPT said last night. I don't trust that one. However, yo, Pablo, what up, dog? You're having a beautiful day, dude. So this is gonna be really strong. 10 all stats is an absurd amount. Food is really strong. Like, food scaling's really good. I need to get my blacksmith up at some point. and kind of stop avoiding the shit out of that would make my existence a lot easier. Like, much, much easier. So, gotta do that side of things because blacksmith can make plating to put on armor that gives 100 armor and 4 vitality. Let's see, my jewelry is good. And for right now, I just have crit fervor and everything, so I don't really need to worry about anything there. My enchantment is good. I have scrolls. Some solid embroideries too. Yeah, I gotta get my outfitter up as well. I need to do soft fur farm for the outfitter side of things, I think, as the most important. So, to draw from a unique mob? Yes. Yes. A lot of different companies have a different naming scheme, and it's possible that drop has an issue with its actual item name, so it could be a reference to its particular drop table. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then, like, in the drop table, it's just labeled as, like, Zone 2, because it was farmed up here instead of over here. So maybe, like, Zone 2 because the Valley of Eternal Autumn is, like, Zone 2, and then U2 for Unique 2? I don't really fucking know, though. Does it have something useful? I was looking for a way to drop it, because it was all Rogue and Warrior shit. Whoa, wait. You talking about blacksmithing? Because, yeah, I mean, even here, if you're using anything that does fizz damage at all, fizz mastery by 10% is really solid to get. And then getting the armor plating to throw on is also going to be quite solid. Plates that get +2 dex percent, +2 int, and some others also. Yeah, I think I have to farm up some copper today. I'm not gonna lie, copper seems to be a little bit of my holdup right now. So I might fly over to the island and then do a little copper farming to start the day. I don't really know where the best place to farm copper would be. I would assume that it's gotta drop off mobs somewhere in the loot table. Crafting sounds like a lot of small gains that add up big time. Yes, that is a very good way to describe it. It is many things that, looking at them just as themselves, as a 1x, you're like, oh, that's fucking nothing, right? 7 crit isn't even a full percent. 7 fervor isn't even that crazy. However, you put that across 3 pieces because you have 3 gemmables. 21. And you're looking at 2% crit, cobalt drop copper. So, like, does Gorgon's Hollow have kobolds? I feel like Gorgon's Hollow has kobolds. Hold on. Let's go over island, search, kobolds. It's gotta be these shits, right? And where are these guys? Sparkling Docker. I do not want to go near that guy. Z, I hope you're having a beautiful day. This is WoW. This is all of what everybody wants WoW to be without any of the multiplayer incentivization whatsoever. No, I'm kidding. It's actually quite different than WoW. But we're in a brighter place now. I'm not gonna lie. In a much better place, if I do say so myself. So we are checking out FAREVER. FAREVER, if you haven't been following it, is in early access for a little over a week now. Just over a week now. And they have already dropped a fucking banger of a patch. Like a really good patch to start out. On top of that, they have more planned for server infrastructure stuff. Everything's pretty solid over here. EA. So, the thing about this is like, EA, yeah, I've kind of been talking about this early access a little bit more because coming from where we come from means severely different things, right? So basically this early access is a post-beta pre-launch early access. They've already done their closed, like, alpha, closed betas, all that shit. So this, in my opinion, is more akin to a, hey, we're gonna launch this with not a lot of content, and we're gonna put out a roadmap that has everything that's supposed to come out, and then build into that as time goes on. So, like, this early access to me is a little bit less scary of an early access, and it's a functional product, right? Like, the largest thing right now that's a crux for players is the server infrastructure. There are login issues throughout the day, typically when peak time hits for each region. And then there's like a mysterious server degradation that they're looking into. Seems kind of like memory leaky type shit. But other than that, right, the actual gameplay, it's really fucking fun. It's an action combat system. I call it an action light because technically you do still have a not a tab target, sorry, like a target lock, so to say. You have a soft lock on the target that you're looking at. There's no tab target. But if I go over here, right, I'm not necessarily playing off my reticle because you'll see that the arrow switches without me necessarily switching. So I'll still have cleaves and shit. It is still action combat. But the target is kind of like locked for you, and if you're on a ranged weapon, makes it a lot simpler. Very approachable combat system though. A lot of depth, surprisingly, despite the cutesy aspect of the visuals. So the weapons each give you abilities. Your shield or your offhand, if you're using one, gives you abilities. Yo, Kaisei, thank you for the follow. Your arsenal weapon, basically, you can put another weapon in your arsenal. You do not use the arsenal weapon. So I'm using B Fury, the sword, in my main hand. Therefore, that's like the weapon I actually use. My 1 and my 2 are from my sword. So my 1 is a cleave that reduces enemy magic resistance and gives me magic resistance. This has a passive on it that anytime I use a weapon skill, I get a little hive armor around me for 10 seconds, which is this, that does damage and then heals me every time it does damage. So anytime I'm using this, or this, I'm gonna be getting that hive up. Last 10 seconds, 10-second cooldown. This is just kind of my combo. But on this combo, the last hit of it, I heal myself. I do damage, I heal myself. Really sustainy build, and I play a priest. So we're looking at a paladin type build. My shield puts a little bubble around me, where whenever I run into an enemy, it's like a proximity charge. So even without hitting at all, I can just farm lower level mobs. So the build is very, very, very like sustainable. Looks cute. I know, see, that's what I said on the baseline, right? I looked at it when early access first hit because I was still over on Scars. And I was like, okay, it looks cute, right? It looks like it's going to be one of those super easy, go through the world, kill everything in a couple of hits. And then you get into some boss fights, especially your first time around before you learn all the mechs. And if you're going in blind, some of these boss fights actually are really fucking fun. Really fun. It's kind of built like a, I don't know, someone said Zelda exploration, someone said Pal Worldy. Personally, it's like it's a horizontal prog explorative world. Pretty horizontal, I will say. There's still vertical prog, but it's a pretty horizontal prog world. You have a lot of exploration and shit. In terms of the MMO question, it's classified as an MMO light. This is another player, right? But it's built its world structure upon layering instead of massive singular server structures. So you basically make your character on your regional server. And then when you log in, you're placed on an NA layer. And they just generate a shitload of layers of everything. So you don't have like, you know, Dustopia versus Z-Land for the layer, for the server choices. It's just NA server. And then you get placed on layers. You can invite other people. You can play with other people. Group size goes up to 4 right now. You can also solo all of the content in the game. So the largest thing about this game that I think will make it do well is honestly the fact that it's quite soloable. So you can, again, play with groups. Coco, good evening, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful one, dude. How have you been? Did they finally let you out of the post-test sprint chamber? I'm assuming the whole chain to the desk thing actually happened. Recovering. I hope you've been well, brother. Listen, all things considered, I thought it went quite well over there. I'm not gonna lie, so... even while at this point it's just a ton of shards, so it's not much different, TBH, once they increase the amount of people on each layer. Correct. And right now, layer size is at 20. They want to have layering, they've said, as like a quantified number, branch up to about 50. So... that's their like immediate goal to scale it up. Whether that's a worldwide layer and it's just 50 across the entire world, or that's like a dynamic layer that shifts every few regions so you have people within your area, to be determined, I guess. But as of right now, it seems like it's just one global layer where you share the same world layer with up to 19 other people as of right now. Long term, you'll have more than that. But seems like they're going to continue playing around that. So if you run into one of the player hubs or something, you may end up seeing, you know, another player. If you go to one of the crafting areas, because as of right now, you can craft here and you can craft here. Other than that, there aren't crafting stations in the towns. So you kind of have to, you know, play in those areas specifically. Not play in them, but at least visit them. There's fast travel. There's a no cooldown recall where you can just, you know, teleport back to the area that you want to go to. So there's a lot of quality of life over here. It's pretty much a low to no friction environment, right? Biggest thing for me, their roadmap, incredibly encouraging. A lot of multiplayer systems coming in. They're going to be bringing in a PvP zone in the world, which is pretty cool. What do you think you were doing a year ago today? It's May. We were playing 2.5 launch, making fun of Intrepid for not being able to hit P3 launch. Yeah, I remember. Listen, my timetable is very clear and concise. Yeah, this was 2.5 week a year ago today, which is kind of crazy. Now, you want to know what's wild? Through all of the movements and the trials and the tribulations of like games dying, shifting, everything like that, year over year, yesterday's viewership, if we just take that as an average metric, was higher than what 2.5 launch had for stream. It's kind of crazy how I'm doing things that are less like hype now in terms of the communities. And I'm still just, you know, the community is so supportive. It's been really fun. Like the last year has been crazy, if I do say so myself. Nerfing Paladin doesn't feel the same anymore. Bro, listen. This is why I'm saying the NDA dream is a bad dream. I don't know how many hands-on testers there are right now that are trying to put it all together. But bro, the NDA dream for Scars is a sad dream. I hope that there is any world where like Venny just sees something and he's like, you know what, it's kind of silly for us to NDA. I'm gonna let the people see the progress we're making. But I really fear for the NDA side. Doing a playtest tomorrow, no NDA interested, not Scars. What is? Excuse me. Toski. I mean, it depends on what the playtest actually is, I guess. Oh, you are! Like your game. I was like, wait a second. What are you playtesting? And then it clicked. I thought you meant you were playing in one. Jesus. Oh, wait! No, unironically, I can't tomorrow. I'm busy that day. No meme, we're going to Boston tomorrow. Because we want to go see Anne Hathaway in a Gundam suit for the second time. Gundam Hathaway 2 is coming out. So it only plays in, I think, like AMC theaters. And I think the closest AMC theater to Maine is literally Boston. So we're going down to Boston tomorrow. You guys will get a short IRL streaming anatomy. And then you'll get a very large stream through the weekend. Send you a video of the current progress. Completely different than you saw last. Fuck yeah. Yeah, send that shit over, dude. I love seeing the progress. I liked your little grass textures last time. They were so cute. It was like that. It's like that bald guy that still has a little bit of hair, so he tries to like hit the massive comb over. I liked it. I appreciated the early element of like, there's a grass texture on the ground, and then there's also more grass here, and the density will increase. I could see it being so like sway in the long term. Scars Poo? Nah, I mean, some people will tell you yes. I think Scars early, if I'm being honest. Like, Scars is, I think, falling victim to what a lot of modern MMO attempts fall victim to, where if you're a first-time developer, people don't have any patience with you. People don't have any element of like, oh, don't worry, they'll fix it, right? And it's incredibly hard for a first-time dev with no name, no like anything, no history, no backing, no community around them, to get the cope out of people to run a playtest with only positive sentiment. And it's like if Riot literally gave a peek at their MMO and it looked like shit on poop, and people would still be like, oh my god, the Riot MMO, it's gonna be so good. And like they'll freak the fuck out about it, right? Just because it's Riot. But other studios, especially first-time studios, they don't have that luxury. So part of what is kind of good about Shiro in comparison over here. Shiro or Shiro? I think it's Shiro. Either way, the studio over here, I should probably learn how to pronounce it. They have put out multiple titles before that have had what are regarded as successful player bases. And this is, albeit their first step into, I believe, like their most like MMOE ambitious title so far, which, as we know, MMOE titles chew up developers and spit them out nowadays. It's really tough. Really tough. This game MMO or not. Right now, like 2% an MMO. Long term, I would say like 40% an MMO. So it's like the way that I've described this being an MMO is it's like you're married to your wife, but you still kiss dudes sometimes, but you're married to your wife, so you're not like, you're not fully gay or anything, right? That's basically what this is. Uh-oh, I'm getting teleported back. Jailbreak! Oh no. I'm down bad. So, like, this is basically an explorative single-player to co-op small group game at its core. It's like a multiplayer Zelda type shit. They are going to bring in some MMOE systems, right? But it's still not going to be an MMO. Like, I can go through the roadmap and we can talk about every single system that they're going to be bringing in that resembles an MMOE system, right? But I don't think that it's still going to be a lot of people's traditional... Is my monitor on 60 hertz? What's happening? I still don't think it's going to be a lot of people's, like, traditional MMO expectations, right? So, even when we look at, you know, the Your Party side, guild system coming in, I don't think the guild system is going to be, like, the most impactful thing in the world. I don't necessarily think you're not going to be able to play the game unless you're in a guild. Like, it's going to allow people to play together, but I don't really know what the functionality is going to be. Auction house, I could see this primarily being used for... It really feels like my monitor is on 60 FPS. Anyways, auction house is primarily going to be used, if I had to guess, for like mounts and cosmetic acquisition. And maybe like legendary items, if people are farming up legendary items. But even then, gold doesn't really give you an advantage in this game at all. So that's not a huge thing. Friends list. Fuck all of you guys. First things first, don't fucking add me. Don't want to fucking talk to you guys. Kidding, by the way. Some of you can add me. PvP side, we've got duels. Duels are great. PvP region is going to be absolutely insane. I think that's probably going to be one of the largest selling points for me. Instance battlegrounds, great. I'm really excited for those. Note also dedicated gear and dedicated balancing for PvP. So, presumably, an honor system that'll give PvP exclusive gear that's going to be farmable through that honor system, depending on how they do it. I hope they don't necessarily do like the lockouts of gear where you have to X rank to buy X piece of gear. But we'll see. We'll see. The dedicated gear is interesting though, because that's going to mean that they have their own balancing set if it is exclusively that PvP gear that you bring in. But then it's almost like, okay, well, if you're doing dedicated gear and it's not equalized gear, then how are you making sure that people aren't going in with full PvE gear and just getting fucking slaughtered? You kind of don't, TM. So, do you beat the game already? I mean, I have a level 20 character that can do a lot of stuff, but I do not have the map fully explored or discovered. I don't have... I'm gonna go back to windowed full screen and see if that feels any different. Borderless. Apply. Whole computer just blows up. That instantly feels smoother. Okay, that's weird. Or does it? Or does it? Anyways, I do not have the map fully discovered yet. I do not have legendary weapons yet. I do not have best in slot armor yet. I have good armor and shit. But like, I am not absurdly geared by any means. I have good gear set. But there's still a lot more that I can do. Optimizing my armor, optimizing my weapons. I could chase down better weapons because I'm not necessarily playing like the super meta S tier build. I'm playing a homebrew build that is supposed to be something that I can pass around to a lot of new players coming in that are like, Dusty, I want a priest build. What's going to do well for me? And instead of giving them the super ultimate cheese where it's like you get all the bisque gear and then you just one-shot stuff, I'd rather give people an incredibly consistent build and then say you can build up towards the super ultra cheese one-shot off of this. But I consider this to probably be one of the most consistent new player builds that would exist. We do also have a couple of bugs associated with it right now. So how many hours you got? 50-ish. They're one-shot builds. I mean, not necessarily one-shotting bosses right now. Although some were legitimately one-shotting bosses. Yes, those got fixed. There are still some incredibly strong builds that exist that are doing pretty solid damage numbers. Now, a lot of the really high outliers got nerfed. Well, I will say 2 of the primary outliers got nerfed. Warrior's still really strong. Probably going to see another pass come in. Warrior's real strong. There are some priest builds that scale up and hit hard as shit as well. So like with Amon Ram, you can get sunlight procs, do a lot of damage. If it's critting in an ideal scenario, you can get like your actual base hits hard. Like it's your Amon Ram hits hard. Like everything is very efficient in that build. But again, this build is just so consistent. Bad news is this build again has bugs with it that are stopping our damage. Warrior's OP as fuck. I've heard. Man, keep in mind, I have people that come in here and they're like, man, Dusty, your build's really fucking strong. I'm like, brother, I don't even have all of my damage, active at this point in time. I'm down damage. So, you fight Cheese Station World Boss? Where Cheese Station? Is that the one that drops Gordon Ratsies or nah? Bruh, I swear to God, remembering what I have and haven't done when I've been grinding all of this shit, I'm still trying to retain the map. I'm trying to retain all the builds and stuff. I don't even remember if I've done Cheese Station at this point. All that's seared into my brain in recent memory is B runs and the fact that I died 3 times consecutively on a crab pull last night because I was talking to chat. Couple lines at the top of the autumn area. I actually don't think I've been up there yet. Like up here. Because that would indicate that I have not been up there. So I must journey up. Just wanted to drop up before bed. Another test is over. Sleeping feels like the best thing ever. Hopefully you're getting more than 3 hours a night, brother. Hopefully. I am thankful you stopped by. If you are trying to come through, I mean, it's a fun-ass game, dude. It's a fun-ass game, I'm not gonna lie. As they branch into more multiplayer stuff as well, I think that's gonna incentivize it a lot. They just dropped a banger patch that brought in some quality of life, added space to banks because players were complaining they didn't have enough bank space. They added an inventory sort function. They allowed us to craft from our storage with Wi-Fi crafting instead of having stuff in our inventory permanently. Dude, it was so good. Where Queen Bitch? Well, if you're being rude to her, I'm not going to tell you. But she's over here. She's in Metropolis. You go over there, and then you just farm until your fucking eyes fall out. That is your entire existence, my dude. Your entire existence. I also still need to do the B dungeon down here. Every time I come over here, the servers immediately shit themselves out. And so I'm like, all right. Maybe I just don't do it. Maybe I don't do it. Sweet thanks. Yeah, of course. That shit's easy as hell, too. I'm not gonna lie. Although, wait, what build are you playing? Because for me, Queen Bee is like the easiest fight that exists. But for other people, apparently it's one of the hardest. I don't like Lady Bee. But if you're ranged, you probably really like Lady Bee. So, also, I think before I do Dungees, I need to open this bad boy up. I just picked it up today. For those that weren't in here at the start of stream. I've been like back and forth floundering on whether I wanted to actually get one or not. And Logitech finally hooked it up. Just kidding. I went to Best Buy and spent $180 plus main state sales tax on this. So, I'm really excited to actually break this bad boy out. I have not used the Super Strike yet, but many people in chat have used one more than I would like to admit. And it made me extremely jealous. Cracking its nuts. Is it really that life-changing? Because, like, this thing is pristine. My largest worry with this right now is that I have sweaty hands. This is not going to be white in, like, a couple of months. This thing is going to be... How do we say this? Discolored? It's gonna be dusty yellow. I'm a little bit worried about that side of it. So, the generations of G Pro. I've got the original G Pro wireless. The pink that I had to fight a bunch of bots for on a launch. I got this while I was working one of my jobs before I went full-time on stream. And then you have the super light, which has a goddamn snowplow at the front. Which I hate this skate pattern. No. It's the same skate pattern. Yo, Lothian, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And then you have this bad boy. This is insanely light. Just first thing first. Really goddamn light. Really goddamn light. Lofty, thank you for the kind words. Dude, I appreciate you. Much love. Do you get skates? I did not grab skates because it was at Best Buy and I didn't even anticipate grabbing one today. So, I don't have skates to put on it. I will be ordering skates. But I'm nervous to go back to a super light. The super light is just like, bro, it's too light, but chat. The little plastic pull is so satisfying. This is just, I'm a little worried at genuinely how clean it is. I don't click the mouse. See, that's weird to me. That's the fact that I don't actually depress anything on the mouse is really fucking strange to me. You said it. Just in terms of like the force required for the haptic, like there's no click. And then it registers the click after. It's so weird. It's not like a... Oh, the best modification you can buy for the mouse. Can I post a link to it? Yeah, what is it? Is it skates? Because I'm gonna need some skates for this bad boy. What do you have? Because I'm definitely interested. I'm probably going to need some dot skates for this bad boy. I've never been a fan of the, I call it the snowplow at the front. It's just very sad. Will that mouse get me to Challenger on League? I don't think anything will get you to Challenger on League, my love. Good news. It has a cool cord. A credit card would? Yeah, but then she'd try to play. And all things equalize eventually. You know? That's rude. I feel like you need to not surround yourself with yes men, but people who are honest with you. If I asked you guys, do you think I'd do well streaming, I don't know, fucking pools, beaches, and hot tubs? And you were like, yeah, Dusty, hell yeah, do it. I'd fucking love that. And then all of you stopped showing up because you were watching Amaranth instead, I'd be pissed. I don't need yes men. I need people who are real with me. I need people who are like, Dusty, your tits are C tier. At very best, even when you squeeze them together, they're just not as great as you think they are. And I feel like that's an incredibly important thing to have in life. And a lot of people just, they'd rather surround themselves with yes men than surround themselves with friends. All right, now I have to to find which cord to unplug without bricking my entire fucking setup. A dual PC, when you have to like change a cord out, is basically like bomb squad management. Somehow my desk was on my cord. I don't even know if this is the right cord. Am I gonna fucking YOLO it? Okay, maybe I should. Okay, I'm gonna fucking YOLO it. Hold on. 3, 2, 1. And then the new one's going in. Oh, I'm so scared right now. Like, I'm just expecting my entire setup to fucking explode. Anytime I unplug anything, I fuck my entire setup so hard, man. I hate it. I hate being an idiot. If I had any cognitive brain function, then it probably... Uh-oh. Wait, we're good? Oh, God. I looked back, and I saw no audio coming out because... Wait. What the hell? My Spotify stopped. That's why I got scared. Amazing balloons. Bro. Those balloons are insane. We know, hear you? I know, I think everything's fixed now. Hold on. I think I, like, replugged one thing and then almost bricked the setup. The scariest thing with a dual PC setup is the fact that anytime I unplug, replug one thing, the entire setup can potentially blow up instantaneously. Makes me very, nervous, so to say. Like, extremely nervous. Because if this thing bricks, I don't know how to put it back together. I have no fucking idea. But the mouse and the gotcha skin, budget ensemble would be. It is probably the complement of the gotcha skin that would set you apart, yeah. But just the mouse, I don't think would be enough. I almost put this mouse back in the box. Okay. I think we are literally on right now. I'm not quite sure. Oh shit, wait. Wait. Wait a minute. Oh, that's weird. And I'm like, I'm not depressing the mouse? Huh. This is strange. It feels really good. Like, it does feel insanely smooth. I guess we just have to try it. Biggest thing for me is that the scroll wheel feels good on it. Did you guys say it comes with black side buttons as well? Because my side buttons are going to be gunky as hell. Like, absolutely cooked. This thing is kind of crazy. 90 hours of battery life, it says. Black grip tape. What the fuck you need grip tape for? Oh, yeah. This thing's clean, chat. Like, this is nice. I don't know that I'll ever, like, be able to use anything that's not a G Pro wireless again. So I'm, like... That's crazy. If I just tap, then it won't pick it up. But if I actually make a depress motion, like a deliberate depress, then it registers. Bro, it's so nice. What the fuck? You bought the Giga Mouse. Yeah, Best Buy had it in stock today. We went out for a little bit because we went to the mall. Carl had a job interview, not at the mall. But Maine has like 2 malls. So we went to a mall and they had a Best Buy there and I was like, all right, what are the odds? Because we don't have Micro Center up here. Every Best Buy that I've seen does not have this thing in stock. Every store that I went to did not have this thing in stock. Like, just at all. So, I didn't expect to see it. Here I am, walking through this Best Buy, and we almost gave up looking because Best Buy apparently just doesn't have even a large area for PC stuff anymore. Like, they have leaf blowers and shit for some reason. Why do they have leaf blowers? I'm not really sure. But they have leaf blowers. It was really strange. Like, really strange. So, like, I was kind of confused. We finally find the one little half shelf that they have of actual gaming peripherals. And I'm looking and I see a tag for $119. And I look and it's a Super Strike. And I'm like, you are fucking kidding. And it was kidding. Yes. The tag next to it was $180. I think it was like $189. Something like that. But I grabbed it. And I immediately felt better at video games. I'm not gonna lie. Was like one of those things missed it. Wait, what do we have here? Huh. That's interesting. So do you just try to like full death grip your mouse? That's interesting. Because that would shape it more like a 502 than it would a G Pro wireless. Any clue when the next large updates and stuff are? Unfortunately, really no timetable on our end. Like, I don't have any privy information. I'm not gonna lie, I just joined the FAREVER Discord. Hold on. Oh, wait. Did we fix it? Are we good? Cool. You know what's crazy? I just turned off my GoXLR app and then turned it back on 3 different times. The first time it didn't work. So I closed it again from the system tray. And then that last time it said that there was no device detected. So I fixed all of my wires, made sure they were all plugged in, and then I closed it and opened it again. I am the genius. I am literally IT streamer man god. Have you ever seen somebody troubleshoot their own stream like that? Goodness gracious me, oh my. Oh. The legendaries actually spawn? Yeah, I mean, you can get legendaries. It's just a low fucking chance. From everything we've gathered, it is a 1% chance to pull a Leguski. And, I have not yet. It's like blowing into the cartridge of a Nintendo 64 game. Well, so the trick is to blow into it, and then you put the cartridge in lightly, and then take your hand flat and push right on top of the cartridge to make sure that it's in firmly. It's almost like the Patrick, firmly grasp it. Like that shit, right? That's kind of where we're going with the cartridge if it doesn't work. Same thing here. I'm closing it more aggressively. Brother, it was about to get the task manager reset next time. You gotta look away and pretend you don't care. You gotta trick it. You have to make it think you're nonchalant. The second you are chalant, everything changes. This mouse goes with that new audio breaking tech. Now, the craziest thing is that I knew something was gonna go wrong. I legit... Wait, what? How? Sir? God? Wait a minute, what the fuck is going on here? Either he's lagging out, I'm lagging out, I'm not lagging out. Either he's lagging out, or I have met God. I'm not quite sure. But I can assure you this is not normal. He like moved a little bit earlier too. And then I came over here and he stopped moving. Surely he's just lagging out, right? Surely he just logged out there? Surely? Alright, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I think we need to go do some B-Fury runs. Is Steven Sharif, GM Steven, just comes swooping down? It's been him the entire time, just wearing one of those French hats. This is one of those caps. You know the water under Chris Malia? Played somebody tweaking last night, got to the boss, killed him out of 3 mobs yet to find, so I had to go back through all the jumping puzzles. Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Wait, he's hacking? There's a hack that they can set flag gravity to 0. He's using cheat engine. Like for what? Just so you don't have to do like jumping puzzles and shit? It's client authoritative, which is bad for games. What does that mean? In Dusty would understand this terms. Dropped a water tone web. I don't know how I feel about it. Oh, that's the book, right? A lot of people have said that that book feels really solid. I do want to get my hands on it, but I want to find a legendary first before I venture into the remaining new content. Cause like some people have said books feeling good. On RAM obviously is fucking insane. Just as it is, on RAM is nuts, but you know hard modes? Oh yeah. Absolutely. Ever since they fixed the drops from them, I immediately was like, yep, nope, we're getting back into dungeons immediately. So prior to that, I was doing a lot of Queen Bee runs, trying to get myself a little bit of gear set, but taking people are solo. I gotta get my first legendary, and then I can probably start doing carry runs for people, if people need any carries. I actually like carrying people more than I like just blasting through the content. So I'll probably start doing carries soon. But right now, I'm in my Moby Dick phase. I'm trying to, still at this point, find my very first Lego. And it has eluded me so far. I have killed many bosses. Many bosses. Multiple days of bosses. 0 Legos yet. So I really want to conquer. I really want to find myself with a shiny weapon. And I'd like it to be a B-Fury for when B-Fury actually doesn't, you know, have bugs associated with it, but... You finished the game? Me? What you mean? Finish the goddamn game. Nah, I'm not finishing shit. Nah, I'm still far as hell out. I'm just fast traveling right now. There's a travel in between each like obelisk, the little safe areas. So got my first Lego today. Fire scepter, unfortunately. Oh no. Yeah, that's my fear. I'm gonna do some Lady B runs, and then I'm gonna find something that is not a B Fury as my first Lego. Crows, caw. What up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. What you getting up to? It is yet another day of trying to reverse this curse, trying to free myself from this life of misery, peasantry, and have shiny B Fury. I would very much trade most of your livelihoods for a shiny Bee Fury right now. And I know that may seem very shallow of me. Very disconnected from humanity. But it's true. And I feel like it's important to be honest. On a staycation with a sick baby, so it's been fun. Bro, just make sure you keep the baby outside so you don't get sick as well. That would be the fucking worst. You know, in like Siberia and shit, they leave the babies outside in the snow just so the babies don't grow up to be little bitches. It's kind of cool. It's kind of sick. At least speed this travel system up or just make it a TP, especially as the map gets larger. Yeah, I mean, a TP is the most like obvious form of it, really. If they want to just streamline the ever-loving fuck out of it, they could definitely just make it a TP, and I don't think anybody would really complain. Especially since we already have the recall in the first place. It's called Purple Crab Shield. Oh shit, that's pretty. Yeah, I don't really see a world where many people would be upset if they went with a TP instead. I simply don't. But I guess you never really know. I do think, yeah, speeding it up might not be the worst idea either. Wait, I actually need to get to the top. Gosh, freaking heck, dang it. Now we have this battle again. I do think speeding it up a little bit, I mean, people would probably like it. I don't mind the fast travel itself. It's kind of akin to me like flying on a griffin in WoW. So I don't necessarily think that it needs to be like super speedy just in terms of myself. I'm not out here like, oh my god, I hate that I can autopilot around the map. But it is definitely, like you said, it could definitely be a teleport instead, and I don't think people would really hate it. It's a nice look at the world, and I have also seen, I've seen points of discovery that I haven't hit just, running around, where I'm like, oh shit, I see a chest here. And then I check out my, my map to see where I'm at with that chest. Just autopilot wouldn't be bad. I don't know, man. Like, full autopilot to areas on the ground, too. Like, I like the preset flight paths. But I don't know how, like, full autonomous would be. I don't want, like, the full Tessie. How about skipping trash mobs and hard dungeons, go straight to boss? I mean, some of the mobs have drop tables that are worthwhile. Again, they already have some that are literally just built around boss exclusive. Whoops. They have some that are literally just like built around boss exclusive at this point anyways. So I don't necessarily think, again, that everything there needs to be just boss exclusive. I do like how they've done some of their dungeons as well, where they've brought in some of the puzzle route. Some of them are much more puzzly than others. And some feel like a little bit more of an adventure, where some feel a little bit more just straightforward. I kill mobs, I smack mobs, I see success type shit. And I don't really think there's inherently a flaw to either one of those, and I actually think they've brought in both sides of it quite well. But make it 90% clear to loot, so when one mob glitches, you aren't screwed. That's something I could get behind. I think instead of having to kill every single special mob, making it possible to skip a couple of the special mobs. I have also bricked a dungeon before because I was progressing through my first time. I thought the mob would follow me down a high ground. I jumped down the high ground and the mob just reset up the high ground. And then by the time I went back up to the mob, it had despawned. Just something wacky happened with it. And I was like, all right, well, this feels kind of bad. Just went through, killed this boss. Brand new dungeon for me. Had to learn the fight from fucking scratch and everything. So it was a little unfortunate, all things considered. But this is, I think, also what they learn from. I'm digging sword and shield with spear at the moment. Which sword are you using? Are you using Glory or Bee Fury? Because I'm just saying, like, Bee Fury is only going to get better when they fix the bugs. Bee Fury right now can clear all content in the game really smooth with any form of gear. So, I don't know why I only have one arsenal skill, even though I'm level 20. Are you using a passive? Or maybe try relogging if you just hit 20. Because it should grant it to you immediately when you hit 20. And then you should be able to go control and click on your arsenal weapon. And then you can select or deselect what you want to use. Glory of the Moment, only thing I've had a drop yet. I mean, Glory's more consistent right now, if I'm being honest, just because it doesn't have... I wouldn't say it's consistent in terms of, like, the healing, but Glory's damage functions with our kit, primarily activating our sunlight procs. And B Fury doesn't. That's literally, that's the actual worst part of B Fury right now. The build itself is ungodly strong. Just need a control. Massive. Massive. Yeah, usually it's just a control click. I just always tell people if something seems bugged, never feel afraid to reload. I can't believe I've been gimming myself. For how long? Because, yeah, mine, you won't see my 4 because I run Mad Buzz, which is my passive for the B Hammer. So dealing and taking damage has a 20% chance to generate a stack of buzzing. Stacking up to 10 times at 10 stacks, I summon a B. And then B do damage. So, days at 20 been clearing hard modes. Dog. Ain't no fucking way. Listen, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You're setting an example for people to work harder. And in a world that gives you all of the tools, you say, no, I'll do it with my hands like a man. So shout out to our ancestors, those that came before us, those that were gaming on a tabletop without all of this goddamn accessibility. You're doing it for them, Kirchhoff. You're doing it for them. Have you got your mouse? You're now King Click. It's interesting. I mean, like, I'm not doing side-by-side testing or anything like that right now. And I'm also playing an action combat MMOE system and not necessarily an FPS where every millisecond input's gonna matter. But it does feel really nice so far. I'm not gonna lie. All right, before we start the grind, I'm gonna get water. And I'm gonna take a fat rip to summon in any legendaries that might be out there, chat. I need 2 things. 1, check your prime. 2, smoke them if you got them. I will return in un momento. And then we fucking blast. Like to fight mobs that don't deleash at their spawn point. Yeah, some mobs have very short leashes. I'm not gonna lie, that's another thing I've noticed when I've been fighting some mobs out and about. It's been a little bit weird.
Together.
Yo, rolling. I appreciate you, brother. Much love, much love. Thank you. Genuinely a freaking legend. Boys, I will be right back. Momentum. Good day, my lads. It is time to fuck up this beat. Hiya, skill 4 unlocks at what level? Unlocks at level 20. So, hiya. When you hit level 20, you're gonna want to go into your inventory and then control click on your arsenal weapon. and then that'll allow you to select your 2 abilities. Pretty simple. But if you don't have your second ability, you will be slightly down bad, of course. You'll want to make sure that you have either a passive or an active, just something from it. It's a big thing, though. Like, if you're using a shield, you can only have the 2 abilities. So, I don't know. I've been kind of mixed on which arsenals I've wanted to run. I do have a few different builds all cooked up just as a hypothetical of what I am looking for. This isn't going to be good. Actually, this isn't the worst. That'll be like a 4-bagger, but not bad for the first of the day. Sometimes you got to sacrifice a couple. Bro, I just need this bitch to come over here. Thank you so much. She always just wants to do absolutely the least when I need her to do the baseline of anything. And just takes so much goddamn time to actually get over here, bro. It's kind of ignorant. I don't understand why. But she chooses to. Or because 7 fervor and armor pen. Oh, that ain't too bad at all. I'm using fervor crit in literally all of my pieces right now. It is truly the god setup. I feel like it's just so fucking consistent. Like, anything fervor is increased damage done, increased healing done, increased shielding. It's every single thing that you would want just in one stat. Fervor's so fucking good. The only thing is, if you're a crit scaling build, obviously you won't be getting as much value out of fervor on the immediate because you need more crit. Kind of makes sense. But all things considered, man, fervor crit, best 1-2 combo in the game for secondary stats, hands fucking down. I think you just need main stats off of that. But couldn't drop a good here. Good level. Yeah, wait. So what do we need the chitin for off of those mobs? Because many people have asked me about those, and like, I'm gonna be real, I haven't even found a use case for them yet. How you like the mouse? Oh, brother, it's insane. It's actually so stinky good. Not that I'm necessarily putting it to, like, you know, the most dedicated use, right? I'm not pushing it to its limits, so to say, in FAREVER. But it is very, 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 very nice. Like, it's smooth. I don't have any real complaints, and the largest thing is that I'm not absolutely cooking my mouse that I can't replace now. So, pretty wild to see how differently a priest engages with the boss versus a rogue. They did a good job for class identity. See, that's what I've always said. I think the fact that different classes approach it differently as a baseline based on their kit is really cool. Now, important to note as well, this build that I play is built around not necessarily being the highest, you know, #1 damage of all time build, but this is meant to be an ungodly good self-sustain build that can just face tank stuff and not have to worry about dying at any point. Bosses don't have enrages. The closest thing that you'll run into is the pseudo enrage with floor mechanics, but there are no hard enrages in the actual game right now. So we don't need to rush through fights for any reason whatsoever. And you can still build a priest in less of a sustainy and more of a glass cannony way as well. But when looking at the build for what it is, I'm clearing all of the content just as easy as I could want to. Having 0 issues whatsoever. I can tank every mechanic. Like, when these come back in, they can hit me and it's just fucking fine. They can add in rage timers? I don't know. Maybe when they go into, like, the heroic versions of the dungeons? But I'm honestly not sure on that, if I'm being real. Like, enraged timers would be, I think, great for higher end content. But I think when they have very mechanical boss fights anyways, that have one-shot mechanics and things that can just give you, they do have pseudo-enraged timers. Like, when you're looking at this fight, if your entire floor goes to shit and you fuck up all your tiles, then that's an enraged timer because you know, you're on this goop that's just shredding you, right? So there are some pseudo-enraged motherfucker. There are some pseudo-enraged timers. It's just not a, I don't know, not a traditional enrage for all of them. Some of them don't really have an enraged timer at all, but I feel like most of them have some form of increasing over time. Even starting with Crab, for instance. Ow. Even starting with Crab, for instance, right? When you're looking at Crab, every single wave of ads brings in more ads for Crab Gantua. And that's like, you know, your first boss fight that you're gonna take on within the game. Well, your first major one, in my opinion. So, with the crab fight, even there, you still have a pseudo enrage that you have to worry about, because if you can't clear the ads fast enough in the first place, and they keep stacking up because you lack damage, then you're gonna get too many ads, and then the ads are gonna add up, and then you're gonna die off the ads adding up. So there are definitely many things that can cook this shit. But, is the game actually lit? Doink, I'm not gonna lie, brother, I'd be having a lot of fucking fun. I would be willing to almost say a plethora of fun. It's plural funs, even though it is primarily single-player game right now. Which, I am not traditionally a single-player game enthusiast. I like single-player games, but from the outside in, like, hearing about how they are and shit, right? I'm basically like single-player cuck. Like, you tell me what's going on in the single-player game, and that's good enough for me. I don't want to actually get my hands on it. I'd rather see somebody else play that shit. Me, I want to play a live service multiplayer, right? That's my ideal. I like MMOs. ARPG-esque is like the most single-player that I can ever go without wanting to jump off a bridge. So, right now, important to note, this is, you know, you can group with up to a group of 4. But with that, I mean, all of the content in the game is soloable if you have a decent build. Again, you can group up, but you definitely don't have to for anything whatsoever, unless maybe your build is just absolutely gimped. But they've also had some very fundamental issues with groups that they've been trying to work out too. So part of the fun is definitely knowing more multiplayer is coming, specifically PvP. Yeah, I mean, the roadmap is part of the most encouraging thing for me, right? So obviously the gameplay here, if it wasn't good gameplay, then I wouldn't have fun with it, and I wouldn't be here. It's, for me, pretty much single player. I've grouped like once, and it was to trade with somebody and get some materials from them. Other than that, I haven't really grouped at all. So, looking at my gameplay desires, the actual, like, the roadmap is fucking huge. PvP's planned. Would it work with the combat? Oh yeah, I think PvP would work quite well with the combat. I think it's, like, surface level. Don't let the cuteness distract you from the similarities to other MMOs. The combat is essentially New World Light, if I'm being honest. It is left click attack, right click block, right? And you do have the magnetism of melee weapons. You have range weapons that you can run and turn and pew. And like, it's not a, my projectile goes here. You'll see that there's an arrow above Lady B. And that arrow is, of course, you know, the target lock indicator, right? So there is a target lock where, yes, like, I'm action combating, but I am still hitting the target because of the lock being on the target, more so than me just being like cracked mechanical gamer. It's not full New World levels of action combat, but it is still a very fun combat system. Whoops. The thing about it for PvP is I have no doubt in my mind that the combat system will be fun for PvP. The only thing is, how are they going to balance damage, HP, CCs? Because already, I mean, damage numbers are just going to immediately cook any form of sustain that's in the game. Even my build's a very high sustain build, which is why I can just sit here and face tank the boss. But in PvP, I'm not going to have enough sustain and tankiness to get away with doing what I'm doing right now, which is effectively just ignore everything, yap to chat, more or less half-ass mechanics, let the floor blow up, like, and just get away with it. The build's really strong. But there is a lot of depth to cook different builds, right? There is a lot of class identity, but Dungeon Sailor are actually fun to rerun. Depends on the type of person that you are, honestly. So, like, I played Diablo 2, like, all my childhood. So for me, something that is repetitive to some might not be repetitive. So for me right now, I'm target farming this. I am trying to kill Lady B because Lady B drops B Fury Blessed Blade of the Farseeker in her loot table. I am trying to get a B Fury drop, and then I'm also trying to get the 1% drop to roll it in Legendary, which is the highest rarity. I currently have an Epic. So, good news, if I get a legendary, then we're up tremendous. I have a legendary weapon. Bad news, I would have to then farm up a shitload of materials to actually enchant that. So that would be a slight drawback if I do say so myself. But, do you see the loot tables? There's a Google Simulator. Loot tables for trash mobs and stuff, there is like an in-game codex that keeps track of what you kill. And I'll show you when I get a second of the boss fight. With the in-game codex, like, there is a way that you can track what you're killing. Oh, damn. I just killed them before the honey. Come on! Come on! Alright. Alright, I'll move you out. If I dropped the E, I could have killed both of them before the honey. Anyways. There is a codex, like, in-game where you can keep track of, like, mobs you've killed and see the loot tables for them. I don't know if bosses are included in there or not, but... What do I need an MMO scratch? Oh, it's close to something classic WoW. Like, it's gonna be a while until it gives you that true MMO feel. Like I said, it's mostly single player right now. But the way that I look at the world is almost that Crimson Desert-y type world exploration, where you don't necessarily have to go to one place specifically or do one thing specifically to progress your character. You can mob grind. You can go through and look at the completionary side of it. You can do, you know, professions early on, because you'll want to do your professions anyways, because each of them actually have very large improvements for gear. And they are noticeable once you level those bad boys up. So there is a lot that you can do, right? It's a fun grind. It's an engaging grind where even today at the start of the day, right? I did like 30 minutes of just going around looking for some copper before I actually started to come over here and boss grind. Because I need some copper for my professions. So I ran around, I smacked a few mobs, I got some copper, and then once I had, you know, a solid amount of copper, I was like, alright, might as well go try to get me a legendary weapon. And once I did that, you know, we're on the boss grind for the day. Once I get this legendary weapon, then I'm gonna have to double back and get more materials, so that way I can enchant, I can level my gear, you can like tier it up and shit. So, it's a lot that you can still do, but yeah, it's a blast, brother. Let me know if you have any questions whatsoever. More than fucking happy to yap. I'm here for like the long term of it, if I'm being real. The short term is still really fun, but you know, if you know me in any capacity, dog, I can't do it without multiplayer. Enchantment? Enchantment. I can't go without multiplayer. I need it in my veins. I need it at the core of my being with everything that I have. It's just, I don't know, games can be a little flat. I don't know the multiplayer. Got a small group of friends that are interested. Sure, it'll be fun in a group. Oh god, yeah. All of the dungeon mechanics also scale up based on your group size. So I won't spoil too much, so you guys have a fun experience with it. But yeah, dungeon mechanics scale up to your group size, up to 4 people. So if you're coming in with 4 or less, that's the perfect size. Other than that, there aren't raid groups right now, so more than 4, it gets a little awkward. But all things considered, like, all of the content is soloable. All of the content can be done in groups up to 4 people. And boss fights scale in their mechanic difficulty, depending on how many people you have in the group. It's just so many small things that, like, when you really think about them, make sense. And you're almost like, I wonder why, you know, every MMO doesn't do that. And a lot of it is the fact that this is outside of your MMORPG spectrum. I think this is like your MORPG. And this is where you're looking at accessibility being at the core, and at the forefront of things, rather than friction and force multiplayer, which is a really large game changer for, I think, most normal human beings when looking at playing something like this, right? It's very much, a lot of the time, intimidating for people to hop in to multiplayer titles, because you are forced to play with people that you have no idea who the fuck they're going to be, right? So, I just can't do it because of the Holy Trinity. I mean, this still has Trinity structure, though. You still have DPSs, you still have literal tanks and tank abilities. And, like, this build would be considered kind of a tank build. Now, if I was tanking in a group, then I would just grab this and it increases threat gen by magic damage. But even here, I pop my Crusader and that increases my threat as well. So this would be, by all means and measures, like their definition of, you know, a tanky build. Kind of like a pally tank in WoW, where I have some self-sustain, I've got some AoE, I've got magic threat gen. This is still a Trinity structure. I would say the thing that's the lightest is like the pure healer, but even then, there are weapons that will enable a priest to take more of a group healy standpoint. So like, the Trinity structure is less emphasized here, but shit, ask a rogue if they feel as tanky and sustainy as this build does. Holy Trinity is now data structure ammo. I think the Trinity provides good form, but the Trinity should be accessible in different avenues through hybridization. The caveat to that is you have to maintain class identity during your hybridization or everything feels the same, you know? What up, Wagina? Is it Wagina or like Wagina? Cause like, one of them is Regina with a really weird like way of saying it. Like an uwu Regina. One of them is definitely just vagina with a W. I'm gonna call you Vagina. My dagger does 434 pure damage. Excuse me, how frequently? Like, how frequently? Over 8 seconds. Oh, okay, so it's like 50 something a second. That's still good. Like, that is not bad by any means. That's real good. To bleed? Yes, you just stack that bad boy passively. See, part of why this build's damage is a little bit lower than some others is primarily because of a couple of bugs right now, not allowing me to spend my sunlight stacks with Bee Fury. So sunlight is the entire like class talent system that we're built around. And I can't use my sunlight. So I can build it, just can't spend it. That would add a substantial amount of DPS. And the fact that this build is already cooking without my sunlight working properly and with a couple of unintended circumstances, right? Bugs. I've actually been real impressed. Norwegian, thank you for the follow, dog. Bunch love. How's multiplayer right now? Whoops. And what are group sizes? Group sizes go up to 4. There are no raids in the game currently. Like, you can't physically form up a raid. Layer sizes do go up to 20. So, I mean, theoretically, I'm sure you could invite people and, like, slowly force 20 people on a layer. I'm not really sure how the migration would work at that point if you're trying to mass migrate onto one, like, layer. I haven't really tried it yet, but could always experiment one day, see if we can crash some layers. All things considered, the multiplayer, despite being capped at 4 players, dungeons do feel, and boss fights feel very different when you have 4 players versus having 1 player, right? So I'm doing solo content, as you can see. Build is really sustenant, like self-sustenant. Build does a lot of great damage, you know, in every aspect. It's also incredibly safe, which is the biggest thing. I think safety when you are playing games like this in your build is a lot better than the inconsistent flashiness of some other builds. And the thing about this build that I really enjoy, again, even though it's operating with a couple of negative bugs, like detrimental bugs, right? It's still doing more than enough damage. And it has an ungodly amount of tankiness. It's just consistent. I can face tank mechanics that are supposed to be one-shots to other classes and just kind of laugh them off. And that is fucking massive. Spec points for PvP, to an path you want to focus on. Oh, you're talking about like gearing and PvP and shit like that? Because I would enjoy some of that, but this hard mode? Yeah, this is hard mode. Yes. Lady B is usually a level 13-ish. Whoops. Level 13, I believe, is what she default spawns at. So, like, honestly, the thing about hard modes right now is that they're not necessarily, like, I don't want to say this in a rude way, but they're not really hard. And anybody that is freaking out telling you you have to play any one build or another build or you won't be able to do content is absolutely delusional and is lying to you. And there have been some people that are trying to like get people all up into the hubbub and hullabaloo of if you don't use the meta build, then, you know, your parents will fucking die if you don't forward this email to 7 people type shit. And it's been a little unfortunate to see in a game like this. Hard ones would be nice with extra mechanics. That's what they have planned for Heroic. So, on the roadmap, they talk about having Heroic dungeons planned above hard mode. Where you'll have, you know, that'll always scale up to max level. And then with the Heroic mode, you'll have new mechanics. You'll have exclusive rewards that are only available during that Heroic mode. Which, I think that's fucking huge incentivization, if I'm being honest. Just enough to get people out and prioritizing, you know, you get something that other people that can't do this don't. It's what I always talk about with the necessary dichotomy for a successful game of inclusive and exclusive gameplay avenues, where you want people to feel like they can access everything, right? It's why shooters with ranks are so popular. It's why MOBAs with ranks are so popular. Everybody can play at bronze rank, but you have your something to strive for, right? If you're League, you can strive to be Challenger, or if you're my girlfriend, you can strive to be Silver. If you play Dota, you can strive to play at TI one day, right? If you're Valorant, you can, I don't really know what Valorant players strive for, maybe a shower or something. But you get the idea. There's always that exclusive content that most players aren't going to be getting. Telling you who said that, she's lurking right now. She can hear it. So, with this game's structure, shit. Uh-oh. As it lays right now, they have the inclusive content side down. They have fun, engaging boss fights. They have scaling for groups that bring in more difficult versions of the mechanics. Albeit, oh my god. Albeit not necessarily rewriting the fight, but definitely brings in a little bit of a, you know, an evolution to the fight itself. So, they've got the inclusive side down. They've got the side of, okay, everybody can get into this content, everybody can play this content, everybody can complete this content. Hard mode dungeons are by no means like this inconceivable, incompletable thing. I was doing my first hard modes when my build had about 230 HP, and I now have 430. So, part of the reason they're so trivial now is because I do have really solid gear. It's still not like hard best in slot. However, the gear that I'm rocking right now is not bad by any means. I could optimize my armor slots with some better stats, but I have really solid setup. TNL had great ladder system with tiers. Yeah, and then TNL had the Amazon Games curse. Everything AGS touches fucking dies, bro. I'm convinced, like, if Amazon Games had a pet fish, that pet fish would just get overfed or get not fed and would just end up dead sooner rather than later. It's really fucking unfortunate. But, been spoiled with Crimson Desert. They weren't hugely game-changing, but it was nice. Yo, Crimson Desert has had an ungodly amount of success. Like, ungodly amount of success. I've been really impressed to see, even like today, how Crimson Desert's player base is holding up. They're still peaking above 50k every single day, I'm pretty sure. Phil is Doom, so many people got burned out. Do you think it's because you could just pay money for convenience and then, or sorry, you could pay money for prog and then nobody had to actually prog, so there was no verticality or time investment to anything? I think they overnerfed dungeon drops, 20 dungeons, not one epic. Did they change dungeon drops? Or are you just running bad? Because I'm not gonna lie, I've definitely gone on 20 run no epics before. Because keep in mind, 1 epic in 20 runs is a 5% drop chance on epic, which is honestly kind of high for epics. Honestly, maybe pretty standard considering it's 1% for legendaries. But I don't necessarily think that's too outlandish just statistically, right? Because if you're looking at it, a 5% drop rate on epic and a 1% drop rate on legendary would make sense. And then they just skew it severely hard to like 90+% blue type shit. Like 1 epic per 5 to 10 runs almost every day. Well, welcome to the fucking trench, brother. I've been down here since I got here. It's nice to finally have some friends. It gets lonely. Really fucking hate to see it, don't you? Everybody's preying on my downfall. I still haven't got a single goddamn Lego. I'm happy as hell that I at least have purple weapons. This is one of the greatest things that's happened to me this week. Uh-oh. R.I.P. my tiles. That's not the greatest. It's fine though, I got a lot of floor to work with. I'm sure everything's just fucking peachy. Complete free to play on T now. There's top 10 of the tank without top guild. Catch up. Should have spent there. Quit time, but it wasn't so bad with pay to win model. I just think once pay to win exists in the first place, so it just invalidates so much. The basic thing with pay to win is like, yes, at the end of the day, your best players will still be your best players, right? New World didn't exactly have pay to win inherently, but New World had incredibly unpoliced RMTing, where people were just swiping their credit card on a fucking daily basis. So that way they could get gold to get ahead, you know, swipe, get gold, craft shit with the gold they swiped for, and then just try to, you know, try to win off of that. Didn't work for many people once they actually were fighting against good players, because gear only gets you so far. But I feel like it just invalidates the process so much. At least for me. It makes my time spent in the game feel less valuable when I am competing against people who have RMT'd for pretty much everything that they, you know, that they've got. My hundreds of hours that are spent in game are then devalued because some dude wants to spend his money irresponsibly instead of buying fucking, I don't know, some solid form of future investment. You could go to a bank and ask about CDs, get fucking government I bonds, can invest in ETFs, can open a fucking car wash. But for whatever reason, motherfuckers want to invest in video game power that still leads to them getting absolutely shit on by the actual PvPers. I've never understood it. Prayers, great bosses though, first time you're not spoiling yourself with guides. Probably so. Oh, bro. Forever is so fucking good. It's so good. They have done really well over here, and I actually think one of the largest things about this game, if I'm being honest, is that you don't need guides and you don't need the #1 optimized build to actually feel the depth of the game. It's kind of cool. You can do hard mode dungeons with pretty much any build on any class, as long as you know, are aware of what your build and class does well and does poorly, and you play around that. And if you are willing to change your playstyle just a little bit, and you're playing a glass cannon build, you can still blast. I was doing hard mode Cheese Factory and saw a guy doing it without gear. Why? Why without gear? I'm min-max sweating, just gonna enjoy it for game. See, I'm gonna min-max sweat when it's a time to min-max sweat. But I always go into a game and I say, alright, I wonder how good of a homebrew I can get going, right? When I went into PoE 2 the first time, I was like, alright, I'm a homebrew. I found a headhunter, I immediately rerolled Lightning Arrow Deadeye. Only thing is, that was pre-headhunter nerf. I was pissed. I thought I had a god belt, turns out that shit couldn't even hold my pants up. I homebrewed, and then I went to sweat and I regretted it. In PvP games, I absolutely embrace the sweaty little meta and all of the tricks and the tech that I can get for myself. Oh shit, wait. Uh-oh. I absolutely embrace every advantage that... Oh my god, wait, I just got a... Nah, that's dastardly. Wait, my frames just dropped so fucking hard and then I teleported down into the ground. That's so sad. That's so sad. Casually finds a headhunter. Yeah, it was like day 2, day 3. I was in a T16. I made a homebrew summoner build. And that shit was cooking. Let me tell you what. absolutely fucking cooking. I had blasted up leveling prog-wise. I honestly had done really well getting myself geared. I was tanky enough to take on some harder maps. And I'm just out and about, clearing some shit. Belt drops. And it says leather belt. And I instantly snatch it up. Like, faster than pretty much anything else that I have ever snatched up in a game before. And I lost my shit when I actually saw this, like, the item art for it. I have the clip over on my YouTube and my TikTok and stuff still. That shit went crazy on TikTok-y, let me tell you what, but... On the DB... Oh, shit. Uh-oh. I gotta tell where loot drops, click on the item and I get lost. Honestly, I haven't used the database as much. I have pretty much got all of my knowledge just off of, like, playing or, of course, chat, who uses the databases. But I myself haven't done any, like, database diving at this point in time, so... Some EU WoW Classic Guild made 15k in 3 months selling carries. Crazy what people will swipe for. Yeah, that's fucking wild. Honestly, there was a big controversy in the Ashes of Creation scene. Go figure. But this one was because there was a very well-known crafter who had found a dupe and had known about the dupe for about a year without reporting that shit. And as a result, used that dupe every single reset to craft for everybody. But he would craft for his guild and then he would sell stuff RMT-wise to other people. So he'd craft super early while everything was insanely expensive. And then he would RMT it. And he made tens of thousands of dollars over the course of a year RMTing. Do you like onions more than garlic? More than? Nah, I feel like garlic's probably more important. Unethical life hack territory? Oh god, dude, it happens way more than you think in games as well. When it goes unpoliced, and the developers show that they don't, like, care enough or are not willing to, you know, basically prosecute it heavy enough, you have a world where RMTing becomes very, very, very accepted and very frequent. And people, as adults, frequently have more money than they do time. If I'm being honest. It's pretty rare that you find someone like me that has unlimited time, and that's because, A, I don't have much money, and all the money that I have is quite literally your guys. So... And Steven, I'll prop up the RMT community. No, if you're talking about the DA screenshots, no, there was nothing linked there. The DA screenshots came out as a full version, and it was basically chastising DA for using dupes and being like, hey, your guild is very large and known, be a better example. So, go figure, guy known for saying things out of context and shit, said something out of context, only casually followed. Yeah, so basically, like, the whole source of the, like, you up Discord message, clip the shit out of the Discord message to just have it line up with the you up just removed you from a ban list. So I actually had a conversation with Steven about this at one point in time after the DM had gone out, and basically there were internal logs that at one point were shared that verified that there was a mass ban wave that went out that there were false positives on. And the team was looking for a place to submit these false positives, and a way to basically get them, you know, easy, hope you're having a good day, a way to get them corrected. And that false positive was, or one of them was DA. So DA got put on the ban wave as a false positive, got removed, presumably because he had, you know, passed up the bugs that he was seeing. Hopefully, we'll assume. Don't really know that side. But the entirety of it was like, hey, you up, just removed you from a ban list. You need to be a better example moving forward. No, you know, mule trading, no more duping, no more anything like that. It was kind of like a chastising message more than anything else. Also, hoopsie. Hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. It's a Boston day tomorrow for moi. And you're not going to get Fogo. If you're gonna get rid of one veggie, which one would you choose and why? Hot takes included. Beets. Because beets fucking suck. Thank you. Carrots overrated? Nah, brother, don't sleep on the fact that beets are absolute dog shit. And like, what the fuck is a rutabaga? I don't even know what the fuck a rutabaga is. I feel like there are definitely some sacrificial vegetables out there. And also probably like half a Congress, but that's a different discussion entirely. Probably different vegetable that you're referring to. But all things considered, probably like rutabagas or beets. I think a rutabaga is a veggie, but I'm not entirely sure. But olives can go. Are olives a veggie? Olives are veggies? Yeah, fuck olives. Olives are F tier. Like, not S tier, like, fucking sucks tier. Olives aren't veggies. What's an olive? Is mayonnaise an instrument? I was just naming food that can go. Yeah, olives can get fucked. Olive is a fruit. Olive, worst fruit. Worst fruit. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna stick with beets for right now. I think genuinely beets probably... Uh-oh. Whoops. Oh my god. I almost sold. Oh my fucking god. I need to stop fucking off with you guys. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Holy chat. We actually almost sold the bag. Again. You guys think dragon fruit's overrated? I feel like dragon fruit as an addition into things is pleasant, but I'm not just gonna like stick my dick in a dragon fruit, you know? I'm definitely not raw dogging a dragon fruit. It's gotta be like in something to be valid in the most meaningful way, I think. But like, it can be pleasant in things like I don't know, like a little dragon fruit lemonade type shit. Little fresh dragon fruit. That's not a bad thing. But beets are insanely good. I've had them in really good salads in a Russian soup called borscht. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I think if you like beets, you are probably over 50. I'm just like, I'm putting that out there as a for your consideration type beat. I would have to guess that you were over 50. I don't know anybody in my generation likes that. Just got done with Lady B hard mode solo, died from falling in the honey on the way back from shooting her down. Good news, they give you that safety. Or not American. Yeah, you're right, because only a fucking communist would like beets. Yeah, it's a good ass comm. My 27-year-old wife loves beets. She commie? What about Swiss beets? Swizzy! Okay, Swiss beets gets... Swizzy gets a little bit of leeway. Zucchini fire? Zucchini goated. Yeah, I fuck with zucchini. I fuck with the zook. That shit good. I feel like you can also do zucchini a few different ways to make it not as ass. Communist equals everything else than American. Yeah, pretty much. More or less, yes. Yes, at this point in time. I do believe so. It's looking awfully commie out in that shit. So, I will say, France, though, depending on how this game dev goes, I might let France off the commie list soon. I might. But as of right now, we got some ops out there. I don't know if I just like any fruits or veggies. Do you like olives? Second skills from your shield? Yes. Yes, it is from my shield. I eat raw garlic daily. It's so good. Wait, what do you mean you eat a raw garlic daily? Like, you chop up a garlic and use it and stuff? Or you just, like, eat a garlic, like clove? Good for immune system. Just eat it. Brother, you probably be smelling like a fucking jar of garlic. What the? When you sweat, do you smell like raw garlic? Like, how much garlic do you just raw dog? Raw garlic is really good for your immune system. Well, garlic in general is really good, and I fuck with garlic heavy, but I don't know if I'm just gonna put a fucking clove of garlic in my mouth and start chewing on that shit. I don't know if that's necessarily the play. Like, how good for the immune system are we talking? Are we like, it stops you from catching a common cold good? Or are we like, this is guaranteed to stop you from getting cancer good? Because like, one way I'm gonna be a lot more likely to raw dog the garlic. That's what breath mints are for. A breath mint does not cover the swift stench of ass, dog. I'm gonna be real. That's like, when some people sweat, right? Their sweat just smells bad because they either drink an excessive amount or they be on some shit or they just have stanky ass sweat. And everybody sweats a little bit throughout the day, even if you're not out here getting coated in sweat. Like, you'll be sweating a little throughout the day. And if you're out here stanking while you're sweating, no one's gonna want to be around you in the first place. A breath mint's not gonna save that, bro. That's like, it's a different level of it. So it only stinks because of bacteria on your body. I have a feeling not every stanky ass motherfucker that smells like garlic or weed is smelling like that because of bacteria on the body. And even people that smoke excessively when they sweat, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't want to say that I'm like an expert on men's sweat, but I played sports my entire fucking life. I have been around too many sweaty motherfuckers, and everybody showered, everybody was clean. That sweat smelled different, dog. Like, that sweat straight up smelled different person to person, and you could tell who ate good, you could tell who ate like shit, you could tell who our stoners were. Y'all burn a lady bee? Oh no, dude, I'm chilling on it. I'm chilling on it. I appreciate you though. I appreciate you though. When I smell like garlic without eating it. Listen, I fuck with garlic. I just don't want to smell like a goddamn vampire exterminator. I feel like that's not exactly the play for me. Now, I'm not saying garlic smells bad. I'm not like inherently opposed to garlic at all. Of course, she teleports away. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you so much. I love that I can just tank 17 mechanics, run in once, and then heal, and then I'm perfectly fine. Does the vampire confirm? Nah, I fuck with garlic, bro. I swear to God, I fuck with garlic. And this build. And this build. I fuck with garlic insanely heavy. But it's, like, I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. I will be doing more multiplayer stuff later on, but I'm still trying to chase my first Lego. I have had ungodly terrible luck the entire time that I have been existing so far. That's solid. What are these frame drops today? Oh my god. The fuck is that? Had really solid luck on mounts, really bad luck on legendaries. So all things considered, I'm still trying to, like right now, I'm just trying to fucking target farm the shit out of a legendary Bee Fury. And I've had no dice so far, but soon we shall get there, and we shall witness the glory of shiny Bee Fury. And I can't fucking wait. I can't fucking wait. But if you swordsman larpers and the smell was insane. Okay, that might be the bacteria. Cheers to the most sanest of grinds. Brother, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Much love. How you doing today, Shredder? Tomorrow, it is an IRL stream, which is a weird one for Dusty enjoyers. You guys don't see me, you know, out and about and walking too much. So we're going down to Boston for the day. So I'll throw up a little IRL stream from Boston tomorrow. We're going down to spend the day there and see a movie. Because we have to go to an AMC theater to watch aforementioned movie. And we apparently have like 0 AMC theaters. How much cuisine would we lose if we had no garlic? As a white person, 0. Let me tell you what. Every dish can be prepared without garlic or any any seasoning whatsoever. And unfortunately, Yep, that's our influence on cooking there. I don't approve of it. I actually am big fan of seasoning. I love seasoning. I sometimes season too much, according to my kinfolk. But let me tell you, brother, that shit exists. Everything can be made garlicless, saltless, pepperless, loveless. It can be an absolute fucking disaster. Anyone who doesn't cook with garlic can't cook. Some people don't like garlic. That's the thing. Some people feel that garlic overpowers dishes. Not me. But some people literally refuse to use garlic because they think it takes away from the actual dish. How am I supposed to cook a mean sauce without garlic? Well, you put your special garlic in there. What do you mean, brother? One of the whitest dudes alive. Still alive. The sun makes me look like a cooked lobster after 10 minutes. I love spicing my food. Yeah, well, it's not all of us. There are a few good ones out there, but there are definitely a lot of bad ones that appreciate food without any fucking garlic or any seasonings in it. And I don't approve of it. Genuinely, I don't claim those ones. They're free agents when we're looking at it from that perspective. I don't claim them either. Somebody will at one point, but it's not about to be us. Fuck them. Yeah, they can do their own thing. They can do their own thing. They can be garlic haters on their own fucking time. On steak, though, no garlic, no seasoning. Salt allowed doesn't count. Why? Like, my honest question is why? So, like, if I took that steak and I put it through a meat grinder and made it Hamburg, you would season the fuck out of it? But because people want to ego farm steak, they're like, it doesn't need any seasoning. Motherfucker, just season your steak and make it better. If you cook a steak right, it doesn't need seasoning. Sounds about white. Sounds about white, I'm not gonna lie. A steak is absolutely better with salt, pepper, garlic, rosemary, a shitload of butter with a nice little baste over the top. Or if I'm barbecuing it, I'm gonna be real, slap that bitch with some sauce or a rub and then throw it on. I've had A5 Wagyu melt in my mouth, and I'm not gonna lie, garlic A5 Wagyu would literally have just made it better. A nice garlic butter on top of it. Yeah, I'm even more sold. I just... excuse you. I don't see a world where garlic should not get the respect it deserves. If I just use a plain steak with some salt, pepper, garlic, plain or some with salt, pepper, garlic, I'd take the salt, pepper, garlic. Yeah, it's just, it's better. If I'm gonna do that, I'll smoke it. Smoke an individual steak? Or smoke a brisket? Because I feel like an individual steak is too, like a fat steak. Are we talking like a pre-trim one? Because even then, smoking is completely different because you're adding flavor to it, right? So in any way of eating the meat, it's just better with complementary flavor added to it. I get it that if you don't, you know, if you have an incredibly good steak, then like, yeah, you can eat it without salt, pepper, and garlic. But I'd rather have it with salt, pepper, garlic. Or you got salt, pepper, or seasoning? Oh, yeah. I mean, you gotta remember, there are some people that like neither of those things, brother. For some people, it gets fucking hairy out there as soon as you bring up any seasoning. There are people that think black and red pepper are spicy. They exist. Probably exist as a species without potatoes. We probably wouldn't see Ireland that one time. Just for perspective, we probably physically wouldn't. To my knowledge, a lot of people died the last time there were not potatoes. So I don't think it's a good thing when we run out. I would like to keep the potatoes in stock. I also fuck with potatoes extremely heavily. We season everything to add flavor. Why would we stop at steak? Because men who eat steak are big, strong Sigma men who don't need pussy-ass soy boy fucking seasonings and MSG from the Communist Chinese Party that's gonna give them a headache and the 5G to control them off the 5 MSGs. And they don't need all of that soy boy pussy shit. They like the red blood meat steak, rare cooked, blue sear, fucking Wrangler gene, beat your wife ass bitch steak. None of that seasoned shit. None of that seasoned shit. Fucking American steak. Hell yeah, serve it with a Pabst Blue Ribbon, brother. MSG overhated. Yeah, it's very much overhated. I swear to God. But you ask the Sigma meat eaters about it, and they'll tell you MSG is gonna fucking give you blood clots and cancer and pussy aneurysms. It's gonna make your lips quiver, and we're not talking about your face. Then I go to a local Chinese place that loads it up with MSG, and I feel better than I do when I eat it most other places, and I'm happier after. I ain't met anyone like that. Pray you don't. Pray you don't, brother. Like, when you start to look into... I got, like, fitness adjacent for a little while. And not necessarily in the, like, optimizing fitness to be a bodybuilder or anything. But more in the, like, okay, how can I improve my health a bit? And I started to put in a lot of work into, like, diet research. And I'm not gonna fucking lie, brother. There are so many people. Keep in mind, sometimes it would be actual articles on diet research. Sometimes I would see what Twitter had to say. Most of the inflammatory side came... What is with these frame drops today? Most of the inflammatory side always came from Twitter. But man, there is an entire community of lifters that swear anything other than meat is basically soy boyifying the fuck out of you, is limiting the shit out of your gains. And if you're eating anything other than meat all the fucking time, then you are inefficient, you're a pussy, you're gonna stay small forever, and you're not gonna get any gains. It's a very weird sub-community of everything. If I do say so myself, I didn't really enjoy hearing anything that they said. Hey, potatoes are a universal veggie? Yeah, potatoes can be used for fucking anything. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. But you know what's crazy? It's also better with garlic. Potato is complemented by garlic. Therefore, garlic over potato, I think. Although, you won't eat garlic raw with like 5 pounds of it. A motherfucker will absolutely eat 5 pounds of potatoes. I'm getting much more food than garlic. I think both are pretty universal. Because realistically, you can cut onions so small and then just caramelize them and not even really notice that they're in the food. Same thing with garlic. Like, you could literally just sweat off your garlic a little bit. And then no one's really going to notice if you throw it in something unless it's an incredibly overpowering amount. But I think you can legitimately put both in pretty much anything. Now, I will say, people say SPG. It's spog. You need the salt, pepper, onion, and garlic. The spog mix is the ultimate mix for seasoning purposes. And anything other than that is, in my opinion, inferior. And will only leave you disappointed at the end of it. So that's Papa Dusto's take on it. It's gotta be the spog. And if you're missing out on the onion, it's not bad. But everything complements each other in the veggie world. Oh no. The one thing I will say though, those that raw dog a steak are just trying to flex for no reason. Like, the people that raw dog steaks are the people that live in cold climates where it goes down to like below freezing and they're out in shorts and a t-shirt and they're like, it ain't that fucking cold. Like, dude, just put on a fucking jacket. Nobody's impressed. Shut the fuck up. Just enjoy the cold weather and put on a jacket. We literally see the goosebumps on your body. You are, by definition, fucking cold. Brother, you're missing out on life. Are you talking about you being one of the shorts in the winter people? Because no, I'm not missing out on life. Not you? Oh, thank God. I was like, don't defend them. Don't defend them. They are not the same as us. They do not deserve defense. Well, it's better than just walking from one building to another. You had rock shorts. I'm talking like those that go out. Like out. And I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't even go one building to another without a jacket on, bro. I lived in Maine too goddamn long. Those that live up here know damn well the worst case scenario is you get really hot and then you get really cold outside because then you get really pneumonia. And pneumonia hurts. I had double pneumonia once, and for those that don't know what that means, both of my lungs were filled with fluid. It's like you're drowning from the inside out. It burns a lot every breath you take. It's fucking terrible. Would not wish it upon my worst enemy. Don't let yourself become more susceptible to shit. I've had double pneumonia 4 times. Bro, what? Just get your lungs taken out at that point. If I had strep one more time as a kid, I could have got my tonsils taken out, but I was always one below the threshold to get my tonsils taken out. And my dad always told me getting your tonsils taken out was sick because you could recover and have all the ice cream that you could possibly eat. So, T-minus 55 minutes until Panda Express touchdown. I don't know if I'm ready for this. I don't know if I'm there. Other than the sunny part of Europe, when the guys from UK come to us, we can see them in slippers and shorts in the wintertime. Okay, well, if it's warm, then that's normal, right? So when I went to visit Arizona, for instance, I wore a t-shirt out most of the time because it was nice weather. It was like in the 70s. When it's 20 degrees in Maine, I'm not going to wear a fucking t-shirt. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I am going to stay as warm as I possibly can, and I'm gonna try to stop myself from getting sick and being cold and just being fucking miserable. Oh, that's level 21. Blog, thank you for following. Much love. So, Legos do exist. If anybody's finding a legendary that's not me, I want you to kindly go fuck yourself. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That is all. I have to put these on, put this on. I want to get a wave cap. Like, not IRL, for, like, my character. And I feel like I'm almost there. Like, this kind of looks like one. It kind of looked drippy. But the Beekeeper helm also goes hard as fuck. Goes sicko mode. Oh, wait. Chat, we think the white pants? 18 Celsius premium. Anything higher is too hot and below is cozy. Wait. What's 18 Celsius in freedom units? What is that? I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what that means. I don't know the translation. I'm gonna need a conversion, brother. 64.4. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, that's kind of on the chilly end of things, in my opinion. But that's good hoodie weather, in my opinion. That's really solid hoodie weather. Do I have socks on? I don't have socks on. That is not the drip. I feel like it's these or these right now, but I feel like it's still those. I feel like this is a peak drip. I went to the black pants to the white pants. 15 to 25 is BIS range for weather. That sounds cold, based on the information that I'm being fed right now. That sounds lower than 60 question mark, which is bordering on the fuck that territory of cold. Now, I will say, it's not a game breaker for me if it goes that cold because Maine goes below 0 every single year. Like, I'm enjoying when it goes cold. I like the winter a little bit, which is crazy of me in the first place. But I'm definitely going to be in something fucking cozy. I'm going to definitely be in, you know, some long pants, a little hoodie. Like, I'm going to be warm. Around 60 to 80. Yeah, that's pretty BIS temperature. However, that I feel like that also covers most temperatures. Just glad it's not over 110 anymore in Australia. Yeah, y'all got a wet heat, right? Which is the worst. When I was in Arizona, it was hot as dick, but it was a dry heat. And I would shower in the morning. And after I showered, I would walk outside and my hair would just instantly dry. Immediately. It was crazy how instantaneous it was. Been toasted over here now. The summer heat has come. Bro, when we were leaving in February, the summer heat was coming. I'm not gonna lie. Today, it was overcast, slightly rainy, and about 60 degrees. It was a crack the sunroof up, but not fully open, and then have the windows all cracked so we could get some fresh air into the car while we were driving. It was quite nice. Not going below 80 at night type of days. Oh, fuck all of that noise. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, that would be horrendous. Jesus Christ. Not going below 80 at night. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. I mean, you guys all have central air and stuff, but too much pavement, he soaks in, can't cool down. Right, and they also told everybody to get rid of their yards a while ago. And now they're like, hey, you guys remember those yards that we had you get rid of? We'd like you to put those back in. Because apparently they're short on water. Brother, just get some water from fucking Maine. I don't really understand what the problem is. We have so much water up in this bitch, and for whatever reason, they just don't want to, like, get any. Can you show what the talents, class skills look like? I want to see if there's much build options. Oh god, yeah, there are a solid amount. Now, keep in mind, builds are going to currently be a combination of your class choice as well as your weapon choice. So, the abilities on the right side are my class abilities, and I do have one class ability that I'm not using right now because not enough places on the bars. That's a totem, kind of ass. We got it at level 20. I haven't been a fan of it. Talents, right now we only have one talent tree. Their plan is to bring in 3 unique talent trees. So this is a sunlight talent tree. Basically just gives us on finisher, actually just like a skill that affects somebody, gives them a buff, then on finisher that gets consumed and does damage. A few different routes to go down as well. This is kind of like a tanky type route, increased threat gen. This is a little bit of a general, you know, DPS-y type beat, and then this also has some DPS healy utility. So, what's umami flavor exactly? Does it truly exist? Isn't it like the super savory flavor or something? Like beyond flavor? Beyond savory? I don't really know what it is, but mainly only humid in Queensland and Northern Territory and Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, and Perth. They don't really get too hot. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I hate wet heat. That's what Maine has, though. I'd rather have dry heat at 140 degrees than any form of wet heat whatsoever. One time last summer, Carla and I went to go for a walk, and as soon as we stepped outside, brother, it was like we were walking through a bowl of hot jello. It was one of the most unpleasant experiences that I have ever had, just in terms of existing outside. It's fucking terrible. All right, we need more copper. I'm gonna need to do some spark sample farming. What's the best way to get spark samples? Do I have to gather for them? Because that's gonna be slightly tragic if so. Like very, very, very tragic. Hot cheese walkers, vit, strength, faith. These are actually not bad if I'm being honest. Like those are really not that bad. So there are 2 of these. Same Melbourne for me. No! Autumn's best season of the year. Autumn in Maine is fucking beautiful. It's a goddamn cheat code. That is absolutely true. It is beyond pretty much what any other season visually has to provide. It's just, dude, it's gorgeous. Alright, so I need tungsten ingot. And then I need bronze ingots. So we'll do these 3. And then 2 of these. And then I can do glittering alloy times 3. And then I can do a reinforced bronze plate. And I can put these on all of my pieces of gear that are not enchanted for 100 armor and 4 vitality. Which is kind of fucking... Oh, wait, no, it's only on armor. It's only on chest. Never mind. That's kind of such. But 100 armor and 4 vitality is still insane. So we'll slap that on. And we have 100 armor, 4 vit. Now I'm up to 441 HP. My blacksmithing is at 5. I need more bronze ingots. That's chunky for warrior. And the warrior priest boots really aren't that bad either. It's a strength faith split. And has some fervor on it. All things considered, though, it's a nice little upgrade to get. And now my blacksmithing is 5. My cooking is 4 because I haven't done my stale bread farm yet. I could go get the stale bread farm done and get cooking up. My outfitter, I need more soft fur for. Alchemy, we can't make that. And then jeweler and enchanter we're set with. Pull up how much I like this game. No, but Elda does really double down on the investments into it. I believe they've already expanded the team that's working on it from what we've heard. I don't know exactly how large they're looking. But I mean, based on the copies sold, right? They sold over 100,000 copies. In France, that's got to be room for what? Like, exclamation song. But yeah, like, they definitely have some room to bring in a couple more employees to hopefully usher things along. It's quite the bag. It's quite nice. Yes, that is a decent amount of money for a 15-person developer team. Now, that is a 90-person studio-ish from what we've gathered. But a 15-person dev team having this level of success with an early access? Oh, God. Oh, God. For an EA, well done. Yeah, incredibly well done. Incredibly well done. And the first patch that they dropped was a really big hit. That, in my opinion, is a good indicator for the future. If you're dropping a bunch of patches and they're not making any headway, it feels like you're not making any progress, players will lose faith, right?
Absolutely S tier.
Yo, Valor, thank you for the follow, dude. People almost lose faith in the title. People lose faith in your development cadence. People lose faith in you. And them hitting the ground running with a, hey, we hear your guys' problems and complaints. Here's a fix for a shitload of them. First try? Brother, I'm happy as hell about it. I have effectively no reason to complain whatsoever. And I feel as though anybody that is complaining at this point is just upset for, I don't know, the wrong reasons, but it's real solid. Party system works way better. I've heard that. I've heard the party system is functioning much better. The bank storage was absolutely needed. Crafting from storage is a huge quality of life. There's so much, so much that they brought in with that one patch, man, even outside of that. It's truly crazy. And again, if they get 3 more patches in, all of which are addressing quality of life, pain points, and maybe eventually adding in new content, oh God, momentum will be there. And they're holding consistent too. Really impressive in my opinion, that right now at 6:30 p.m. EST on a Thursday, you're above 10K. You peaked at 11.2K in the past 24 hours. It's really fucking solid. Number 14 overall in wishlist activity. Number 75 in bestsellers. Which means that there's still plenty of opportunity for the game to grow and for more to come in. Now, reviews. When servers are down, the reviews get worse. When servers are up, the reviews get better. You know what we haven't seen since I've been on so far today? Servers go down. The PvP is going to be interesting jumping. Yeah, the PvP is going to be really intriguing with glider redeploy and everything as well. I definitely agree there. I'm really interested. All negative reviews or performance complaints. I mean, I'm sure there's one out there that hates the gameplay. But yeah, it's overwhelmingly performance. Which, performance can be fixed. A fundamentally bad game cannot be fixed. Just had to say that. Server's not going to watch out. No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. But performance can be fixed. A fundamentally bad game, yes, can also be fixed. But that's more of a reapproach the drawing board than it is a, hey, just keep plugging away. Excuse you. And I think where they're at right now, performance is their largest concern. People are happy. People are having fun. People are engaged. What the fuck? Performance is an objective measurement, which is different than someone's opinion of what's fun. Performance is also just so temporary, though. Like, performance is the easiest thing for a game to work on, in my opinion. At least if it's server login shit like this. Some people are saying, yes, it's running chunky. I'm gonna be honest. This is my point. Yeah. It's so easy. When can I fish in this game? They haven't given us a fishing. But you know what we're getting before the end of the year? Fishing. Fishing. Before the end of the year. Brother, we're blessed. They're actually cooking. Yo, Larry, what up, dude? How's the end game for FAREVER? Horizontal right now. Incredibly horizontal. So, like, I'm working on my gear set and testing different builds and going around and doing a lot of, you know, a lot of progressive content, right? But I can still operate my build with blue weapons versus epic or legendary weapons, right? So there's a rarity scaling, but blue gear is the highest you'll find. And then legendary weapons are the highest you'll find. It's basically very accessible right now. Everything is completable in the game, solo or with a group. Everything's achievable. There is a lot of, again, horizontal prog, mount chase, glider chase, companion chase, cosmetics that you can chase as well. So, pre-smith and crit shoulders is insulting. I don't need the crit shoulders, bitch. I like these bad boys more.
Just kidding. I don't like these more. I just haven't found the crit shoulders yet.
But they're a start. They're a start. This is why I said I'm still optimizing. I'm still working on the gear. I've been exploring. See, that's part of the fun of it, right? In a lot of the games that I play, the emphasis, because they're so competitive, is we need to optimize and get out so far ahead of everybody else that we can hold down everything, right? And it requires this immense amount of knowledge and this immense amount of, like, mental investment to the point where everything that I play, or most of the things I should say that I've played in the past, has been all about meta. Just meta the fuck out of it. Here you can just cook, you can experiment because everything's so accessible. Is there a good amount of class customization? Oh yeah. I mean, keep in mind there are definitely some things that are going to be strong consensus, right? There's always going to be a meta, so to say. For example, like Ram Spear is one of the most strong combos you can run on a priest. It's Amon Ram, and then it's Spear, Gorgon, Ratsey's Toothpick. You run that combo together. The abilities are really synergistic, gives you a lot of shielding, but it's not necessary to run Ram Spear. I'm not running Ram Spear. You can run Thornlace Ram, and like there are definitely things that are strong, but I'm running stuff that people are like, oh, wait, Dusty, this looks really good. Granted, we have bugs right now. It's early access, right? So I'm running a build that's facilitated around having a lot of heals, a lot of constant damage going out, and basically I summon bees. So my passive heals me on the like my actual attack heals me on the finisher. My one reduces magic resist by 40% for 10 seconds. And then this, anytime I use a weapon skill, I get a little bee shield around me, right? So if I use a weapon skill, I get that bee shield. So that lasts for 10 seconds. And when you use any ability, it refreshes. So you can just keep that up, providing you're using one ability every 10 seconds. This is just my main hand. My offhand is my shield. Spawns a bubble with 4 charges. When an enemy is nearby, it pops, spends charges, does damage, and heals me. On the last hit is stuns for a second. This is supposed to build up on my final hits and also my blocks and build up to 3 stacks. And then once I have 3 stacks, I block again, and then it does damage to everybody around me. So it's a little bit of AoE. what brings this all together is the arsenal weapon. So with your arsenal, you can take any weapon in the game or shield, and you can put it in your arsenal here. And when something's in your arsenal, you can select 1 ability when you're leveling, or 2 once you're max level, and you can basically get those abilities. So over on this side, say I want to run my Ramulus and Ramus, which are fist weapons, in my arsenal, and I want to have Blind Breakthrough, which sends out a projectile, and I can then, you know, activate again if the projectile hits something to teleport to it. I'll show you over here. It's actually kind of a sick ability, I'm not gonna lie. One of the cleanest abilities, I think, so far that I've seen. There's gotta be something just over this way. Un momento. But basically, your arsenal allows you to select another weapon that you're not using as your main weapon. It reduces the stats and also causes it to... And then you can teleport it off that. So basically it reduces the stats, but you can get abilities off of that arsenal weapon itself and bring that into your build. So if I wanted to run the fist weapon, I could run the fist weapon and I could have that, you know, that blink forward. I could also have the passive, or I could have a little like knockback ability. So for my arsenal over here, I have Mad Buzz, which is a passive. Dealing and taking damage has a 20% chance to generate a stack of buzzing, stacking up to 10 times, and then at 10 stacks, I summon a bee for 15 seconds that does a good amount of damage. And then every time I summon a bee, it extends the duration of all of the previously summoned bees by 3 seconds. So over the course of longer fights, I'm dealing a lot of instances of damage. I'm stacking up that 20%, and then I'm dropping out bees. Now, the bad thing about this build is that this is bugged. Bee Fury currently is not consuming our Sunlight, which is our class talent. Your next final combo attack deals an additional 60% faith as magic damage, and then you can also take things like this. Your Sunlight empowers you for 6 seconds, causing all your attacks to deal an additional 15% magic damage. You have Sunlight reduces your weapon skill cooldowns. Sunlight heals for 50% of the damage dealt. So that's just not getting consumed or anything like that. That's funny as fuck, because that weapon I play on Thunder Fury. Oh yeah, yeah, Bee Fury, Blessed Blade of the Farseeker. And keep in mind, the whole active ability around it is the magic damage shield and the fact that it strips magic resist. So the weapon canonically is Thunder Fury as well, because you get the little shield around you and then you strip magic resist. It's really well fucking designed. Like, this is a 15-person dev team. There are just a lot of really, like, punny boss names and shit out throughout the world as well. Not that that necessarily makes a game amazing, right? But it's just small shit like that. There is a very large codex. So 65 types of monsters in the island, which is the first area, and then 82 types in Valley of the Eternal Autumn, which is the second area. You can chase down monsters, complete activities. You can sort by types of monster. For example, Crimson is a faction that has humanoids, and you can see what the Crimson drop tables are. You can go kobolds, and you can see what the kobold drop tables are, and you can also see which mobs you haven't killed yet, and which mobs you've killed not enough of at this point in time. So there are just small, like, completions along the way that really help keep people interested along the way. Don't use any last talent. Any of the ones on the bottom? Honestly, no, because these don't really matter right now, if I'm being real. Plus, these are kind of bad. You can trigger sunlight effects without consuming it anymore, which, great, but I can just reapply sunlight like crazy because all of my supportive abilities give me sunlight. So I don't really need to worry necessarily about, like, chaining sunlight stacks. Most of the shit that I do gives me sunlight all the time. So, not worried about that. Blocking causing sunlight, not really worried about that. Oh, excuse me. AoE on sunlight, not really worried about that. So, what I've taken so far, sunlight heals for 50% of the damage dealt. Sunlight does a 6-second buff on me, where I just get bonus damage every attack. Reduces the cooldown on my weapon skills by 1 second. Increased fervor by 2%. Attacks having an additional 8% chance to crit strike. 30% increased crit damage, and then sunlight itself having an additional chance to crit strike. Right now, I'd technically be better off, because this isn't working, to put that last point over into Fervent Defender and try to just get main stats. But that's a big thing. Like, my sunlight is built but not consumed by Bee Fury. So that's a bug. Right now, Bee Fury is weaker than it's actually going to be, and I can still just walk into any form of content in the game and chop it down that exists right now. There's nothing that gives me any difficulty there. So, like, Bee Fury is only going to get better. Things like Ram Spear, almost definitely going to get nerfed. So, definitely something to keep in mind when you're looking at your builds. Another question, any plans for new classes and maybe subclasses? Yeah, they have 2 new classes on the roadmap that are planned, Druid, Monk, Quote, and more. And then 3 talent trees per class. So right now, we only have, again, like the 1 talent tree, so it's like Sunlight or Go Fuck Yourself. So we'll get 3 different talent tree options that you can choose from, all that shit. So they're going to bring in more customization with it. Endgame in this game is very horizontal right now. So you can chase down gear and stuff. You can, you know, put together different builds. But it really, it's exploration right now. You can play in groups of up to 4, and group content is fun. The difficulty of the content scales up a little bit with the groups. So you'll have some, you know, some varied mechanics. Not new mechanics, but they'll just change up the mechanics a little bit based on the group size. So you can group up with people. You can take everything on solo. Right now, I'm kind of in the hunt for my first legendary, which is going to replace my weapon. So I currently have an epic, trying to get the highest rarity of it. Penis is needed. Yeah, I mean, we're still a little bit out on actual PvP. Like, duels are going to bring in something for PvP, but it's still not going to be, you know, what battlegrounds or the PvP zone are going to be, you know what I mean? Looking for something to scratch the Ashes itch. Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, it's a lot different than Ashes, I will say. There is, like, replicatable content, but a lot of it is on their roadmap for the future in terms of, like, the highly replicatable. So, you can every class solo for the most part. Yeah. Some classes, like, if you're playing a rogue, rogue's known for having less self-sustain, so to say, than something like a priest. I play a priest with melee weapons, so it gives kind of like a paladin-type feel. Rogue can still solo just peachy, but sometimes you have to be a little bit aware of, like, if you're a rogue, you're going to have less sustain. Like, you're probably gonna have to change the build up a little bit, just so you don't get the ever-loving shit smacked out of you instantaneously. But it's also not like, it's not like a rogue can't sustain or anything like that. You very much still can. So, all things considered, simple answer to the question, yes. Complex answer to the question, yes, as long as you are being aware of what your build is and what the content is that you'll actually be doing. If you're trying to solo on a glass cannon build with no sustain and you're not dodging every single boss mechanic, well, then the bosses are going to seem really hard. I'm about to go into a boss fight where I'm going to face tank pretty much every single mechanic, and I will just, I'll be able to get through it, you know? Would you say mage class, similar case? Yeah, mage also has quite good solo ability. A lot of the weapons that you can find too, like when I talk about augmenting your build, it's more so just running certain weapons. So there are weapons that have healing, you know, abilities or heal-esque effects to their abilities. There are weapons that are more built on like raw damage. You know, things like my combo, my finisher on my combo heals me based on my faith, which is one of my stats. My shield that I put on me damages enemies, but also heals me based on my faith. My depth shield heals me. This does not heal me, but gives me armor and magic resist. And then these guys that I summon do a shitload of damage, so if I need to heal myself, then we're good. Then looking at my priest skills, this heals me and gives a shield. Shevik, thank you for the follow. This heals me and gives a shield. This heals me and makes me run faster. This does damage to enemies. 6 thank you for the follow as well. This reduces damage I take by 20%, and then gives me crit chance, cooldown reduction, damage healing, and shielding done by 10%. And then this gives me 10% fervor, which is 10% damage healing and shielding for 15 seconds. So I can pop these together, long cooldowns, just go crazy on a combo, a lot more damage. But again, it's kind of the point of building, you know, cooking up different builds and stuff along the way. There are definitely builds, good day, sir. There are definitely builds that are more oriented around glass cannon raw damage. There are builds like this that are oriented around a little mix of I can do enough damage, but I am basically undying unless I completely fuck up. somewhere along the way. I can still die to one-shot mechanics. I can still fuck up the boss fight fundamentally. But this is really difficult to die on. So, love the flexibility. Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man. Accessibility and flexibility. Players can play this game how they want to play. And you do not need to play the game in any particular fashion. You do not need to go out of your way to feel obligated to play a certain build or a certain play style or a certain type of way. So I've been running Radiance and Magma Mia. I'm a kiting flamethrower demon. Yeah, every build works until it doesn't. And the big thing about this build that I put it together with is like, okay, it's a melee build. It's got a shitload of self heals. It's consistent. It's not going to be the #1 like, wow, appeal build, but it's consistent as fuck. Josh, thank you for 2 months, dog. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. Boys, I'm gonna fill up my water real quick. And then we're gonna kill a couple more bees. Bee things. I shall return. Also, Jinso, what up, my goat? I hope you've been well, brother. Reminds me of Genshin Impact, if it was online. Some people have got Genshin vibes from it. Yeah, it gives me, like, Paleo with a combat system vibes. If that makes sense. Like, I get all of the cozy, cute accessibility. And the, you know, you could play this with the girlfriend type beat. And then I also see the depth of the combat system with an actual, like, you know, an action combat system, the build cooking that they have, that they've brought in the potential of, like, there is a lot to it that is going to, in my opinion, make it quite special for a lot of people. So, all right, hold on. I will be right back. I need water. Put momentum. Word. Hello, noob. Needs to change his camera for a better angle of the chair. You only want one thing and it's fucking disgusting. What is wrong with you? You only like me for my fucking chair. I swear to God, bro. I swear to fucking God. This shit is absolutely ridiculous. I show up for you on a daily basis and grind like no other. And this is what I get. Yo, what up? Joops. I don't know how to say that. How's the game performance? Afraid of buying it? Like, what's your open world FPS? I don't have an FPS counter turned on. Believe it or not. I think you have to, like, go into game files and turn your FPS counter on. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm too lazy to do that. I have heard rumors the game caps at 60 FPS. I don't know if that's true or not, as again, I don't have my FPS counter on. Today is the first day where I've had any actual, like, performance hitches. I'll give it to you completely honest. So prior to today, my performance has been like silky fucking smooth. Frames per second feels good. Boss fights, it doesn't cap FPS. Okay, cool. Yeah, like I said, I have not turned my my FPS counter on yet because I have to do about 32 seconds of work for it. And I have not done that 32 seconds of work at this point in time. I will fully admit it's pretty much just because I'm lazy that I haven't done it. But my performance has been really solid. So, all things considered, right? I would say performance for an early access has been really solid. Today, I have had a couple of weird little frame drops, but I also am not weighing out the fact that it's something that I fucked up with my dual PC today. I plugged in a new mouse today, and my audio went out for a little bit after the fact. So, dual PC doesn't really like when you fuck with things very much. I've learned that over the years of running it. So, I'm hoping I didn't, you know, cook something on my head. However, my performance, again, has been very quite solid. It's consistent. It's fun. I'm not getting massive drops. The frame drops that I got today were like half second, if that, stutters, and the game came right out of it. The worst thing performance-wise right now that I would advise anybody of that's looking to get into it is that the game has notoriously, up to this point, had some server issues that are kind of plaguing it. Now, those have been a lot better today. Like, a lot better today. Almost weirdly better today, to the point where they're pretty much like not impacting a single thing right now. We'll see how that goes later into the night. But this, from what I've gathered over the course of the day, has been by large the best state that the servers have been in, like, since they put them up. So again, it's an early access and everything is kind of like progressionary mindset. You know what I mean? So right now, the game's playable. I don't know what your specs are. I guess starting there is also probably a pretty important thing, all things considered. However, the game is definitely in a playable state, in my opinion. I don't think there is anything, unless you're running specs that just aren't fucking compatible or aren't, like, up to par with what they're recommending. Like, the game's performance for me has not been chunky, has not been bad, it has been smooth, it's been fluid. It's number one thing for me, honestly, if you're asking about performance, this probably matters to you as well. Inputs are smooth. Like, very responsive. Very responsive. And that, to me, is a very important thing. If a game feels like shit, I can't bring myself to play it. Like, if inputs are slow, sluggish to respond, if it feels like they're getting muddied and lost, dude, I can't do it. One thing I really like is, you know, one input, one output feel for games, where if I press one button, I want that one button to cast, whoops. I want that one button to, you know, have its impact as quickly as possible. I don't want to have to mash my one key 6 times to get it to resolve and go through, nor do I want to feel like I have to rely on that to actually cast spells, because it makes the game feel absurdly clunky. Movement is phenomenally responsive. Combat, same thing. Like, threading in perfect blocks is the chunkiest part of combat, and it's still, comparatively to blocking and pretty much any other MMO, again, phenomenally smooth is how I would define it. You can perfect block with very little disruption to your combo, but again, it is still a small disruption to your combo, therefore, that shit chonky to me. So, like, there is a lot that is good over here, from how the game runs to how the game feels and plays, that I have been really consistently impressed by. Like, that's part of the reason why I'm over here in the capacity that I am. I have been here since I finished up with Scars of Honor's playtesting, because I went over there to check that out. Since I finished up Scars of Honor playtesting, I have been over here, whoops, every single thing for an average of about 10 hours. And I whipped out a random 13-hour stream here, which, like, I stream 7 days a week. I try to limit myself to, like, 8 to 10 on a high day, so I don't lose my voice. MC, thank you for following myself. I dumped out a 13-hour stream here after, like, a 12-hour stream. I've been putting up numbers over here. It's better ammo, Scars, or FAREVER. I mean, FAREVER's just further along than Scars is. I think it's two entirely different, you know, lifespans of product. So it's kind of like, you know, what's better, Dusty? This, you know, this chicken that just needs to be seasoned and finished off? Or this chicken that we literally just butchered? What tastes better? Like, Scars is literally, it's like just butchered, right? Who's got more potential? Different markets, right? So this isn't going to be meant to appeal to the open world PvX enjoyer outside of a very niche part of the community, unless the open world zone that they're putting in really just takes off as a main part of the game, which I don't really see it being the most incentivized, nor do I see it being a main part of what the populace of this game is looking for. I think if we're just looking at raw numbers, I think the title that is least like a traditional MMO has the most chance to succeed in today's day and age, because traditional MMOs are not well received by modern gamers. There's a reason why everybody says, man, MMO development's so hard, it's so cooked. It's not because every developer fucking sucks like Reddit would have you believe. It's because MMOs and their time to power incentivization scale just haven't really aged as well as people would sometimes like to think that they have. And I think it's a matter of two kind of different demographics. Like, I'm here after playing both of them, right? But I think Scars is going to be more for the... like the EverQuesty WoW model enjoyer. It's going to be more akin to that. And FAREVER is going to be largely your horizontal players. Like, I think your average everyday FAREVER player is not going to give a flying fuck about whether their build is the most optimal, whether it's one-shotting bosses or not. I think your average FAREVER player, when this game is in its 1.0 launch, will look at the mount menu and go, oh my god, there are so many for me to get. Wow, I have to go find all of them. Oh wow, look at all of the gliders. I can't wait to collect a lot of them. Oh my god, and I get a pet? Ah! And they're gonna fucking gushing grannies about the cute stuff, right? That's the immediate surface appeal of this game, in my opinion, is the fact that it presents extremely cute. This is like the Sykkuno of video games, in my opinion. Everybody thinks it's just this cute ooh-woo game, but deep down, it really just wants to fuck your brains out, right? And the people that know it will understand when a casual player's coming in, you might get hooked on the cute, but this shit's actually, like, it fucks a lot, much more than you think it would. Huh? Bro, you ain't hear about Sykkuno? That man a demon. So anyways, sorry to any Sykkunos in the chat. Anyways, moving on from that. It has a surface level appeal that is far different than what Scar's surface appeal is. Scars is a nitty-gritty MMO that is gonna have, you know, you interacting with other players for some things that matter, and, you know, really hard bosses, and it's gonna be this world that takes itself seriously and builds the world of Aragon. Bro, I couldn't even tell you what the world is called over here, but I can damn sure tell you that every single, like, ooze mob that is high level and named mob has it pretty much like a blob-related pun name. So, chat, quick question. What are your favorite named mob names so far that you've run into? Just as an example. Because we have seen some fucking absurd named mob names. Does he have to be Zesty? Listen, he can be whatever he wants to be. Be whatever he wants to be. I am the FAREVER average player. Bro, that's like most players will be. And even when PvP comes in, your average PvPer is still far differentiated from your people that are, you know, PvP minded like myself, that will literally be doing everything they can to get every singular point of optimization in the PvP systems. Far differentiated. There are going to be a lot of people that go out into that open world area. Blobross. Blobross fucks. I haven't seen a Blob Marley yet, but I really hope that I get to see a Blob Marley, and basically any time that it has an ability that goes off, it's just a smoke-based ability, and it's like a blob with dreads. But that's a far out, maybe like a DLC type boss, because they are gonna have to have more blob puns. Like, I think that's very obvious at this point and rather unavoidable. And I do think Blob Marley is some incredibly low-hanging fruit that I haven't seen taken advantage of yet. I'm getting really good at this ad phase, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of like speedrunning the shit out of this ad phase now. This is fucking wonderful. Groofy. One big piece is Groofy's world event name as well. Like, bro, this game it doesn't take itself super seriously, yet it provides a lot of content that will have you taking it seriously, right? I think that's the incredibly important thing. This game is worried more about feeling like a fun game than it is feeling like your esport compatible title. And in doing that, provides more of a feel of a replicatable and sweatable game in the long term than, unfortunately, a lot of those that do try to build itself as, or themselves as, like, esport-esque titles and esport resemblant titles. It's an interesting balance, because really, when they bring in challenge modes and they bring in rifts and they bring in leaderboard content, brother, that is going to have people optimizing every bit of their build that they can, just naturally. That's, oh, I'm dead. Never mind, everything's fine. Everything's perfectly fine. I might actually get cooked here. No, we're fine. That was a little scary, if I'm being honest. Oh shit, wait. Ah, bitch. Fucking relax. Golly. Golly, that was a little scary. I almost threw. Fucking hell. Almost. Almost. But I didn't. And I probably won't. I'm making this floor look a little interesting, though. I don't really know what I got going on this side of things, but I'll take it. Oh, the frame drops! Don't do it. Yeah, so that's the random frame drop that I've been getting, by the way. That's literally the worst of performance issues that I've had today. Holy lag. Wait, was that just me, or did everybody get that at the same time? Random question. Who else is playing right now, and did everybody just get a massive stutter? Everyone. Oh, peculiar. So it's a server-side issue, not a game performance issue. That's not like on my build, that's on the servers. Weird. Simultaneous, very large stutter for everybody. But, hear me out. The servers aren't crashing. That, my friends, is very good sewer. What up, my goatski? How are you? How was the stream? I see you made your arrival, brother. What are you thinking so far? Because I'm gonna tell you what, I'm still having a shitload of fun, brother. I'm still enjoying myself way too much. Oh, dude, it's... Oh, it's got me by the balls. And, like, not in a kinky way. Like, I'm into it. You still me on this game and I'm enjoying it tons. How fucking dare I? God damn, I'm sorry for bringing joy into your life. I am such a scumbag, brother. Golly. Wait till you learn about the board. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Dude, it's so good. Okay, what do you get up to today? Take me through the journey. Because not everybody's journey is the same every single day. So, I did... Wait, the what? Don't worry about it. There's no board. First rule of board club is don't talk about board club, dog. I don't know what the fuck you're yapping about, but don't talk about board club. Got to 11 on my warrior and have 3 new weapons next level to get levels on. Jesus Christ. Wait, you're cooking. So what have you run so far that you're liking? Ever have something so hot your teeth hurt? My teeth are sensitive to cold. I got little like bitch-made teeth, which is kind of, you know, unfortunate if I'm being honest. But anytime somebody like bites ice cream and oh, I fucking hate it. It is genuinely the most psychotic behavior that I have ever fucking seen. Just ever. And I hate that shit. Servers have felt fantastic the last 2 days. Yeah, yesterday there were still some outages. But today, I think, at least since I've been on, I got on a little late today because I went to job interviews with Carla, and then tomorrow I'll be in Boston, and we'll do an IRL stream tomorrow. And then Saturday I'm back. But servers have been great so far. Definitely best day so far. And hopefully they can get that weird little, like, hitchy stuttery thing out. I think as of right now, that's probably what's cooking it the most. But again, progress is what we are looking for here. It is still an early access time. It is still... Uh-oh. That's not going to be good. It is still an early access title. It is still a pre-1.0 build. And the fact that we're seeing progress at the rate that we are, I think is really impressive. The fact that we are already noticing servers getting better, brother, it's a game changer. If servers weren't improving, I would genuinely be very concerned because they have, I think, lightning in a bottle here. It's just a matter of them continuing to build upon the momentum that they've established. The game climbed back up above 11k peak concurrent today on a Thursday. Tomorrow is probably going to be higher than that because it's Friday. Their last peak concurrency record was Sunday. So with this game, you'll probably see Saturday and Sunday beating Friday if servers hold up. Now, I don't want to make too bold of a prediction because Subnautica's out as well right now. And Subnautica, I think people have been having fun with. I'm pretty sure. But Subnautica just dropped, right? I think this weekend could easily break last weekend's concurrency record if the servers are smooth. That is the #1 caveat. If the servers are smooth, then concurrency goes up. If servers are janky, concurrency goes down. And you can literally tell because of the Steam charts, anytime servers have been good and anytime servers have been unexpectedly bad, it is incredibly noticeable. I had Mongolian beef and rice and it was spicy as fuck. Now my teeth are pulsating. You might just be soft. Carla talked me into Panda Express today. She went for a job interview, and it went really well. And honestly, it probably went really well because I allowed her to cook so much with the Panda Express. Oh, fuck me. I threw. Like, we don't get Panda frequently because A, there's only one Panda in all of Maine. It's a mall Panda. And I think Panda's, like, mid as fuck, if I'm being completely honest. I think Panda Express is extremely highly overrated. I will say that publicly. I think it is, like, I think it is good, but I feel like I would almost rather have local Chinese food, like 10 times out of 10. Now, I have not tried the new chicken that they had today that has like bulldog hot sauce or whatever the fuck it is, bulldog or some bullshit like that. Dickful, something like that. Anyways, it's supposed to be like a spicy chicken. I haven't tried that, but I don't like their orange chicken. It's just, it's all sweet. It's no spicy. Also, Fupo, we did not eat real panda today. No, that would not be nice. We do not eat the crispy, crunchy panda. Although, what is Beijing beef? What makes it Beijing beef instead of just beef? Because you've got chicken of the sea. What if you've got beef of the China and it's just panda? Chinese cow. What is a Chinese cow? A panda? In Iceland, they had lambs everywhere. Like just sheep all over the fucking place. They basically paid you at the grocery stores to take lamb off their hands. It's crazy. Chicken over there was like $5 a pound. Panda is mega ass. Like, hear me out. I'm not upset with Panda Express at any point in time, but I would rather have Subway than have Panda Express if I'm paying for the food. I think Subway is a larger value. Especially, well, only if you're using the app. Subway without the app is not a value anymore. That shit is a scam. Only get Subway if you're using, like, the $6.99 footlong code. I also think Subway's pretty bad. Subway is not great. But when you're looking at going out to eat anywhere, right? If you just don't want to cook, a Subway footlong will fill you up for $6.99. And some of their product is better than, you know, their worst product, right? Naturally, they have good product, they have bad products. I think that Jersey Mike's is a higher quality sub than Subway. But Jersey Mike's is too expensive compared to Subway for the similarity. I think Jersey Mike's is better, but I don't think Jersey Mike's gaps enough to the point where I'm willing to pay $17.77 for a Jersey Mike's Giant after main state sales tax when I can get a Subway footlong for $7.55. It just makes more sense to do Subway. Jimmy John's a nice middle ground. I had airport Jimmy John's relatively recently. It was when I was getting ready to go to Phoenix. Carla and I were going to Phoenix to see her family. And we had different flights there because it was cheaper. And I got Jimmy John's at the airport before my flight. And like, that shit was ass. Like, actually, it wasn't ass. Sponsor me. Sponsor me. But it definitely was not like, oh my god, this is absolutely fucking insane. Subway meatball sub is top value, put everything on it. I get the chicken bacon ranch because if you get the Subway series chicken bacon ranch, it comes with double cheese on it for the free, right? You just get the extra Cheesington. Oh, I got purple star. So basically, double cheese for the free. They use the rotisserie chicken instead of like the styrofoam chicken strips. So that's a lot better. And then I load that shit up. What's the most rare weapon in this game? I mean, probably the fist weapons, the ram fists right now. I don't know if those are farmable from bosses. So it'd probably be these in super high rarity, if I had to guess. Because most weapons are farmable from bosses or dungeons or some area. But so the meatball in my broke days because that shit already has a ton of calories. See, you're thinking like me. Calories per dollar. Yes. If I'm going out to eat or something, I'm looking at calories per dollar. If I'm going to the store, I'm looking at price per pound of the protein that I'm getting, which is why we buy a lot of chicken. We get whole chickens for 99 cents a pound, and the split chicken breasts that I marinated in teriyaki and honey sesame. No, sesame ginger, not honey sesame. They came out fucking delicious that I made last night after stream. Also 99 cents a fucking pound. We just don't spend a lot of money on stuff. Got my first legendary Ramulus and Remus. Wait, where do you get that? Because finding that in legendary is a big W. Those weapons are very fun. Ram weapons are formable from the boss dungeon at the top of the auto map. With the fist weapons too? Just mobs, the Crimson. Were you doing like the Crimson 3 farm with the 3 named mob packs? Or what in particular? Need those ram fists on my rogue? Yeah, I mean they're rogue priests. They're primary dex scaling. So I've even been considering like cooking a build up with those bad boys on the priest. I would just need a lot of dex gear. I'm still leveling. What? Brother, I haven't found a single legendary. And I have been grinding. Grinding, let me tell you, you are a lucky duck. What level do you get him at? Does armor drop as epic or just weapons? Just weapons. Armor caps at blue. Same thing with jewelry. God damn. Quick gun on the south, does it go to calories per dollar? You can't get calorie per dollar value at menu price no matter where you go, I'm not gonna lie. I will say though, when I was in Phoenix, Carla's family took me to El Rancho Market, and they have like a full like taqueria, like a taco place type shit, right? Just in the market itself. It's like a big ass grocery store, but they do fresh tacos and everything there. Oh my god, it was so good. And those things were so insanely cheap. We were going to Panda today to get her Panda, and there was a taco place, and their tacos were like 3 for $16. And I was like, god damn, I know what I will not be getting, because we got like 8 tacos for 10 fucking bucks when we were at El Rancho, bro. It was just a different value over there. I saw those taco prices and I was like, no, I actually got myself a fry box from a different place. That shit was good as hell. I got some Korean fries. They had like kimchi and shit on them. They were good as hell. Like quantity over quality generally, rather a tub of mid food over a bite of 3-star Michelin food. I mean, it all depends. Like, so when I went to Iceland with Carla and her friends, we went to Skal in Iceland, which has been like voted Iceland's #1 restaurant, you know, like a million years running at this point, since Iceland was fucking covered in ice. It has, I think, 1 Michelin star or some bullshit. And we went and we were like, okay, you know, we'll go for the experience and, you know, not worry about the cost. Turns out, if you are aware of where you're going, you can literally go to Michelin star places for the same price that you would go to a normal restaurant. Not all of them are insanely expensive. And we got out of eating at Skal and stuffing ourselves full of food, and it was just delicious food, man. Some of the most fresh, flavorful shit that I have ever experienced. Oh my god. It was just unreal, man. I had beef tartare there that was just god tier. Just everything there was so delicious. Got out of it for under 100 USD, which might sound crazy, but you go to a sit-down place for 2 people and you get yourself an appetizer, main course, and a couple of alcoholic bevies, and you're at $100, no questions asked. Taco places are going up because of Chipotle, right? I mean, depends on where. Like, I'm not gonna lie, actual authentic taco places are so far separated from Chipotle. Like, I used to not know the glory of real authentic tacos because I live in Maine, right? We just don't have a ton of authentic taco places up here. It's how Maine is, right? And for a while, I thought Chipotle was like, you know, fast casual version, but like actual Mexican food. And, you know, white people tacos to me, as I call them now, tacos El Caucasiano, I was like, you know, that's how tacos are. So when Carla came up, my girlfriend, she was living in Phoenix with her family, but she grew up like in Mexico, like deep in Mexico. And I told her about tacos. And somehow, like, we're talking about tacos, and the topic of, like, you know, Hamburg for the tacos came up. And she was like, wait, what the fuck do you mean Hamburg for the tacos? And the first time that I had, like, authentic tacos, where it was a Tacos El Gordo in Vegas. And I was like, wait a second. These are not what I'm used to. It was a cultural experience, dude. It was enlightening. The radish with the bite, the 2 corn tortillas that you separate with every taco order, so every taco is technically 2 tacos. It's value. It's fucking insane. Like, I love lime too, so that helped out a lot, but lime being on everything there, bro, now, like, we have had white people tacos once, and it was for Cinco de Mayo this year. Because ironically, we felt it was the only appropriate thing because Carla also had no fucking idea what Cinco de Mayo was because they don't really celebrate Cinco de Mayo in Mexico except for one specific region in Mexico. Like, it's actually celebrated more in America than it is in Mexico. So she didn't know what the fuck Cinco de Mayo was. So we decided to do Tacos El Caucasiano for Cinco de Mayo this year. Last year for 4th of July, we went up to my family's 4th of July barbecue and we did authentic tacos. I made a barbacoa. I didn't like dig a hole in the ground or anything, but like I made delicious barbacoa meat. We brought those up, you know, had actual tacos for my family. Carla made a salsa from scratch. It was fucking delicious. And that was how we celebrated. Bro, it's a completely different world once you get into the real tacos. And I will say, like, that to me is completely separated from Chipotle. When I look at Chipotle, I'm not looking at, you know, authentic corn torts coming out to me that have been dipped in the juice of the meat or just a form of fat thrown on a griddle, seared off lightly to get that little bit of bubble with that nice stretchiness. Oh my God, dude, I'm not expecting that out of Chipotle. I want them to fill my bowl with as much as possible. Give me one of their giant-ass flour torts on the side, and then I want to fill that shit up myself, because if I let them fill it up, those pussies are gonna skimp. And I will complain. So, I've learned the tech of bowl with tortilla on the side. And then you just ask for double rice, double beans while you're going. The rice and the beans are free. You stock up on pretty much everything you can, carb-wise, calorie-wise. And then you fill it yourself. Half of that giant-ass bowl goes in your tort. Half of the giant-ass bowl goes in your belly after. Not in a tort. Or you can get 2 torts. Cinco de Mayo is like an American holiday. Yeah, it's literally an American holiday. How was the interview? She thinks that it went about as well as it possibly ever could have. Which is cool. Because, like, she's interviewing for, like, career-esque jobs at this point. Things that would bring effectively, like, 20-year plus stability and growth with benefit packages to match that long-term level of incentivization, right? So she's looking at, like, you know, big girl jobs type shit, which, you know, going from sales to something as consistent as what she's looking at now would be a really cool jump up. So it went exceedingly well, according to her. They said she'd hear back within a few days. But apparently they were basically like glazing her the entire interview. She was like cracking jokes and shit. And we also discovered a cheat code. She just basically, because she is like manager for the stream, so to say. When we travel, she does a lot of the traveling and the planning and a lot of the organizing and helps with a lot of like back end stuff for the stream. She got to put that on her resume because the stream is actually like a successful entity now. So it's a verifiable credential that she like worked for the channel, because part of what she's applying for is like marketing and social media jobs, basically, where she would be either like customer service facing or working with marketing stuff. And being able to put that she's marketing for like a successful stream is fucking hilarious. Like, it's actually a cheat code, apparently, when she updated her resume to put that she had, like, basically the, I don't even know how she phrased it, whether it was, like, a social media manager, or whether it was just, like, full, like, personal manager. I don't really know even how she framed it on her resume. But as soon as she threw that on her resume, she started getting calls back like fucking crazy comparatively to what she was before having it on. which is kind of funny. But if you're ever craving a Big Mac, just get 2 McDoubles just as a Big Mac. More burger and taste the exact same. You'd think that it's cheaper, but the fuckers took McDoubles off of the 2 for $4. So now 2 McDoubles is actually like $6. It's effectively the same exact price. They figured out the tech that it was just like Big Mac with less price. What the fuck? Yeah, if I ordered 2 McDoubles right now, bro, you don't want to know the price. Hold on, remind me after the boss fight. And I'll order 2 McDoubles in my McDonald's app and I'll tell you, what up, Grumpus? Thank you for the 5-day, dog. I appreciate you. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, brother. What you getting up to? For the free yellow crab from a chest, someone just look me up. Yes, yes, yes. I want to start compiling a lot more of those areas where people can just go for free mounts and shit. I'd dig up clips so we can get the dragon glider out to people. Chillin' just got off work. Hope it was a good day, my dude. What does the grind have in store for you on this fine evening? Just gotta CC those bad boys. I get 4 of them in a drink because I'm a fat ass. No, listen. 4 of those bad boys in a drink is a normal amount. I don't know if I might also be a big back at heart, but like I went through a Taco Bell phase when I came home from TwitchCon 2 years ago. The first time going to TwitchCon. It was also my first time having COVID. And I was still streaming because I had the streak going, so I wasn't just gonna like stop streaming because I got fucking COVID. But problem was, I wasn't going out to any like stores or anything because living in Maine, the average age of the population is like 72. So if I went out to stores, I'd basically be a biochemical weapon and I would probably have killed like, you know, half of Maine's population, just giving that shit to some old people. So I tried to avoid that. And after streams, I'd be like, okay, well, what's open? And I'd Google food near me open. And the only thing within a 40-minute vicinity that was open when I was getting off stream, which is normally like, you know, 11 p.m. midnight, was Taco Bell. And so I started looking into like, you know, Taco Bell tech. And I very quickly discovered the min-maxing for Taco Bell. So you make a, you know, an account with their rewards. And in their lowest tier reward, I've been clean to the bell for a little bit, so I don't know if this is still accurate. But in the lowest tier of rewards, they have a cheesy roll-up, which is a literal just tortilla with cheese on it. Or they also have the god tier of all god tier items, a cheesy gordita crunch. In the lowest tier of rewards, like the first tier. They have multiple tiers. Why don't they have the cheesy G in a higher tier? I don't know. Might have changed now, but back in the day, it was the lowest tier of reward. So they also have their exclusive online boxes. They used to be cheaper. Back when I was on the bell, like back when I was belling, after stream, I would go in the app, and for $6.59 plus tax, I would get, hear me out on this, a cheesy gordita crunch, a Crunchwrap Supreme, or another cheesy gordita crunch if I wanted to double down, a beefy 5-layer burrito, cheesy fiesta potatoes, and a large Dr. Pepper for $6.59 USD. And then I would hit their value menu, and I would get, you know, a couple cheesy cheesy bean and rice, because those are really high calorie per dollar. And I would just stack up on the calories. I would get a 3,000 calorie meal that I would eat at midnight to 1 a.m. while Carla and I would watch movies for 10 bucks. I can hear your guts gurgling from here. Honestly, the stomach wasn't the worst part. It was the heart. So every time I ordered, there was a sodium warning on the order. And the only thing is, like, I got that shit frequently because I had COVID. Chat felt bad for me. And they'd be like, Dusty, what are you doing for food tonight? And I was like, I don't know. I don't have food at the house because I was gone for TwitchCon and then got back and had COVID. So I got to figure something out. And they'd be like, you getting Taco Bell? And I'd be like, I don't want to spend my money on Taco Bell. And people would just donate money for Taco Bell every night. And they'd be like, all right, asshole, go get... Fuck! It bugged. My B got the kill. They'd be like, all right, go get money for Taco Bell. Enjoy. Or, sorry, go get Taco Bell. Here's money for Taco Bell. Enjoy. I would literally be forced to go get Taco Bell because I feel bad if I pocket people's money when they donate and tell me to use it for something specific, with the exception of like Fent or something, right? Not going to use it for that. I'm allergic to Fent, so can't do that. But like realistically, this mouse is interesting. Like, it's so weird because if I turn the mouse off and click on the mouse button, it feels entirely different than when it's on and I click on the mouse button. It's so crazy. Like, the haptic feedback system is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. You know what's bad when the Taco Bell app is giving sodium warning? Okay, well, hear me out. The bad part wasn't necessarily that. It was more so the fact that after like a week of getting Taco Bell pretty much nightly, I was starting to have like chest pain. I literally, like, my chest hurt. Oh, thank you. And I would be laying in bed and it would feel like my heart was working harder to pump blood throughout my body than it should have been. Which was interesting. So me, being a man of science, I would roll over onto my, like, you know, onto my side, my right side, so that way my heart could pump downhill, and then it would all ease up. Okay, let's see. Order McPickup. That means it's working. Yeah, it was working. I could confirm. It was definitely working. It was working like a fucking 1980s truck going down the road. Had some black smoke coming out of it. You also had COVID. That shit can fuck your heart up. Yeah, so probably the combination of me slamming sodium into my body while also having COVID did not sit very well with my actual heart. It was kind of cooked. Okay, so here. A Big Mac sandwich is $6.99. A cheeseburger is $2.59. A double cheeseburger is $3.19. A triple cheeseburger is $5.29. Let's see. A McDouble is $2.50. And if you get two of them, it is 2 for $5. It is not 2 for $4. So 2 McDoubles is $5, and then a Big Mac is $6.99. So $2 less. But still not 2 for $4 anymore, which is fucked up. And then they have the Daily Double, which is literally just a McDouble that comes with like lettuce and American cheese, has lettuce and tomatoes on it, sorry. And those are not 2 for $4 either. So there's not really value in McDonald's, even through the app. Yo, Wine, what up, dog? Still Legolas? Yes, sir, ski like a man with a bow. I am down fucking horrendous. So, we're just talking about the lack of economy around McDonald's nowadays. It's fucking cooked. What's up with the servers? Shit's running nice tonight? Bro, they're working on it. Who would have thought? They're actually fixing it. This game fucks. Yeah, Doink, you liking it? Wait till you find your first mount, and then you get into all of the mount grinds and the cosmetic grinds, brother. Once you start to truly explore, you will understand why I am so okay with waiting for more PvP to come out. Or any PvP. And more multiplayer content. The fact that the CEO spit that shit out should terrify us. He could also just be a little pussy. There are a lot of people in the world that wouldn't eat ass either. Doesn't mean that eating ass is a bad thing. It just means they're pussies. Just realistically. So, like, I would say, don't mind me missing all of that. Realistically, I'd say that's more like, I don't know, a him personal thing than it even is a McDonald's thing. Cause like, I'm gonna be real. I know professional athletes that eat McDonald's. Now, in moderation, of course. If you're out there slamming fucking Whoppers and Big Macs and shit every day, click clack, thank you for all much love, dog. Then you're gonna get yourself cooked. But all things in moderation. Brother, there are fucking professional athletes that do Fent in the off season. Y'all ever seen Delonte West? He was banging LeBron's mom dropping role player level gameplay in the NBA and was definitely on some shit when he was in the league as well, because we seen where he been. Fence a PED. That shit'll have you on a different level. Whopper will get me sick these days so bad. Yeah, but like, if I buy you a Whopper, you're still gonna eat that shit. Like, you'll still face tank it just because it's a fucking Whopper. Like, nobody expects it to be good, but it's good enough to be enjoyable. I'm gonna eat it, but it's gonna hurt. Exactly. Exactly. And you're gonna know that it's gonna hurt. Like, Carla brought me in a bowl of Panda Express because we went to Panda Express today. She loves Panda. I think Panda could definitely be better. Although, this isn't the worst so far. We actually got some good shit today. So, I know damn sure for bed tonight, I am going to be praying to deities that I don't even know exist. I am going to be 1v1ing the Porcelain Throne like it is the final boss fight in one of those friend slop games. I am going to be very upset. However, still eat the Panda Express. I'm not gonna turn that shit down, so. I'm not gonna turn that shit down at all. What's the best way to farm Stardust? I mean, one of the best farms for pretty much everything is right out here. The first bridge, like, as you go over into Valley of the Eternal Autumn. There are 3 Crimson packs that spawn there. So, basically, with the Crimson packs, they'll have a named mob with them. And then they also have... Oh, this way. They also have multiple trash mobs. Super solid farm for just about everything from dismantling mats to upgrade mats to pretty much everything. Rogue fucks. Wait till you get into some of the sustain builds. Then you're truly going to experience the joy. Shout out Fresh Slice Pizza. The fuck is Fresh Slice Pizza? $23 for 6 people. I can cook at home for less than that. The fuck you mean? What shield are you using? Crab shield. Crab shield. Crab shield, best shield in my opinion. It is so fucking good. Some people really like Dominion because of the additional damage. I personally just like crab shield so much. The healing, the damage, the everything is so good. Only thing is, it has a couple of bugs. More so, Bee Fury has a couple of bugs. One of them interacts with Crab Shield, which is quite unfortunate, but, you know, is what it is. What level do you get them out? Level 1. The first thing that you are going to want to do is hit escape and then go into the shop. Claim everything. It's all free. It's all free. The spicy chicken is so spicy. Is it? I don't know if I've taken a bite yet. Everything's good, though. Which one's a spicy chicken? Like the orange one? That tastes like... That tastes like a very niche thing that I used to have. So, when I was a kid, we would shop at basically like off-brand grocery stores because we couldn't afford actual groceries. So we'd go to a place called Caswell's. It's kind of like Martin's, like it's a liquidation place basically. So they'd get food products that weren't expired, but they'd get inventory from other places. And randomly, they would have these frozen bourbon sauce chicken strips. And I remember whenever they had those, I would like beg my mom to get them because they were just so fucking good. And they taste really similar to the bourbon chicken strips I used to have. I don't remember what brand they were. I don't remember much about them. I don't even know if my mom would remember. But it was just this crazy off-brand, like, frozen bourbon chicken strip bag. And that shit's real good. I actually like that a lot. You on NA? I am indeed, yes. And NA has been running smooth tonight. How spit plants work is there's RNG or you can actually choose when to launch. It gives you a countdown. What do you mean? The ones that you like climb into, like the Plants vs Zombies guys? Because it gives you a countdown. It like sucks you in and then it spits you out at the end of the countdown. It should be on your screen anyways. If it's not, then you're either blind or bugged. She just fart. Did I just hear a mob poo? I'm very confused. It's so spicy. I think you're kind of soft. It's really not that spicy. I think your super greens have made you weak. Like, are you genuinely losing your spice tolerance? Because I feel like you have been complaining about things being spicy more than I have lately. We've eaten like the same shit. And I think you're soft now. I don't have a geared rogue. Feel like rogue doesn't deal enough damage for how squishy we are. Depends on the build. So if you're struggling with like self-sustain, there are some talents that you can grab. You can also go Cheese Axe build. Cheese Axe is fucking crazy for self-sustain. It's not gonna be like as strong for self-sustain as say this is. But Cheese Axe is still very, 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 very good for self-sustain. Big Axe? Hold on. It's Cheese Moon. So, basically... Hold on. Oh, yeah. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Cheese Moon's the one that people really like for heals, right? And sustain, am I tripping or is that the bleed one? Bone throw is a throw. Deals bleed, jumps to 2 enemies. Crippled will lower you. Me? Or who? It's not that I can't deal damage, but I look at other classes, they have good damage and good sustain. Oh, I mean, that's also going to be kind of one of the rogue things, right? Part of what I look at, or what I think of when I look at rogue, is almost this like one-dimensional, I do damage, I poison, but everything's typically like offensive. Outside of like resets in a rogue kit, at least rogues that I typically interact with in games. Which is part of why I hate them. They play so ratty. And I think when a rogue can stand toe to toe, then it just becomes a warrior. Which, when you're looking at a solo ability standpoint, I think that sustain is literally everything. Like, just everything. Sustain is so good. Our smoke bomb, 60-second CD. Yeah, you can smoke bomb and eat in the smoke bomb, but like, again, 60-second. Do you have all of your runes for your abilities as well? Or nah? Because farming up runes will help you a lot. Ollie, good day, my friend. Planning about the game is really good. Yeah, it's really enjoyable. It's really enjoyable. It doesn't have the most multiplayer. You can do everything in the game multiplayer right now, up to groups of 4. But it's definitely like a multiplayer adventure right now, more than an MMO. Like, more than a mass multiplayer, right? So, you can still see and interact with people. And there is still a lot to do. It is still very fun, very enjoyable. It's an immersive exploration-based world with a lot of area to go explore. You have multiple boss fights and dungeons. And the roadmap's only bringing in more. The fights themselves are incredibly fun. So, I am currently doing this fight over and over and over again until my mental breaks to try to farm up this, but in Legendary. which is the highest rarity. I have not found a single legendary yet. I have been farming since Sunday for legendaries, I think. I'm pretty sure Sunday. I am down bad. Technically, I need 3 legendary drops as well. How many runs? I think it took me 56 for my first one. I've got a... I don't have a counter going. But I've got to guess. With an average of... I'd say I've probably been doing like 4 to 5 hours of bossing every day. Actually, more than that. Because I've been streaming 10 hours of this game on a fucking daily. So... I'd say realistically, I've probably been doing like, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours of bosses a day. Just, you know, chill pace. Obviously not running an absurdly high damage build. This build's super cozy, allows me to yap with chat, enjoy my time and my existence, which I really enjoy. But other than that, it's been consistent. It's been cozy. So, I've got a solid amount of runs, unfortunately. I also even tried to, like, cheese the system, and I tried to do some queen bees on normal to see if I could get a cheeky level 20 legendary out of the normals because I'd be able to clear them faster. That also did not work. So, it's almost like I just got fucking anti-streamer loot at this point. I'm not quite sure what I've done to deserve this curse, but I've definitely offended somebody in France. I don't know, like... I don't know if they got a president. I don't really know who I should hit up about it. But my streamer loot is very, 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 very broken right now. Anybody run over 250x and not get one? Yeah, bro, I keep in mind, I haven't found a single legendary. Like, on my entire character. Like, the whole existence of it. I haven't found a legendary. Not just a legendary B-Fury. Like, I haven't found a legendary. Which is unfortunate. My sort button didn't work yesterday. Was your inventory full? Because if your inventory is full, then your sort button will not work. I haven't got an epic yet. I think epics and legendaries can only drop when you are level 11 plus. I think. Based on what I've been able to see. I want to say it's 11 plus. I haven't either. You haven't got a Lego or an epic? Uh-oh. Gosh dang it. This isn't the greatest set of circumstances, chat. Everything's fine. Everything's peachy. I hate jumping. It just makes me so sad. Level 14, what should I farm right now? What are you trying to do? Like, are you just trying to optimize XP, or like, what are you trying to get at? Because I think that's the big thing. Like, if you're trying to optimize XP, then you just do Crimson 3. And then that'll also get you started with some profession mats, some baseline gear as you level, but it's also going to be, like, green, but I want a cool weapon. I mean, if you want cool weapons, bosses are going to drop a lot of your more notable weapons, but you could also go hunt shinies throughout the world, and, like, target all your named mobs. So any of your objectives on your map that are, like, named mobs could definitely chase those down and go after them. Shiny hunting, probably another good thing. Go clear your shinies, go clear your name mobs. Hit dungeons if you have anything in particular that you're looking to chase, right? Because dungeons have set loot tables. So, like, depending on what you're going for, that'll probably determine, like, what dungeon you're trying to run. Other than that, though, that's kind of why, like, the name mob grind is so nice. Because when you're killing named mobs or shinies, you can pull in any of the loot from that faction's drops, typically. So you have a chance to, like, RNG out some dungeon drops. So, what's Crimson? As you go over the first bridge into Eternal Valley of the Eternal Autumn, there are 3 humanoid packs that spawn. And I'll show you exactly where on the map in a sec. Excuse you. So basically, one of them spawns here, one of them spawns here, one of them spawns here. And then after the spawn, crazy that I didn't get hit that entire time. You basically just kill them. And then you do the loop over and over and over. And if you want to level, then that's super efficient. Good XP, good drops. Might kick the shit out of you a little bit. but as you get gear, you'll be fine. If that is hard, then you can go up here. I don't know much better. I'm gonna raw damages, but be for your DPS seems bad. Assuming you use it for self-heal. Our DPS is bugged too. Like, so one of the biggest factors with Amon Ram damage is that our sunlight procs do so much damage with Amon Ram. There's a fun bug with Bee Fury where it doesn't consume our sunlight at all. So we're supposed to do about 60-ish damage every finisher, which is like doubling the damage of my finisher, basically. And I'm also supposed to do hits of about 15 every single attack after my sunlight proc. And I'm able to keep that up with permanently chaining sunlight. But Bee Fury in particular is bugged and isn't actually consuming the sunlight proc, nor is it generating charges for my crab shield. So in terms of damage, I'm missing out on two things with Bee Fury right now. The sunlight proc, which is most of our damage in the first place as a priest. That's just where like most of our DPS comes from. And then from there, also not having my crab shield. We're using this so it gets fixed. And it's already clearing just fine. Rare, thank you for the 4 months. Also, the self-healing is fucking insane. So even without damage like being factored in, right? This build from a cozy self-healing standpoint is fucking stupid. So for me, it's like, I'm already clearing the boss as easy as fuck anyways, right? It's not like I'm necessarily down bad in a spot where I can't clear, can't do anything. I'm actually able to just check out and talk to chat while I'm clearing bosses and face tank mechanics because of how strong the build is. So even though the damage mechanics are bugged right now, I'm still killing the bosses. I'm not running out of floor. I'm not running out of any time like that. And once the build gets fixed, then I think the damage with this build is actually going to be better or on par with Ram Spear in the stronger builds. Because you're just going to be pumping out so much more damage, right? So a big part of this is dealing and taking damage has a 20% chance to generate a stack of buzzing, and then you drop the bees. Every bee that you drop is extending the bee duration by 3 seconds. Every bee hits for 65 to 80 base damage every 3 seconds, and you have a shitload of bees out. So anytime I have to relocate, anytime I have to self-heal, it's just passive additional damage that goes out. And then this does a shitload of magic damage, right? So focus scalar here. It's strength, or sorry, strength faith, not focus. But also slows, keeps things in range, and then armor and magic resist for everybody hit. So this strips 40% magic resist, pop asunder, pop a reverse honey spin, 40% magic resist stripped, given to me, and then more armor and magic resist as well per enemy that I grip, plus just genuine big ass damage. So all things considered, just Berserker, basically, yeah. I call it like the AOB build, because it still does really solid AOE, but the bees are bringing in a lot of single target. Like, once the build is actually facilitating, because keep in mind, with Sunlight up, I'm missing out on 15% faith as damage every single attack. I'm missing out on the Sunlight proc for 60% faith on the final combos, and the ability to even scale down into other Sunlight, modifiers, because Sunlight's not getting consumed. So again, like, I could just switch off of it and be like, this will be fucked forever. But I really like the concept of the build, and as the damage continues to increase, we are up fucking tremendous. Did the beast profit from the magic resistance reduction? Yeah, so this is on the enemy. Like, this is an enemy modifier. So I hit the enemy, and it takes away 40% of their magic res for everybody. Yes. Yes. That is one of the best things about this, especially as we scale up into eventual group content. Having one of these in your group is over 50% uptime. But, like, is it working? Different question. That's for the developers to figure out. I'm gonna run the build as if it's working and hope that they fix the things that aren't. I've already reported the bee bug as well, because keep in mind too, right now I'm using Raclette Pan, which gives me crit. I'd like to use Eternal Flower Heart, which my weapon skills have a chance to summon a bee. That bee summon also facilitates the 3 second, because this is summoning any bee extends the duration of all summon bees. So those bees also apply to that. So when this is working, Eternal Flower Heart, and my Bee Fury's working, I think I'm actually going to be able to sustain about 7 to 10 bees, which will all be just blasting damage. It'll be over 100 DPS a second just from that, or DPS, just from that. And then when I have my sunlight being consumed again, that's another massive DPS increase. So right now, this build is the most gimp that it's ever going to be. And it's still performing really well. Where do you get blue level 20 rings in neck? I'm using level 15 rings. Just because they kind of fuck. And haven't found many other better ones. Neck, also crafted. But all of these are crafted. And then they're also socketed through crafting. The neck is actually kind of nasty. I do like the neck a lot. The rings, also good. Could be better. But quite solid. I actually don't know what we'd even replace these with right now. Just from what's in the loot table. Because there's nothing else that we can throw together that's going to be any, like, higher level. I'm already at level 6. So I don't think there is anything. Flat secondary stat rings are nutty. Yeah, these guys with just a straight crit. They're also really cheap. Really cheap. Because you could drop a little bit of the vitality, absolutely. And you go like double crit. Double fervor. I mean the greens. I have to sneeze. Sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, the ones that you would farm up off Crimson 3, right? Yeah, those are a solid option as well. Those don't have any vitality on them, so if you're worried about tankiness, then vitality might be a good play, which I was when I was making these. Only thing is now, I'm tanky as shit. I have 441 HP. I could take both of these off. And be 423. Are you leveling your profession and spamming the component crafts? Or do you actually have to craft gear? Oh, it's super easy. If it has an arrow, green arrow, you get a level. Green arrow, you get a level. No green arrow, no level. Super simple. So, craft points are up here. You get craft points by anything that has this little token. You spend craft points on anything that requires it.
The Dusty Express straight to a fucking Ember Spring.
Where do you find the red club hand? It is Ratsar. What's your armor at? My armor is currently with no buffs or anything at 1632, which gives me 40% reduction. And that's without like other active buffs or anything like that. Which honestly kind of chunky. I'm not gonna lie. It's 20 max level. Currently, yes. Currently, yes. It will expand up to level 50 in the long term. This game got PvP? Currently, no, but it will in the long term. The roadmap is... yeah. Armor's 4419. The fuck? Why do you have so much armor? How? What do you have for a multiplier? That's like... it's an exorbitant amount of armor. But there's a roadmap. Minus 65. Oh, you must be in diminishing return then. Mage shield perk gives 200% more? Wait. Whoa, wait. It's just a flat 200% more armor? Haha. Wait, hold on. Is that fully like 100% uptime? Cause like that's fucking stinky. Like that's really good. Really want to see if they have raids. I hope they do. I hope they do. I hope the world boss requires more than Scars of Honor's world boss did for us to take down. We were told the Scars world boss was going to require a lot of people. And by the end of the playtest, we were killing it with 2 people. It could be soloed as well. So, yeah, we were a little disappointed there. But, it has a 30-second CD and lasts a minute. Interesting. Shield's about 170. I have 360 HP. About 20 HP with 4.4k armor. Yeah, the thing about Priest that makes it so strong is that you don't even need to necessarily worry about like scaling to an exorbitant degree. All you have to do is be able to survive a 1-hit, and then you can just insta-heal because you can have so many abilities that you rune into healing. It's so impactful. Healing Priest, I think, is the best class. A lot of people like Warrior a lot, too. I think for soloing, Priest is cozy as fuck. Like, could I fully optimize my Priest for damage and clear much faster? Much. But also have to worry about death way more. Yeah, I could. I'd have to lock in a little bit. I'd have to pay a little bit of attention. But now, I just get to smack and heal. I see Zob finally came to the QC side. Oh, and nobody can resist it. Everybody's going to be over here. You give it, I'm going to say 2 more weeks of me streaming this, and all of CATS is going to be over here. Everybody's going to understand that with the roadmap and the additions they're bringing in, it's going to be a good game. I understand I have so much damage for flamethrower build. So that's the staff, right? What are you using for your secondary? Roadmap looks so good. Brother, I have been impressed by not only the roadmap, but also something as simple as this. Everybody comes in and talks about the builds that they're running, and we talk about, you know, the benefits of some builds, the drawbacks of some builds. We talk about it in a way where it's not, oh my god, you're a fucking idiot if you're not running what I'm running, but like, oh, this build seems like the damage is a little low. Is it because of the self-healing? Because the self-healing's fucking crazy. Yeah, it is. And then also because bugged as shit. Other builds, it's like, oh, why do you run your build? Well, because I like flame throwing and kiting. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. Cutting people around. Any chance you'd still start trade one of your extra purple be fury, still using level 13? Yeah. If you can find a way to invite me to group. How the fuck are we inviting people to group nowadays? Do we have to get on the same layer? Or like, what's the dealio there? Is it just Steam invites? Because you can do exclamation Steam, and then you can send me one there. What's Fervor do? Fervor, you can see that in your more stats panel. But basically, it increases your damage done, healing done, and shielding from your skills. I think it's just Steam for now. Exclamation Steam. And then that's my Steam friend code. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I can bring my bowl up. Murphy, thank you for the follow. But yeah, I have a couple extras. I have some in my bank as well. Yeah, you can definitely get one. I upgraded from a level 13 to a level 20, and let me tell you, shit's nice, dog. Shit's nice. Just be aware with Bee Fury that you are not proccing sunlight. Oh, somebody asked what trees I went down. This. So basically, not too worried about any of those. In terms of this, 50% damage over 6 seconds. I could theoretically, once sunlight starts working again, go here to play off of the crit. Which, again, this is 20% additional crit chance. So, I mean, this is likely what I'll do when sunlight's working with Bee Fury. But we can generate sunlight. We just don't consume the sunlight stack on our finisher when Bee Fury's up. Whereas, when we have Pocket Hive in our main hand, it does consume it. So, it's an unfortunate bug. It cooks the build's damage pretty substantially, but also we have to keep in mind that we're down literally 50% of our damage right now because of a bug. We can more or less permanently upkeep sunlight, so we are getting this nearly all the time. And it is quite unfortunate that sunlight just doesn't fucking function right now. Is there trading? You can drop trade for people on the same layer. What'll scale for players be for the PvP 4v4? We don't really know, honestly. They'll be doing duels, and then they'll be doing battlegrounds, and then an open world PvX area, of which we don't really know the design for. So that's going to be interesting. You're the friend of it. I'll give it a look in a sec. When you ever look on the tree more, that's pretty much what I was going to do. Yeah, this is more or less it. It's just, it scales crit, and then all three of these are solid to have, right? Sunlight heals, Soothing Rays there. Purging Strikes is insane, especially if you have a fast hitting weapon. Swift Justice, pretty solid as well. So, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I don't really think any of the bottom ones are good. Supposed to go to their trees eventually. Yeah, exactly. They want to give us 3 trees down the road for every class as part of the roadmap. So they're, I don't know, be like a sunlight, then maybe something that's more pure heal oriented, and then something else. So 3 trees as a whole would be phenomenal. Hit like a 702 with my Bee Fury, no weapon stones. You've hit a 702 on fucking what? Goddamn. Goddamn, that's kind of large. All right, I'll be right back. I'm bringing my bowl of Prior Panda Express out so it stops smelling like panda in the stream room. And honestly, I already feel like shit. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I had Panda Express in like 30 minutes after I feel like Dookie. With Dom probably? Yeah. The Dom scaling does go kind of quazy. Kind of quazy, especially if you're getting a crit. You full crit scale. You rock a Dom. Yeah. Surprised you didn't go with the fervor increase and the Soothing Ray side. It's really good. And since sunlight's not working, I did have it. So without sunlight working, that's what I should be, basically. But honestly, I want to test how much this is actually going to proc. Because 50% of the damage of a sunlight crit, if sunlight's hitting 60% of my faith, it would be like 50. And then 150% crit. Definitely not the worst. Like, definitely not terrible. So, I go full left side and both Crab and Dom shield. Crab and Dom shield's fucking crazy. Yeah. So you just have Dom in the secondary. And then blocking grants you sunlight. Yeah, so you're just basically block and then sunlight spam. Dom second, Crab arsenal. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. The Dom spam with the blocks is nice too, especially with the double block there, because then you're gonna be throwing out the crab blocks, and then you're gonna be getting the Dom benefit too. I like that. See, that's also such a cool like small change to the build too. So your Bee Fury build is gonna play substantially different than mine, where my arsenal is playing around Mad Buzz from Pocket Hive, so I can summon a shitload of bees. Only problem is my build's fucking bugged. So not only do I not have the sunlight being consumed, so I don't have that extra damage, but also Eternal Flower Heart is, once again, bugged. So we don't even have bees coming from that, which is kind of tragic. So for my largest crit has been 1300 with 10 stacks of Claudius buff. So, could you go Claudius and Ramulus? Just theoretically? Or what would the dealio be there? Because Ramulus also has an insane buff that you could just scale up. That's almost what I'm considering too. 2 weapons that just have stacking buffs is fucking stinky. Stinky. But this girl was 1474 with just big armor stacks and Dom outside of the bug beast spear. Yeah, Murphy, thank you for the 5, dog. I appreciate it. Yeah. The spears have been interesting. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Un momento. It smells like Panda Express in here. I can't take it.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Chat. I just figured out what sound a panda makes, and apparently it's the sound of me almost shitting my pants. So that's an interesting development. The rest of this stream is gonna come with extreme risk to me. I was force-fed Panda Express, and now I don't feel good. So, spent 4 days scouring chests for any kind of weapon upgrade for my sword, and give up earlier. Some dude gave me the thorn lace. Guess what? Not one, but 2 chests give me purple glory. This game's a troll. Bro, that's gaming as a whole, though. I'm gonna be real. I fully expected, as soon as I enchanted and put my fiery on my Bee Fury, I was ready for a legendary to just shit out. Just immediately. I was fully expecting it. First chest. Okay, wait. Who needed the thingy? Oh, wait, so many people sent me Steam invites. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I have like 20 Steam invites. Okay, who needed the sword? Was it Brave Chicken? Brave Chicken. I got you. Alright, sorry. No, you're good, you're good. No, half of it? Nin, my mod, sent me one. No, you're good, dude. I appreciate you. I had to figure out which one was you. Okay, I accepted it. And then we go... Manage party, invite through Steam. Fun fact, you're actually the first person that I've invited to a party. Actually, I guess you're not. That was like 7 days ago. Bro, I don't check notifications from you. What the fuck? Where do I go? Those ram gloves? Or can Rogue not use them? I don't think they drop from a dungeon. Which makes it a little interesting. I got mine from... Not the field keeper. Not there. Which one of the named mobs was it? It's a named mob that is a humanoid that's in like a keep area. Maybe this one, a former part of the castle, but... Never gonna need Cleo's boots to drop? A lot. Why, you need some? Do those bad boys drop here? Or is that Queen Bee? Yes? Okay. I'll get you with the next ones that I get. Should be able to sort that out. Yeah, those bad boys kind of slap. Gloves from the first dungeon is good for Rogue. Which ones are from the first dungeon? Because there's also... Are those Claudius? The red ones? Oh, gloves, not fist weapon. I'm sorry. My dumbass. My dumbass. I thought it was fist weapon. I just assumed hand was fist weapon. I just assumed there was anger behind those. What's your talent tree looking like these days? Keep in mind, my talent tree right now doesn't matter because there's a bug with my build. So Bee Fury just like doesn't consume my sunlight. So it's a little bit different. If my sunlight were being consumed, I would drop the fervor and then I would go into oppressive rays and then burning rays. So that's where I would end up with. But I had a clam totem, hive bee spam on the target dummies. I had like 20 totems and 20 bees active by the time they both died. Got a screenshot, but it was after some bees despawned. Whoa, wait. Send me the screenshot. See, that's what I'm hoping for. Did you have the bee trinket on? Because last we knew the bee trinket still wasn't working. Tell me the bee trinket's working. No. Okay, because last we heard bee trinket wasn't working. I'm gonna try this fight with the bee trinket and see if we notice any more bees. Just very simply. Actually, I guess I could test it before I go in. Because I could just pop weapon skills until I spawn a bee. And if I don't spawn a bee, then I guess I know. I could troubleshoot bee trinket by spamming a lot of damage with the build. Yeah, I mean, because bee trinkets, your weapon skills have a chance to summon a bee. So anything that can spam a lot of weapon skills. I'll show the photo. You have like an Imgur link or anything, or DM me on Discord. Either way. Either Imgur link in chat is fine, or you can just send it to me on Discord. And then if you send me on anything on Discord, you just have to yell at me that you actually sent it, or I will forget to look. I will absolutely forget to look. I haven't seen a bee yet. Which, this alone leads me to believe, sorry, that this is bugged. Sorry. My bad. First Lego. Why is everybody but me getting legendaries? Let's not the done when you get the chance. Okay, word. Hold on. Let me kill this real quick. I won't keep you waiting too long. I shall destroy this run, and then I got you, my dog. I'm very happy that it's actually going somewhere that it's needed. If I'm being real, I very frequently just get rid of these. See me a lot more suffering. Nah, dude, you got this. You got this. How's the rest of your gear looking? I feel like armor is one of the most slept on things. Also, if you haven't done your trade skills yet, do not sleep on trade skills. Discord link to join says invalid. Motherfucker, we ran out of boosts again. Chat, we're broke. We're out of money. Anybody with Discord Nitro and boosts, I am once again asking for your boosts for my server. Our custom link is cooked on the DustyWhy server. Exclamation guild will get you a working link to our guild Discord. That'll be the same thing. Skill issue? I mean, more like a money issue. And the coolest thing about it is theoretically, if I am like too poor to have a custom link, that just means that you guys are too poor to have a custom link because you guys give me all the money, you know what I mean? Like, it's just your guys' money. So if I don't have enough money for something, it means you all need to work a little bit harder to make this whole thing happen. Got a split a decent blue 20s and good 19 greens. Okay, solid. Solid. I might have a couple extras. Worst panhandler ever? Some would say one of the best. I get to sit in a cozy chair panhandling all day, dude. I'm not gonna lie, it's raining outside. I'm cozy for now. I've made a good gig of it. I just even hate people. The fuck do I want Nitro for? I don't know, to boost my Discord. And also, you can decorate your Discord profile or something. Like, you could put like a super sick outline on your Discord server profile, so that way when people go onto your Discord account, it like flashbangs them. Outside, do you be messed up and not caring? How do you know I'm not? Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm sponsorable, I promise. Any advertisers in the chat, please give me lots of money. Thank you. I just get up to stretch my hamstrings a lot. I check in with my doctor. Dr. Rapinski. Bong. Rapinski. I frequently get health checkups. Screenshot sent on Discord. Word. Hold on. Can I multitask? Can I multitask? I might be able to multitask. Hold on. Message requests. Hiya. We're up. And I might still... no! I hate that they got the fucking B-cast off. I was so close. Wait, what the fuck, brother? That is a goddamn army. What the hell? What the hell, Leonte? How long did this take to build? Just out of curiosity. Like, how long were you sitting there spamming? That's fucking crazy. The Clam Slam B build of Doom. That's like, what, 10 Bs? That's fucking crazy. I do some bosses, but I'll only have 5 to 10 Bs. Now, how dependent are you on keeping the boss in one area, though? That's always what I worried about with, like, clam slamming. Now, interesting note that you could do, if you find that you don't need your Q for anything, you could technically go totem, or level 20 ability over your movement speed ability, if you feel as though you don't need it. And then when you're getting ready to pop big damage, you could drop totem, and then that would save 10% of all the damage that you do over the course of X amount of seconds, and then replicate it. So if you do 100k damage over the course of, I think it's like 10 seconds or some bullshit. I haven't timed it out, but I think it's 10 seconds. But say just hypothetically, we won't say 100k. But say you do like 10k damage, 10% of that's another 1,000. So it's like 56% required, but the build still works and maintains a couple of these with constant movement. Yeah, that's very true as well. Not having the movement, I mean, like, maybe the exorcism-y type ability, what's it called? Radiant Verdict? But I feel like the totem may not be bad for your use case, where you're gonna have a large-ass damage splash go out at a concentrated time because of totems. That is crazy, though. So you can get that many stacked up on bosses. And it takes like how long? Better as you use ground slam from Hive, which makes it easier to 50% more damage. Yeah. I was running ground slam for a while. And ground slam is really intriguing. Really intriguing. When you're actually running Pocket Hive in your main hand as well, you get a shitload of ground slam resets, which is another large bonus for it. So you really, like, you can't go wrong. I think the AoE Honey Slam is so great anytime you need to round up ads or anything, because you've got the grab element to it. Oh. You've got the grab element to it. The Jump Slam has the Bee Enrage. So truly, if I had a shitload of bees up, also block sunlight, and cleanse your really fast attacks, and talent sunlight damage, and sunlight proccing, skill cooldown by 1 second, so I get totems up quick. Yeah, that's the big thing. I have nothing to consume my sunlight right now, despite having a lot to actually proc it, which is slightly fucking tragic. As I get more consumers, then we'll be in a much better spot. And by more consumers, I mean my Bee Fury actually working, because as of right now it doesn't. I'll be in a great spot. But right now, all of the damage that I'm doing is without my fucking core talent, dude. It's so sad. It is genuinely the only thing that cooks this build is the fact that I, like, can't consume my sunlight for the extra damage right now. It is so much fucking damage that I'm missing out on. But, again, I don't necessarily know how many builds there are that play as autopilot as this one, where I can just sit back, kick it with chat, and just clear shit incredibly easy. It is by far, I think, the smoothest build that I've seen. Build might actually be OP since you need most bosses standing still with all the fervor totem. Oh, wait. How much healing are you getting constantly? Yeah, that is kind of tech. That is kind of tech. Because you could just slam the shit out of like a lady bee with that. So it's Clam's Pocket Hive, that's it? And then you just drop totems like crazy? Oh shit. Wait, you? Are we on the same layer? Because then I have to manage party. I think this is you, right? Or no? No, I'm not. Oh shit. Never mind, that's not you. Manage party. I gotta uninvite that guy. You invite me. Mine doesn't wanna... Yeah, no, mine doesn't wanna work. If you can manage to invite me, we are absolutely up tremendous. And still stand still during Knizabeth from the very beginning without killing her ads that heal her. And the ramp out damages all the bees healing her, and the totems heal me through the AoE. Yo, that's fucking crazy. That's actually insane. So, what is the solution to that? Like, what could physically prevent that? Is it just... You said it's a CDR? Yeah, because a CDR and a 1 second reduction talent every time you're getting your sunlight, right? Right now it's easy to fix. Just take away the CDR from sunlight proc. Good day, sir. Enjoy. And then, I don't know if you need this shit, but I'm just gonna get rid of all of it. Take one of those as well. I don't know if any of that's an upgrade for you or not, but enjoy, should help. Yeah, I got you, dog, I got you. I hope it helps, brother. Back to the grind we go, because I still need to get my goddamn Lego. Like, all of it. Alright, good. I'm glad. I hope it helps, brother. Because honestly, I remember doing these when I had, like... I started these at, like, 220 HP. When I was doing my hard modes. That shit hurt. Everything was scarier. Everything did just a little bit more damage. Everything took a little bit longer to die, dude. It was bad. When I finally got my first gear set all set up, I was incredibly happy. So I am very happy to help out, dog. So what's next for you? Honestly, if you're new, I would almost like implore anybody that is very new to get their trade skills up and just enchant the ever-loving shit out of everything they can get their hands on gear-wise. Making your own jewelry can be a large benefit. Enchanting your pieces that are enchantable, socketing, also large benefits. Uh-oh. We're fine. That's actually not the worst, because I can just bounce over to that side. I feel like we might actually be on tech right now. This might just be this. Instead of actual stuff, and you get resources to enchant. Yeah, then the grind begins. I like to do mine. Hold on. Uh-oh. I like to do mine at the Crimson 3 farm. So there's a spawn here, and then a spawn here. And then they kind of like patrol. Whoops. Oopsie daisies. And then they patrol around, right? So ideally you want to get them all on spawn timer. And you can farm up runes for your abilities. You can farm up pretty much everything you could possibly need off of those lads. It's a very, 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 very easy farm. So I would recommend that. You'll get a lot of mats to upgrade your weapons as you need to. You'll get a lot of mats for enchanting because you'll just get so much shit to disenchant. It's such a cozy farm, dog. What I'm doing now? Oh yeah, I mean, I will probably make a habit of spawning up, you know, or like farming up at least... Chill, bitch. Farming up at least an hour of those on a daily. Just because of the availability of resources. Like, it's so large there, man. And the more time that people spend farming up resources... Uh-oh. The less time we have to spend on it later. So, I'm thinking, I just do like an hour at the start of stream each day, hitting the Crimson grind. And then off of that, I will probably never have to worry about resources ever again, even when levels expand. Because consider for a fact, we're not just playing for level 20. We're playing for level 30, and then level 40, and then level 50, and then eventually after that, it's a live service. I mean, there's sure to be level expansions in the long, long term. So, in my mind, we are playing for far beyond, like, just the right now aspect of this game. If it was just the right now, and we were gonna wipe like crazy, then, like, no, whatever, like, it is what it is. I wouldn't care as much. But I'm about to be prepping for, like, you know, hopefully a long amount of content, man. The roadmap itself is gonna take us into next year before 1.0 launch. And then post 1.0 launch, I could actually see this game doing exceedingly well. Exceedingly. Ah! Jesus Christ. I'm fucking thrown around out here. It's windy as shit. Anyways, I can see this game doing exceedingly well. Now, am I out here thinking it's going to be a million concurrent? Probably not. Probably not. Any game, you know, that is good quality has the potential to be, but realistically, I don't think that's exactly where I'm expecting any game in today's day and age to go. That's an incredibly hard thing. But the game itself has such a strong foundation. And as more multiplayer comes in for those that want it, on top of the amazing solo accessibility that they've already brought into the game, people like me, who want to be doing stuff with people all the time, will feel like that is a rewarded, incentivized, and most importantly, necessary part of the gameplay. Not necessarily like can't function without grouping, but I yearn for some content that is like, hey, you want to do this? You're grouping up in a group of 4 and you're taking it on, buddy. It comes in one difficulty, and that difficulty is go fuck yourself, you pussy ass bitch. I want that. Just as what I call exclusive content. I think games do exceedingly well when they have both inclusive content, where everybody can access fun content at max level on a baseline that is productive for their character and leads to them interacting with whatever they want to, but also progressing their character. But I also want a form of rewarding exclusive content where if you're not running a build that is optimized, and in a group of 4 people who are running optimized cohesive builds together, which, keep in mind, optimized cohesive builds doesn't necessarily mean cookie cutter meta. It may mean something along the lines of, if you have a priest and that priest is tanking, right? Then you want to have 3 people who are running more DPS oriented builds, or maybe, you know, 2 DPS and 1 healer if the priest is taking a lot of damage. But you'll want to have a, you know, group composition for that. That's not just a few people thrown together on whatever the fuck they want to play type shit. And that's going to bring in a different element of this game. It's going to explore the depth, and it's going to really show off what the combat system is capable of as they scale us up into content that isn't necessarily just on a matter of, well, you can face tank everything. Like, I can do level 20 crab, and I can face tank the one-shot mechanic, which is supposed to be a one-shot mechanic. So, for me, it's like, I definitely would like a little bit more of that top-end content. They've got heroic dungeons coming in at some point. They've got rifts coming in, which presumably would bring in incredibly repeatable content. If rifts keep going up, a little bit of Diablo element there. Priest heals OP, needs nerfs so people actually do the mechanics. I could have more heal. Keep in mind though, Priest does substantially less damage with something like this than a build that does more damage. So the trade-off with this is that I'm going to be killing far slower than something that is completely optimized for damage and is glass cannon, right? When we're comparing my DPS to like a warrior DPS on the top end, or rogue DPS, or honestly, even, you know, a priest build that's fully optimized into DPS, it's 2 completely different stories. And this entire build was made with one intent, and it was to be as safe as one possibly could be at all points in time, so I could chill with chat, tell new players that were coming in a build that would be, you know, they could see it on screen and be like, Dusty, what are you running? Because people ask that a lot. New players that are coming in because they're like, okay, well, I want to run this. I know it works. So I'm running something that I think for most new players that want to play Priest could also work very well. So, fun with the tank build, but I think Crescent with Heavy Crit could go wild. Dude, there's so much ability to cook. Now, I also think that this build is going to change substantially once the Bee Fury bugs are fixed, where we will absolutely have more damage. But I'm even thinking about cooking up a fist weapon build with the ram fist weapons, because those things to me are very intriguing. I have a pair of greens, and I got to check out some I got to check out some of the abilities on them yesterday before I went to bed, and those were fun as fuck. Streaming idea. Typing it out sounds trash, but you just get more disheveled as you keep grinding until you get a Lego. Well, but I'm the untiltable mountain of positivity. Nothing dishevels me because I'm just happy to be here. So hear me out. The longer it takes me to grind a legendary, the more reason I have to farm this boss. If I have full legendary everything and I'm fully enchanted and I'm fully discovered the map, what am I gonna do? I gotta embrace it. I'm honestly kind of hoping I don't get a legendary just so that way I can keep farming it for longer. It's like when Tim the Tatman was on his legendary Fallout streak and it wasn't a winning streak. There's just a certain element where the grind calls to you. The grind reaches out and you need to pick up the phone. Then you try an alt? Yeah, but I don't want to play fucking alt. Because my alt choices are stupid fucking rogue, stupid fucking caster, or stupid fucking one-dimensional warrior. Why would I want to try any of those stupid fucking builds? What do you mean, try an alt? Rather, try fucking Fenn. Try an alt. Dusty, why do you hate rogue? Because every single player that plays a rogue is incapable of running a mile without throwing up, but they talk the most shit.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, Jazzy. They are the worst human beings in the world, and their enjoyment comes from ruining other people's days because their presence is miserable. I ran 3 miles yesterday. You're not the rogue player I'm worried about. You're playing this game and having a grand old time. You're not a rogue player at heart, brother. I hate to break it to you. You just like something that moves quickly. You'd enjoy a warrior too if you understood it a little more. You're not the rogue player I'm talking about. True rogue players are built different. I was a rogue in D&D. So let me ask you. The most satisfying PvP for you, if you were to, you know, player versus player combat against somebody, would you take more joy in outplaying somebody in even odds and outskilling them? Or would you take more joy in catching somebody completely AFK, killing them, and getting all of their stuff as a reward? Which would give you more of a, you know, a true feeling of joy in your heart? Outplaying someone or catching someone off guard? Trainer, thank you for following. What's up, dude? Because if your answer is outplaying somebody, then I have terrible news for you, or potentially great news depending on who you are. You're not a rogue player. If you want to catch people off guard and only take advantageous fights the same way that a vulture only takes advantageous meals, then you may be a rogue player. But if you think anything other than that, if you think for a second, oh man, I'll give this guy an opportunity to, you know, realize I'm here so he can fight back, you're not a rogue player. If you're a man of honor, if you've ever kept a promise, you ever shook a hand and looked somebody in the eye, you're not a rogue player. I'm probably asked out for 2 hours for blue warrior gloves, and I'm convinced they don't exist at this point. Just have somebody that's not a warrior run it, and then they'll get them instantly. Guaranteed. Someone heard Dusty? I wouldn't say hurt as much as I would say, opened my eyes to the depravity of man. And I wouldn't say someone as much as 90% of rogues that I've interacted with over the course of my entire life playing video games. Like, LeBron James has been in the NBA longer in his life than not. I have been playing video games in my life far longer as a daily activity than not. More days in my life have been spent playing a video game for greater than 4 hours than have not been. Just for perspective, I started gaming when I was 4 years old. Like, actually gaming. I was playing Diablo 2. I played WoW when I was 8 and Raid led when I was 10. Dude, it's not good. It's not good, the amount of time that I've been over here. I have, unfortunately, seen too many rogue players over the course of that at their core. It started with people that would go into duel games in Diablo 2, and they would only sit at the gates of town in PK. And it was at that point in time I decided whenever I was dueling somebody that would give an honorable start, I would make sure that they were ready to duel before we actually dueled, and then the duel would commence once both people were ready. And it taught me respect. Taught me honor. Fuck, my bee got the kill. Oh, that's so sad. That's genuinely so tragic. If my bees get the kill, it doesn't give me credit for the boss kill. That's so sad. That's so sad. Rogue player, I'm a stand-up guy. The fuck you mean? You're not a rogue player. You're not a rogue player. It's unfortunate. That's okay. It is not a big deal. I've killed this enough times now to know that that one definitely had my legendary in it. Not gonna lie. That's awful. Yeah, it's a bug, but it is okay. I don't really mind. I lose a couple of kills a day to my bees. I also lose a couple of kills a day to me just mentally checking out. I died 3 times in a row on Crab last night towards the end of stream because I was yapping to chat, and one time I ate like 3 hits off of the fixate. The next time I went directly into a wave, and then what was the other one? I think I might have fixated again. Class of choice in a game can say quite a bit about you. So hear me out. Hear me out. I play a very selfish melee DPS. I would like to have healers focusing me in a multiplayer standpoint, and at that point, I will go full damage and I will absolutely shit on everybody. If I have to play solo, I want to have heals for me, not for anybody else. For me, right? I'm not much of a cuddler. I'm much more of like a, you know, nut, roll over, go to bed type beat. I don't really like the whole pillow talking. Class choice says a lot about you. I like the focus. It is absolutely true, Mr. Chair. There are certain things in life that just corroborate over different elements. And class choice in MMOs is most definitely one of them. It just carries over to many other things. And I think a lot of people sleep on the interwoven web. Killing a boss during the startup, its own specific finishing skill, will kills you instantly. Oh, the chance to test is locked. Can't say how many times I was bent over the table by the underwater blob. Yo, god fucking damn it, the visual of that. The blob man cometh for us all. Jesus Christ. Are you trying to get hit by everything? Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It doesn't make much of a difference. I auto attack, I judgment, and then I just keep doing damage, and you don't have to stop. So, anytime that you stop swinging, you do less damage. I think you don't really care. Yeah, no, we do so much damage. Or, sorry, so much healing that, like, the damage doesn't really matter that much. I was right. Yeah, so this is part of the big advertising point for this build. On top of the fact that my damage is low right now, primarily because of a pretty substantial bug with the build, instead of the build itself just not doing damage. Basically, our sunlight, which is a huge damage proc for us, isn't being consumed by the sword that I'm using. But what I'm trying to do with this build is solidify, especially once the bugs are fixed, a very good new player build that I'll make my first guide for, basically. So, I know a lot more builds than this, of course, that exist. Ram Spear is an incredibly strong build. Like, there are just so many strong builds that exist, right? But this build is, as you can tell, it's safe. It's cozy. And when players are coming in, I think of a new player build as not necessarily like, hey, here's something that if you put in 100 hours farming optimal gear and getting everything perfect can do a lot of damage. I think of something as a, hey, you can come in, you can play literally as you want to. This build is highly forgiving. You don't have to stress too much about mechanics, like, you just get to basically auto attack, press abilities, and heal, no matter what you do. And as our damage goes up, because these bad boys get, you know, these bugs will get fixed. It's inevitable that they do. Our damage just continues to get better. It's so good. Here's something similar with Warrior 2. I like it. It's a nice balance when you can have these super cozy builds that, again, they're not going to be your #1 scaler, right? However, they do pump. Latest stack for Priesto B build is running B Fury, Dominion, and Spear, and stacking armor. Why though? Armor hits DR. So I have 40% armor, or 40% reduction at like 1600 armor. Somebody had 4K armor and they were at 60% reduction. So they had over double my armor for 50% more actual like reduction. I feel like armor stack only gets you really so far. But honestly, there are a lot of strong builds that exist. B Fury Dom people have been running, but even then, like, B Fury still doesn't consume our it doesn't consume our sunlight, which is the biggest issue with it right now that a lot of people are, you know, yearning for fixes for. Because again, sunlight is a primary facilitator of a lot of our DPS. Without sunlight going off, we're kinda cooked. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse you. 60's really good for a group comp. I mean, yeah, but at the point of return that you're getting, like, that's being nerfed so hard in that, you know, the latter 2000 scaling that you could take all of that attention to armor and then you could probably just put that into something like HP or healing and then get more effective healing or like effective health pool out of it. Because being able to heal yourself is also in your effective health pool. Dom passive skill with armor. That makes sense. That makes sense. So the scalar on the Dom damage itself is armor. So when you're actually proccing, that's why Dom Toothpick is so big. Right. Oh. My bad. I paid a little too little attention there. Right. Nope. That's on me. That's entirely on me. Because, I mean, this is another 10% armor. So, let's see if that's reflected in the character sheet. It is not. It is not. This is supposed to be 10% armor. And then... That's magic res, not armor, which is kind of tragic. So I could push up pretty high. I just like crab shields so much. But Dom scaling off of armor is actually crazy. I didn't know it scaled off armor for the damage side of it. That's actually a like substantial game changer if I do say so myself. Let me cook, my ankles are dead, been practicing crib walking. Yeah, you're not built for it, Doc. You're not built for it. You're not supposed to get involved. This is something that's better left to the grown men. This is an old man's game. Free damage for the purchase of armor. That's why it's so busted with Ramdom and pick an arsenal. Right. Ram spear go freaking crazy. Because you just armor scale like crazy and then Dom hits hard as fuck every 15 seconds off of the armor scale. Oh. The only caveat to it is that you're gonna have less self-heal. But realistically, the question is, at that point, would I even need... Like, would I even need that amount of self-heal at that point? When I could also just have my coolies up all the time. Dom and Toothpick is damage, and Ram and Toothpick is infinite shielding. Right. Right, it's absolutely fucking insane. It's absolutely insane. It's a really crazy, like, double safe wombo combo. So you literally just don't take any damage. Spear build a shield too. Right. How frequently does a shield build? Like, constant as fuck? As often as you crit. That ain't too shabby. Now, I will say, I am still very confident in B build. As soon as the bugs get fixed. Because this will up our damage substantially. Substantially. And we have a lot of self-heals. So, I'm definitely not convinced that the damage from Dom doesn't get adjusted, but you get crit to get the shield, but you don't really need the shield. Right. Because, I mean, we do natural self-healing in our kit anyways. So even not having the shield as an immediate wouldn't be necessarily a game changer. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm gonna build it at some point. I just, like, I don't know. I really want to hold out until B build gets fixed. Be an advocate. Runs a pretty small hit and skills of faith and he'll start on by itself. Yeah, that's fair. Wait, did I miss? Bruh. God fucking damn it. How much does Ram heal for? I feel like Dusty had a guy ask me what my build was. You're up tremendous, brother. You were absolutely cooking. Alright, that one definitely hit, right? Thank fucking God. I was almost out of floor there. Holy shit. Holy shit. Maybe tomorrow I go look for Ram and see if I can find a decent one. It's gonna get nerfed. I feel like the unethical thing would be chasing down Ram Spear or Ram anything. And the ethical thing would be to advocate for B build getting fixed. Excuse me. Oh shit. That was close. I hit 8 HP for a second. That was a little close. A little close. You won't be able to play tomorrow. Oh fuck, you're so right. Hey, I got something that came up, Corla. I can't go to Boston. I got an appointment. I'm gonna have to cancel the IRL stream tomorrow. We have a stream tomorrow. We're gonna be putting some stuff together. It's like Legos, but for builds. And you get to come too. Ram, when you build 5 stacks and consume them, you get 10% crit further to FAREVER, so it's insane for one hit. And Ram also... Okay, yeah, no, Ram's nuts. Ram's nuts. Ram's also going to be working with our sunlight, so you'd actually get sunlight procs. This game just be revenge porn for you. Don't tell them. Actually, I've told chat the story like 4 times. Because the funny thing about my build, AMC, is that I also summon a bunch of bees. So there are builds that don't summon bees. And there are also mobs that aren't bees. But my entire build is a bee build that I get from kicking the shit out of bees. So I use a pocket hive for my hammer. And that passive, 20% chance on taking or dealing damage to gain a stack. At 10 stacks, I summon one of the little bees that are on the screen. And then they just auto attack and do damage every few seconds. And then every time I summon a bee, it extends the duration of other bees by 3 seconds. And then with my Bee Fury, Randy Marsh, thank you for the follow, brother. With my Bee Fury, my sword, I put my bee armor up, and that ticks for magic damage, and then has a chance to poison enemies and put a dot up that gives more damage ticks. So the thing about this build is it's not supposed to be a hit for a trillion, it's a death by a zillion cuts build, where effectively, like, when all of the builds are fixed. Did they fix Bee Trinket? Nope. Bee Trinket's not fixed, and Bee Fury is also still bugged right now. So, Stings was right there. Sorry, I'm trying not to die to this fucking boss again. That's my bad, that's my bad. Also, I've outlawed any bee-related puns. Brother, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we're back at the levels of waiting tables and having, can I get you anything else? Well, you got $1 million? And having to hit people with the, well, if I did, I wouldn't be waiting tables at Applebee's, brother. And then they realize the humanity sets in. And we're all just, be easy, brother. How long are you gone for? Time him out for 12 hours. Nin, time him out for 12 hours. The one that's leaving, time him out for 12 hours. Don't come back for 12 hours. Jesus fucking Christ. 9 a.m. tomorrow, you can come back. What the fuck, man? Are you actually leaving? Because I'd feel bad if you weren't. God damn, bro. What the fuck do you mean? Also, I won't be live before 9. So, we'll be good. But yeah, so the Bee Trinket is still bugged. That's double blue. Murphy, I'm not gonna lie, dog. You brought in the wrong energy. That, you must have hit the wrong button or hit like the wrong chakra or something. But that was the worst positive energy. I appreciate the effort. It's a thought that counts, dog. It's a thought that counts. So basically, the build is supposed to play around summoning a shitload of bees, through doing a bunch of instances of damage constantly, right? But also, this trinket is supposed to work. Your weapon skills have a chance to summon a bee that'll attack enemies for 10 seconds. We have no indicator that this is actually working. Just like, at all. So, it doesn't even seem like it's a matter of proc rate being low. Sorry. It's literally just that it doesn't proc. So, but listen, you guys can do it, but I can't. Jesus fucking Christ, man. You guys are a fucking hive mind out here. Sorry. That's my bad. Isn't there another dungeon beneath this one? Yes, but it does not have this bitch. Well, actually, here, I think this is the only one. Here. Wait, no, there's one down here. Yes. Here. I forgot which one I was at. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was over here. Yes. So this one there is. It's down here. It's Trunk of the Hive Tree. That one does not have Lady Bee. And Lady Bee is the only stinger that I'm worried about right now. Boo. Don't fucking boo me. You stand up and clap. You stand up and you fucking clap. I've thrown up at least 12 times in the last 5 minutes. Well, the craziest thing, Manny, is you can throw up faster than the average man, considering you're 5'6". So all of your, like, your track to throw up from your tiny little 5'6" belly to your tiny little 5'6" mouth is a tiny little 5'6" track. So you can throw up a lot more times, and it's a lot more efficient than a full-grown man like me throwing up. So, what do you say, Crimson? Oh, the Crimson spawns? So, the Crimson spawns, how tall is Dusty? We'll put it this way. My brother AMC and myself combine to over 12.5 feet of human being. If I were to stand on his head. We haven't pulled that off because I'm scared of heights and he's kind of chunky. So we can't really do that. But we'll try it at some point. Like, he's got more than I do there. So I'd have to be the top. He's always had me in the girth department. But 120's collapsed. Oh, it's all brain rotted. He's 5'10". I will not take the slander. I swear to God, I will take a lot of Carla shit posting in chat. But, like, posts like that are why Mizkif exists. Just keep that in mind. Like, you know David got taken out of Fortnite? I don't have to worry about Fortnite. Just keep that in mind. Hoofsy, can I borrow your Tesla? Chat, anybody with a Tesla. And also, I'm gonna need Casey Anthony's lawyer. Or OJ's. Enough with the buzzwords is crazy. The best bee pun that I've seen up to this point, the servers went down and Kristen said the servers have taken a piss, which, like, APIS is Latin for bee. So it was like the servers had it was fucking solid. I'm not gonna lie. It might have been the use of another language coming in. But I thought that was a pretty solid overall use of B-Pun. That shit was, unfortunately, the highest tier of pun that we have seen so far. So, acutely lacking mental capacity. Nin, one thing that you have to remember. Thank you. One thing you have to remember is that if you are 50th percentile anything, right? You are better than 1 out of every 2 people that you may run into and interact with in that capacity. If you are in the 50th percentile of intelligence, dead middle of the road, nothing remarkable about you whatsoever, you are still smarter than 1 out of every 2 people. It is remarkable what being dead average will get you away with in life, Because you can literally, you can be one of the most successful people in the world being 50th percentile globally. I'm just putting that out there. It's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. The pun's been away since the second week of development. I literally asked, I was like, how long have you been waiting to break that one out? Because servers have been going to shit for a while. And I think that was like some premeditated stuff, man. I'm not gonna lie. Uh-oh. That might be a record. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that was only a 5-bagger. I think I've done 6 before. I wonder how many I could destroy in one go. Probably wouldn't be the hardest. I'm actually doing an IQ test in a minute. I feel like those who value IQ tests are the nerd equivalent of, like, crystal bitches. You know what I mean? Like, the bitches that'll put crystals on their windowsill to charge their crystals like it's a fucking solar-powered phone. And they're like, oh, well, I keep this one in my pocketbook because it makes my period less crampy. I keep this one in my pocketbook because it makes me make more money at work and brings me good luck. And this one protects me from demons and people that are gonna rob me. I don't understand that shit. I don't get it. I never will. Keep a crystal up my ass. Which one is it? Because honestly, that's the important thing. You just have to have the right crystal for the job, apparently. Everything from smelling bad to bad luck to quite literally fucking dying. Apparently, there's just a crystal in the world that'll stop it. So, you know, death, no problem. Space AIDS. Just grab yourself an emerald, look at it twice a day, bring it out in the sunlight, and then bathe it in 91% isopropyl alcohol for 42 minutes, and then your space AIDS are gone. You need not worry. Just a crystal. That's literally it. What are you farming here? I'm trying to farm a legendary. Specifically a legendary Bee Fury. Only problem is God does not exist in this house. And apparently Satan is all that remains. I have found 0 legendaries. And I don't mean just in this farm. I mean in my entire fucking existence in this game so far. I am a streamer, by the way. I have to start an LLC because of my stream. I should have streamer loot. Doing it wrong. I guarantee it's because I didn't join their fucking Discord server until today. I swear to God they're enacting their revenge on me, brother. I genuinely don't get how I could have such terribly bad luck with everything. Excuse me. And we're back. Dusty, please tell me, how to be good at this game? Just hit level 20 and explore, dog. Jazz, what up, dog? No league day 3? I'm proud of you, brother. How's the Fent habit going? I heard you started that a few days ago. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I think, you know, we've got to take risks to make ourselves better humans sometimes. And being able to kick a bad habit like that and pick up a good habit, brother, A fucking men, more power to you. Hell yeah, America Eagle Screech. Fuck yeah, dog. Fuck yeah. Gonna milk Lady B for the legendary. Bee milk. That's no silk, honey. So you said, what are you trying to farm? A legendary version of the sword that I already have. Unfortunately, I don't have a single legendary, like, in my entire existence playing the game so far. They're basically a myth for me. So I am remaining hopeful and optimistic that soon I will be fortunate enough to find my first legendary. Because as of right now, everything is bad. Bro, unlucky? Very unlucky. Yes. Like, we're talking fucking cursed levels of unlucky. Yes. Yes, thank you for noticing. I am incredibly ashamed And I have brought generational amounts of shame and pain to my people. My entire family has fled the country in hopes of a better life because they were associated with me. And it's all just... It's all broken down. It's all broken down. I played Subnautica today. How's Subnautica? I've heard it fucks. I've heard it's very fun. Nin, thank you for 17 months, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. Will Nin 17 months bring the legendary? Of course it won't. No. No. For a second, I thought that it was turning orange. It did not. It did not. We truly fucking hate to see it. I got like 8 legendaries. There is no God, brother. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if God is real, why are blue and purple bee furies real? I've asked many people that over the course of my life. Preachers, doctors, lawyers, men of money, men of power, men of God. Nobody's been able to explain this to me. Nobody's been able to tell me how he would let this happen. It's a dark hell that we're descending into right now. And I just pray that you're all ready for the rapture, chat. I pray you're all ready for the rapture. Because it'll come someday. I had to go solo queue Pike. You should probably never consider playing League again. If I'm being honest. Just like doing you a favor. Playing ADC Seraphine and it's so broken. What rank are you? Do you want to share with chat what rank you are? I gotta go fill my water, chat. I will be right back. Un momento. Fuck. So like, I went to fill up my water, and while I was out, I went to smoke a bowl. And what I realized upon getting back was that I forgot to grab my water when I smoked. So I was waterless. Per MC. Thank you for the hydrate. What are you doing tomorrow? You wanna go to Boston? I don't know what you got going on, but Boston sounds fun. I'm gonna see how, like, completely ignorantly I can play this time around. Work. Dusty, my cousin, lives in Boston. Word, I'll probably see him there. Cause, like, I'm gonna be in Boston too. That's fucking crazy. What are the odds that we would both be in Boston at the same exact fucking time? Boston, where are you from? Boston. No, I'm kidding. I'm from Maine. I would fucking hate if I was from Boston. Warcraft 3 reference? Brother, here's a little bit of like a lore dump for you. So, AMC is my older brother. He's the middle brother. We have one older brother than us. My start in gaming was, yes, playing Diablo with them, starting primarily AMC, starting at 4 years old. But also, I would be like watching him play Warcraft. Like, I'd watch him play Warcraft 3. And he would just want to play normal Warcraft 3 shenanigans. And I don't even know what custom game he liked playing at the time. But I would beg him to play tower defenses, like, hour in and hour out until he would play tower defenses. And then I would sit there and just watch him play tower defenses for, like, hours on end. I would literally sit there and just beg him to play TDs. It was fucking hilarious. So, I unfortunately have many Warcraft 3 memories, despite not even playing myself. Like, the number of times that I've just been walking around and I've just gone, job's done. I didn't even play Warcraft 3 myself. It's fucking embedded in my head. It just simply exists. It is unequivocally there. Use the passive for your offhand. In my arsenal, yeah, I'm using the passive and then my little suck in and then do damage. Yes, indeedly. Dota 2 best MOBA? Agreed. The unfortunate part is we all also have to agree that League absolutely kicked the shit out of Dota 2 when it came to the whole, you know, anime about a MOBA thing. Because Dragon's Blood was watchable. Arcane was fucking phenomenal. Like, Arcane was fucking phenomenal. You go to Maine for donuts. Wait, Holy Donut? Nah, Holy Donut mid though, bro. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Like, a Holy Donut's not even that good. AMC, Holy Donut, 1 to 10. 1 to 10. Because, wait, you might not be able to answer. My brother got diabetes. So, there's a place in Wells that's good. 7? I don't think it's that good. That's the potato donut place, right? He gotta be... Listen, if he gives a donut a 7 too, that's good. He's risking his life eating a donut at this point in time. I want you guys to know. He's been good about it too. He's been good. Motherfucker's built like Thor now. Yo, we can get you on some GLP-1s, AMC. Slim you to like a 2% body fat. Actually have you looking like red-haired Thor, brother. Henry, what up, my go? Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. Only the chocolate sea salt, though. Okay, well, like, chocolate sea salt's kind of broken. Like, that's an OP combo in all fairness. So yeah, that does make sense. But yeah, I don't know. I've had a Holy Donut a few times, and is it sacrilegious to say that I would rather just, I don't know, have a Dunkin' Donut? What's chocolate sea salt? Chocolate with sea salt on it. So there are like Ghirardelli chocolate sea salts. There are Lindor chocolate sea salts. Like just salty chocolate donut. We're going to somewhere where there are like a million donut shops. What, Boston? What's the best donut shop in Boston? The donut capital of the world. Is that really Boston? Wait, is Boston deadass the donut capital of the world? Chat. All donations tonight through exclamation donate or through gifted subs will be used for donuts in Boston tomorrow. It has been determined. My travel budget is you guys. Nin, throw an exclamation donate in for the people that can't find it themselves. Oh, also, Nin, there was an Ido tweet today where he was basically talking about how NA is cooked because they can't, like, they basically can't take pubs as seriously as EU can on the high level of things because there are too many for fun E6 players in NA that don't actually take it seriously. So EU effectively cooks NA on all things macro. NA is so bad. I know, but Ido's my boy. Ido's my goat. I must support Ido. NA's cooked. Like, I haven't been watching. How bad is it? Because the last I talked to Ido, like, he was optimistic about everything. Like, he was having a blast over there, but, like, how bad is it? Because Ido is an untiltable mountain. But I've heard they're kind of getting just cooked. And it's not one person's fault. It's just like an entire region difference. Which honestly, how many games would that be where NA is unfortunately getting diffed by EU? Have you ever had Giorgio's? They had pretty good stuff. Pizza? Or donuts? Way better than half the NA Pro League teams. Well, let's not go that far. Let's not go that far. Donuts? No, I don't think I have. I don't believe I have, if I'm being honest. Is that Maine or is that Boston? Because I haven't really done a donut tour. If I'm being... Man, another purple one, please! I just want the legendary. Is it Auburn? Huh. We'll have to try sometime. We'll have to try sometime. What's the place in Wells that you said fucked? Because... Another purple Bee Fury? Bro. I have so many purples. Congdons. Alright, well that's a memorable one. Do you go all jobs level 6? I have right now cooking at 4 because I'm being lazy and don't want to go farm up bread. And then I have blacksmith at 5. I just have to craft one of these. Outfitting at 3. Should probably level that. Alchemist at 5, jeweler at 6, and enchanter at 6. So outfitting is the one that I kind of like have skimped on, but I also just don't have soft fur. And I haven't done a soft fur farm yet, so someone got a purple? Well, what you doing? Are you yapping or are you clearing? Collington's 4.8 rating with 4K reviews. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Those reviews are almost as good as the reviews on the new mouse that I got today. Chat, if you didn't see it, we pulled the trigger. Kuza, thank you for the follow, dog. Much love, much love, much love. I got my super strike. Oh, you guys can't see it because of the follow. God damn it. I got my super strike today. Best Buy had it. How you like that mouse? Dude, it's really interesting. It's really fucking interesting. So when the mouse is turned off, right? You don't actually feel any depress of the key. Like when the mouse is turned off, you don't feel the key press down or click or anything. Like the mouse one moves a slight amount, like a very, 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 very tiny amount. Like it does move. It's not completely one solid piece. But if the mouse is off, you don't get any resistance, and it's just like a piece of plastic moving, basically. And there is a sensor that effectively, when you activate it with your force, gives you a feedback, like a haptic feedback for the registration. But the time to register is way, 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 way faster than a traditional mouse press off of it. It's weirdly crazy tech that has effectively got the mouse banned from certain games pro scenes already because of the response time advantage that it gives. It's fucking nuts. Oh, Wu-Tang keyboard is so nice. I considered a Wu-Tang keyboard. That might be the next thing that I get into, because the Wu-Tang keyboard is real smooth. What's the pulling weight? Hold on. No, it's 8. It's 8. It's 8, not 10. It's 8. Found level 21 item. You probably killed a level 20 named mob, if I had to guess. I think it's AK. Oh. That didn't help. Hold on. Ow. Max light speed. 8,000. 0.125 milliseconds. I like that I just avoid the mechanics when I'm not looking at the screen running around aimlessly, but when I'm actually fighting, I tank every single one of the mechanics. It goes to show that grace does exist. I just only exude it when necessary. But yes, I'm also on just like factory out of the box settings, as Leon said. I haven't adjusted the mouse at all. I unboxed it on stream today, which I haven't fucked with it at all. So I'm pretty sure you can effectively have it register as soon as you like tap your finger on it, because it just picks up all of the input. Like, it's insanely fast. It's fucking disgusting. Now, I can say too, I tried a regular, like, I played on a regular G Pro wireless for years. That was what I was just playing on. I played on a super light, like a G Pro wireless super light, for about a year. And now I am on this. It's absurd. Genuinely insanity how responsive this is. Even like the right click. So, let's check Super Strike. You can see how fast it reacts. Is that in my, like, my G-Hub? Because even out of the box settings feel really nice, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this has made sneaking in blocks feel even smoother. And again, I still think that blocking is the clunkiest part of the combat system, but it is far smoother than blocking in any other MMO that I have played. And it has made it feel even easier to sneak in perfect blocks and then get my combo going again, because there is even less delay now than there was before. There's still some bit of I can't physically frame attacks while I'm framing a block, but do you hold attack while you block? You can, yeah. You can hold attack, or you can just like ease up for a second on it. So basically you can tap your block like it's Guitar Hero type shit, where you could always hold one of like the lower note basically. So you can do that, or you can let off of your attack and make sure you get the perfect block, but I am cooked. What, like mentally or what? Because, yes, still coping over ashes. Bro, why? Can I just farm first dungeon if I want to? It will not scale to your level, like, as you level up. It is set at level 8 for Crab Gantua, if that's the one. The first dungeon, like the first full dungeon build out is... What level's the first dungeon? Is it lower than 8? Either way, they won't scale up with your level. But there are a couple of mob grinds that are very easy as well. 5? That's what I thought. Legendary run, I feel it. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know that one. You know what Dusty plus Souls like? Nah, I could handle it. New World changed me. New World changed me. Hear me out. Dusty Souls-like on console was bad, though. Dusty Souls-like on a controller, entirely different than Dusty on the M&K. That's something I think everybody is well aware of. You ever figure out if the new trinkets to do the lightning and whatnot work? The lightning works, but poorly. It takes a long time to actually accumulate and stack up. And the actual, like, bzz from it is pretty underwhelming as well. So, like, meh on that one. The other one is... The Fate's Strength will help scaling. The other one is a rotating 8 Strength and Dex. Just impatient back then? Well, and I was playing on a fucking controller. I was playing on a PlayStation. But yes, agreed. I have, honestly, I think my time playing PvP in MMOs as a melee developed a lot of nuance to my hyper aggro gameplay. To the point where, like, I like builds like this because this in PvP is the equivalent of hyper aggro. Stand in stuff, tank stuff, ooga and booga, and get rewarded for it, right? This is as aggro as you can get in PvE without actually just like being a detriment to yourself. This is literally the peak of it. I am ignoring every mechanic that I possibly can. I'm face tanking everything that I can. And in PvP, I'm still playing the exact goddamn way. I'm still playing aggro as hell. But I learned the nuance. I learned the, you know, when to be hyper aggro versus when to not be hyper aggro. And that was something that I didn't have before. That I think New World Melee really got, you know, deeply instilled in me. Because New World Melee was so punishing if you'd get caught out in, like, you know, in a collapse or anything in a war. And that felt like ass if you actually got caught. Felt like ass, bro. You got put on a respawn screen and streaming that shit. Everybody being disappointed. Oh my god. Bro, it felt like blowing a layup with the game on the line. I hated it. I needed to learn nuance or I wouldn't have been able to do jack shit. Excuse you, bitch, please. Alright, well that's gonna blow up a couple. I may or may not be kind of cooking my own map space here. The good news is we have ads now. Excuse me, I'm ready. Huh! Oh, fuck. Whoopsies. I was too fast for the game. Speaking of that patience, dip my toes back into my speed buff. I have really, like, no buff for this, but stun goes off. Everything's fine. Thank you. No honey goes out. That saves so much time, by the way, if you don't have to deal with the honey on the ads. And then we don't brick that. FaZe Clan no scope directly to the head. Oh, it sucked because I couldn't do OP farm build. Arctic on be real dog. That same mentality applies, unfortunately, to so many MMOs nowadays, too. It's not just one genre. It's just the modern gamer, brother. It is a, like, miracle. I'm still using default dagger. Why are you still using default dagger? What has led to this? Why are you the way you are? The backstab teleport. Surely you'd be getting more damage out of something else, yes? In the level 8 axis. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna give it a buck. Early on a weapon, I believe you lose 60% of your attributes on your arsenal weapon anyways. So the one that you're just taking the abilities from, it's really not the end of the world. Whoops. It's really not the end of the world if you end up arsenaling something lower level, because those stats are kind of cooked anyways. So realistically, there are worse things. Whoops. Realistically, there are worse things you could do. Bro, I'm actually playing this like the fucking Fall Guys map right now. This is lit. This is so good. I may run out of tile space here. I'm not 100% sure. I guess stats from the arsenal? Yeah, 40% of the stats. It's like what's displayed on the weapon when you look into it. Dev, what up, my goat? Also, Henry said earlier, why is everyone GLP-1s? Bro, GLP-1s are crazy right now. Because, like, you have the carryover of, like, the fitness bros, the looks maxers, and then the people that actually need them, all using like GLP-1s, and then peptides are coming into it. And like, dude, it's all just augmented right now, so to say. It's like everybody's juicing, but because it's not directly called juice, they're not on the juice. They're not cycling because it's not literal like test cycles. So, you know, it's entirely different. Cheese Station boss is actually canceled for Melee. You haven't seen Advanced Melee. I'm gonna hit Cheese Station when I'm back from Boston. I think that might be the goal. If they haven't fixed this bug with my build, Hacksaw, thank you for follow, dog. I appreciate you. Welcome in. If they haven't fixed this build, bug-wise, by the time I'm back from Boston, then I may find myself making a motherfucker. I may find myself making a Ram build, just because Ram does sound kind of fun to use before it gets nerfed a little bit. But he's so annoying. Yo, play. Thank you for the follow. What's up? I mean, I understand he's annoying, but like, what if I told you that this is with Farm Spear, the entire thing is a spear? Are we talking Gordon Ratsies? Or Gorgon Ratsies? Sorry, my bad. Don't want to get anybody sued. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the spear flame armor giving a shitload of armor, and then you scale that into Dominion right now, right? Like, that's the entire cheese. Which, theoretically, you could still run Bee Fury with that as well, because Bee Fury gives you another 10%. You just kind of throw on a Gorgon Ratsies over Pocket Hive. So, Bee Fury fucks. Bro, what if I told you that B build is substantially nerfed right now, too? So, even without using Spear, this build has an insane amount of self-sustain, right? Crazy heals, right? Crab Shield instead of Dominion. Yeah, it's gonna lower the damage a little bit because you're not getting the big Dom procs, but the healing is fucking insane. It's a crazy amount of healing. Constantly. Because of Depth Shield. And this, when it's actually working, guess what? Bee Fury's bugged and isn't facilitating this right now. Kind of goes tragic. But Mad Buzz is going to be a lot better when Bee Fury is actually activating, I shouldn't say activating, but consuming our sunlight. Bee Fury still isn't consuming this shit. I'm gonna yap about it till the wheels fall off. Bee Fury's still not consuming our sunlight, so we're losing out on sunlight proc damage with Bee Fury, and we're losing out on the sunlight tick damage with Bee Fury. It's fucking tragic. So even this build where I'm not using Dominion, I could still be doing crazy damage that's competitive with the Dominion builds. It's just that there's no sunlight proc. Now, once I got sunlight procking, that's going to give me damage on every hit, and it's going to give me my, my actual big damage on sunlight proc, which is going to give me more chances to generate Mad Buzz. Yo, also AMC. I noticed something the other day when I did my character transmog that you would probably laugh at, and literally nobody else in the chat, unless like Ty's in here, would actually understand. But it's just this weird thing that I noticed about my character the other day that kind of made me chuckle. Bee Fury or Thornlace with the Spear's God mode? Yeah, the Spear's facilitating a lot, because it's a perma armor buff, right? On the Spear. It just scales the shit out of armor, if I'm not tripping. I've been trying to parse out all of the build information. I got Cheese Moon. Are you placing your default dagger? Because Cheese Moon goes crazy. A lot of people like Cheese Moon. Bro, I gotta go farm some Crimson, I'm not gonna lie. This is so tragic. I've already salvaged pretty much a gear set. Pretty much an inventory worth of gear. This is so cooked. The lack of Legos. Gives you a shield, so healing with Bee Fury Thornlace is just insane. Gotcha. So then you just don't end up dying whatsoever, because you're just perma-generating the shield. Because I know with Dominion, you're trying to scale up your armor as much as possible, and then pop your armor coolie, and then have your Dominion proc go with your armor coolie, and that's how people are getting, like, the absurdly high numbers. Which is cool interaction, if I'm being honest. Like, really cool interaction. I worry with the scaling that it has that you may see it get nerfed, though. How do I return the packages? You complete them, and then you sell them to the merchant. Why you don't play Mortal Online 2? Because I don't want to play MO2. I don't know. It's just never really appealed to me or anything. I've just never really looked at it as a potential play, so to say. I don't even necessarily know, like, what MO2 plays like, if I'm being honest, but Ash just still has more traction than MO2. I don't know enough about MO2 to shit on it, but it's also just like, it's never really crossed my radar, if I'm being honest. Be cool if it had, but full loop PvP. I don't necessarily, like, fuck with the concept of full loot, though. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like full loot makes streaming even extra scarier. Which, I have a large mentality of, if people are gonna stream snipe me in any PvP game regardless, right? So my goal is to just be as good as I can be. So hopefully anybody that's dumb enough to stream snipe gets shit on anyways. But there's a certain element where if I play a game, I'm gonna want to be able to grind out really good gear. And I'm gonna want to be able to, you know, use that gear in the content without having to worry about a bunch of goobers jumping down on me from above, somehow having a goddamn Apple tag in my asshole, swanton bombing me and getting weeks worth of gear, right? That would be slightly unfortunate. And there is a certain element where, like, risk is fun, but I also like the fact that I have been lucky enough to, you know, make it this far as a streamer in the first place, off of playing what has been really fun for me the entire time. And I'd really like to keep it on things that feel fun, because too frequently people start playing shit that's not fun to try to keep the whole stream thing going. I just, ugh. Bring cheap items to lose if you get killed. Yeah, I'd rather not have to worry about that, though. This game ends up being full loot. I'm quitting it and watching it burn. I think there's a 0% chance that you would ever see a highly accessible, cozy multiplayer game go full loot PvP. I'm not gonna lie. I think you would probably see me, I don't know, do a fucking triple front flip on stream from a standing vertical into a triple dab, jump out of the window behind me into a moving vehicle, and then drive off into the sunset. I think you'd have a higher chance of that. Honestly. Never tried V-Rising. Seems like you might like it. Servers are small though, 40 to 60, but can be fun for a community. I have played V-Rising, but I don't know, man. I'm having fun over here, you know? Like, when I have fun with something, I just kind of play it. I know that might seem very simple, but like, I don't plan out where I'm going. I don't have any, like, you know, what's next after this. Because in my mind, I'm like, well, what if this is really good? And then I don't have to worry about what's next for a while because I have a couple years or a few years of content here, right? I think the goal of any streamer is to either, one, get so large that you can do variety content and succeed anywhere. I didn't mean it as an alternative. Oh, no, you're good, you're good. I just always get off on this tangent because it's an interesting tangent, right? Because I like to see the two differences. Because some streamers want to like get to the point where they can do variety and be perfectly set going anywhere. And then there's me where like, I'm the puppy that keeps showing up. And I'm like, is this my home? And it just ends up being another home that doesn't want me. So I just keep going home to home, and I'm like, will you be my home? Will you be my home? Will you be my home? And I don't want to do variety, but nobody fucking wants me. No one will adopt the puppy. All the homes are closing their doors when the puppy shows up. So, not even from a semblance of like viewership or anything, just the games are fucking dying. So, it's a little unfortunate trying to find a home as an MMO creator right now. And I think most MMO creators are kind of at a loss for where to go from a community building standpoint. Some people are playing games that, you know, were old reliables back in the day type shit. Some are playing things that are a little bit newer that they think might be good in the future. Everybody's kind of got their own little mix of things, you know? Who thinks Spirit Vale is going to be fire? I feel like I saw a tweet about Spirit Vale. I don't know why. I feel like I saw a tweet about their early access doing like better than they thought it would. But yeah, I did try V-Rising at one point in time. And V-Rising is an interesting one. Because with V-Rising, honestly with anything, right? Full loot that's established, you effectively have this level of the people who know, and the people who don't get shit on by the people who know. And I think V-Rising is very much like, if you don't know, you get shit on. V-Rising wasn't possible to play by new players. Yeah, so like, I had a lot of fun myself when I played V-Rising because I played with Carla, and Carla and her friends for a while had sweat V-Rising. And they brought me in, and they were like, oh, Dusty, you're gonna try to attempt this boss solo, thinking that I was gonna get shit on, and then I was actually doing the bosses solo that they kind of like threw me to the wolves for, and they were like, wait, okay, we didn't expect you to do that. So we went kind of hard at V-Rising for a little bit, and I was enjoying the shit out of it. I like the combat, I like the, you know, I like the everything of it, right? And unfortunately, when I tried to bring my friends into it, who didn't learn necessarily as quickly, they were not able to compete on the same level, especially when PvP came in, and it became very bad-blooded quite quickly. You just run 8 weapons and the meta forces you to use 8 weapons or you can't compete. It's not easy. Wait, so what do you mean by use 8 weapons? What do you mean by that? You just like use an ability and then switch? Doesn't matter 3. Yeah, that's for you guys to sort out. I don't know, ask Christian. I think I might have only liked it because I played with a smaller community rather than public servers. Yeah, I mean, we played with a smaller community as well, but even then, with a smaller community, there was definitely like a little bit of a, how do I say this? Skill diff? So, what's the arena meta? Wait, what's arena? Is that different than the actual like V-Rising just like mode? How do I say that? Like the whole open world thing? Is arena just like you get shit and then you take it in and then kick the shit out of each other with it? Or you get like a baseline gear set? Purple Thornlace drop? What you about to do with that? Bro, I swear to God, I don't know how I am just physically unable to get legendaries, but I genuinely do not understand it. It's like a dojo where people used to 1v1 5v1 train. It's like a training grounds with the skills transferred to normal servers. Can't remember if Carla told me about that or not. We used to create public PvP brutal servers. We were in 4 in a row with 2 week wipes. Did you get shit on? Come on, warrior. My build's unkillable the moment testing more, though. What build are you rocking? Bro, unkillable builds are so fucking fun. Let's do it. So you know, last one, the last you can fill one hook here, then excitement dies down, repeat the process. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly, it's been fun. I'm not gonna lie. And that's one thing with not even necessarily early access games, but just covering things that I think are fun until the fun stops. I'm very fortunate to have an incredibly consistent core community where, you know, even if we did switch to something else, there are still people who show up day in and day out. And I've been really blessed over the course of the last 3 years to be able to stream things exclusively that I genuinely want to stream. There has been no point in time where I have been like, oh fuck, like I have to stream this because viewership is so good and I'm not having fun and I'm forcing myself into it. I have legitimately just enjoyed everything they've done. Yo, Stan, what up? Where to get your main weapon? My B Fury. B Fury is from over here. So there's a little jumping puzzle to get up to the top of the tree. And if you have finished the jumping puzzle, you can interact with the little box at the start of it. And that teleports you to the top. But basically, go to the jumping puzzle, turn right, jump off, and then that first ledge is where you're gonna find Lady B. So Lady B is the boss you're looking for. What rings and neck to use? Right now, I have Pendant of Adaptability, which I just think very solid choice for the neck overall. Really good. Rings right now, I'm using the JC rings, but you can also just put on level 20, see if I have any from this grind so far. You can also find things like this if you want to go all main stat instead of VIT, which I'm kind of like, I'm considering because as you see, I have a lot of HP. So when I was scaling up previously, I was, or not the main stat, but the secondary stat, sorry. When I was gearing up and scaling up originally, I was like, oh shit, I'm a little bit squishy. I want to get some more HP. Turns out 200 plus HP later, I'm a little bit too tanky. So when looking at stats, just slapping on one of these bitches with the 38 fervor would be, if we look at the more stats, I would go from 10.6 fervor to 11.9. So it's 1.3% damage increase at the cost of a little bit of HP, which, funny story, that's part of the reason why I came over here to hit this. So my gear has improved a lot in the past few days, especially with enchants and with just general additional scaling, right? So I hit a point, like I said, where I was just like, damn, got a lot of HP now, huh? And I could probably benefit from a little more fervor. So that's been the emphasis. Maybe a little more fervor, maybe some more crit. But either one would probably feel better than just having an egregious amount of HP right now. Which, hear me out, egregious amount of HP is still good. But I feel like 400 with consumes is going to be more than enough. And I feel like I may be overkill right now. I hate her, but thanks for the info. Whoa, wait. What do you hate about her? What do you hate about her? You have double my HP. Well, yeah, I'm supposed to be a tanky build. But I can also... Oh, wait. Is that the same mount that I have? Chat, we got a duplicate hound drop. We got mounts on mounts on mounts that we'll be able to give away very, very, very soon. I'm gonna do marble shoutcasts for mounts when they drop like big patches and stuff. I feel like that would be incredibly fun. I do enjoy a good old shoutcast if I do say so myself. Good day, sirs. We're taking it right to the spawn. 10 slots largest bag that we've seen so far, yeah, unless I'm missing something. But I have only seen the 10 slaughters.
Cat with abs is
Yo,
absolutely
Shawan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, dog. Put on my shit in fervor and crit. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's where I'm going to be going now. Keep in mind, too. What are some mounts to donate to that? Wait, you're a legend. Keep in mind as well, there are certain enchants you can throw in that'll help with the tankiness, right? So 200 armor here, You could socket HP if you needed it. You can get a chest reinforced bronze plate. Some people still use Rusty for the shadow step. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, listen, the amount of cooking in this game is crazy. I'm not even gonna lie. There's so much potential to cook. But this reinforced bronze plate is 100 armor forfeit. So there are a lot of options. And a lot of pieces as you get into level 20 gear or even like level 19 blue. And just find blues in general. You're going to have high bit scaling. So when I had started to target the jewelry, I was a little lower on the actual, like, you know, the HP scaling side of things. So now that that's taken care of, we're in a bit better of a spot. Ooh, Invis potion. That's kind of fucking dope. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Invis potion. You become invisible for 15 seconds. Yo. Oh, wait. Where to farm gear at level 20? Are you a very fresh level 20? Because you can either do the first dungeon on hard mode. It's very easy. You can come here and you can get a lot of green pieces if you're just starting out. Like, there are multiple things that you can do. The jewelry that drops from here, the green pieces, we were just talking about how they're really good once you're comfortable with how tanky you are. So, it's Bee Fury for priests. Bee Fury's bugged right now. Not in a good way either. But a lot of people still like it for particular builds. So the build that I'm running is suffering pretty heavily from the bugs. But a lot of people prefer... Like, there are Bee Fury builds that are incredibly good. There are Ram builds that are incredibly good. There's so much that is actually good. Spear's good. Gorgon Ratsy's Toothpick. Bee Fury is good, but bugged. It'll be a lot better once the bugs are fixed. Ram is really solid. The fucking fist weapons are really interesting if you can get your hands on those. Clams are really good on a priest right now because you can stack up totems and get bees off of that if you're running like a secondary bee. It just depends on what your goals are. But Ram Spear is, I would say, overwhelmingly like the meta right now. Ram Dominion in your main hand, and then Gorgon Ratsy's in the offhand, or sorry, in the arsenal slot. It's super fucking strong. Thing about Dominion is that you're basing off of armor scaling, and more armor, more damage. So basically, you just try to stack armor like mad, play off of that, and then do big bops of damage on your finishers. Oh no, it's happening. It's happening for the first time tonight, chat. No! Not like this. Wait, we're so up. Priest Rogue can use Thornlace Spear to do pretty well until you get other stuff. Yeah, Thornlace is also a really solid option. Like, this is the thing, man. I don't think that there is a singular weapon that is completely out of the options. I think the worst weapon right now for Priest is probably Consensus Candlestick.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Willy Winky, thank you for the follow myself. I think candles, like the candle would probably be the worst one, like the Fire Scepter. If I just had to think of all of our weapons right on a baseline level. But I mean, you could probably facilitate some pretty cool stuff with Candle as well. Now that we have more options for cooldown reduction. I haven't really tried it with a larger build to actually try to generate more Fireys. But like, it could do a lot. Just got a legendary Bee Fury, might make a priest. You fucking rat bitch. And I mean that with love. I only have a fucking purple right now. So I'm running Bee Fury with Crab Shield, and then I have Pocket Hive. This is supposed to be the bee build. So, as you'll notice, I have a couple of bees running around with me. I am supposed to have more bees. The trinket to summon bees doesn't work. It's just bugged right now. So, on top of that, my Bee Fury isn't facilitating the passive stack on my Crab Shield, and it's also not consuming our sunlight, which is a lot of damage. Like, a lot of damage in our build. So once those bugs get fixed, I actually think B Fury is going to be competitive with the top builds in terms of damage. And the thing about B Fury right now is that it is super fucking safe. The self-healing that you get from it is just unreal crazy. You're very, 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 very cozy on it. Now, spear builds, also quite cozy. Like, literally everything in the game has potential to be cozy. So, Q-Stick gear doing all. Yes, your storage is account-wide. So you most definitely can send to alts. Why did those respawn so fast? I wonder if I got put on like a different layer or if I got like a weird respawn. Because those shouldn't have been walking down there. Because that would be my side spawn, I think. I'm a little confused. Thanks a lot to server. Yeah. Sorry, server wide, not like full account. Yeah, sorry. Regional server side stuff. Server lock calls respawn timers bug. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck order it is now. Excuse me. Excuse me. They're coming in to try to get some hits. They gotta get the XP. Alright, happy to help the clam slammer. Someday soon, they will be slamming clams globally. I think we're back on track. I think the side spawn was a little bit early, or maybe I just took some sweet ass time getting over here. Just found iron fins pretty fun. What do iron fins do? I have not found those bad boys yet. Get it from the dungeon at the bottom two. The boss is easier, but it's a longer dungeon. Seems like a combo of every weapon that could be good. Oh yeah. There is effectively a spot for every single weapon to be valid in a build. Especially with the content right now. So keep in mind, the content at this point is quite easy to complete. Hard mode dungeons are really not that hard. Just straight up. I'm gonna throw that out there. They're really not that hard. You can do those on pretty much any build whatsoever. Heroics may bring in some level of difficulty at some point. Want to try group hard dungeons with pre-seal build? And like try to heal the entire group? No elixir abundance. Really good achieve if you're roaming an open world. Is that the drop rate one?
Is absolutely S tier.
Because it kind of came over impromptu, I'm not gonna lie. Hatsu, thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. Much love. Once you have gear. Oh, yeah. I mean, once you have a baseline set of gear, which keep in mind, you can still farm a baseline set of gear super fucking easy. Even if you have, like, I don't want to say full green, but if you can get into a dungeon and just spam that dungeon over and over and over again, and get yourself a blue armor set from the drop table, you're going to be in a very, 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 very solid spot. Just off of what you can find in one dungeon stable. That'll get you most of your armor slots taken care of. And then you're looking at hard modes being trivial, very completable. Not necessarily that it's just completely, fully trivial, but I think I have the recipe for Potion of Abundance. Is it? It's a recipe drop, right? Because I don't think I've found it yet. Which is slightly tragic. Slightly tragic. But I believe it's just like increased yield, so just drop rate and shit, yeah? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I believe it's all about the yield. Better percent to find rares? Right. Let's see. The next trick is trying to not overfill my entire bank tab so I can actually organize shit. Because if you're full when you go to auto sort, then your auto sort can fucking bug. And I'm not trying to get involved in that. I'm not trying to get caught up. I just want to exist. What is higher level green better than other level blue? Say it does 6 crit, 6 fervor, but a lot less armor and just main stat. So I would say first thing, it depends. Cause like when you're looking at losing vitality and going from a blue to a green, it depends on how tanky or not tanky your build currently is as the, you know, as a starting point, right? If you feel as though you're blasting through content super easily and you're not at risk of dying, then it might not hurt to drop a little bit of vitality and bring in more armor. But, or sorry, bring in more main stats. The armor early on, like, you don't really need to worry about min-maxing it that much. Armor is only fizz damage, which a lot of damage that you're taking is going to be fizz damage from bosses. But I wouldn't say it's enough to, like, freak the fuck out over, so to say. Make a bank call. I already have one. I literally already have one. It's so fucking tragic. Yeah, I need to do another mule run soon. This is just the last couple of days of stocking up, so we'll get there. I also just like vendored 1,000 fucking linen because I didn't want to transfer it over, dude. It's cooked. It's actually cooked. But yeah, it's all the relativity to how your gearing and your progression is going over anything else. If you feel tanky enough, then you're chilling. You have nothing to worry about whatsoever. If you feel like you're getting your shit absolutely kicked in, well, that's where things change up a little bit. That's where you're gonna want something else. So, you know, it is definitely relativity. Any luggies yet? No. The game hates me. Everything hates me. Everything is terrible. It's all fucking bad. It's all terrible. So, tomorrow, I'm going to be in Boston. And I need to leave early as shit. So I wish that I could stay super late tonight and degen grind. But unfortunately, I've got to be responsible. I've got some dishes that I need to get done before we actually take off. I gotta eat. We gotta prep. And then I gotta wake up early tomorrow and drive all the way down to Boston. And then day in Boston, you guys will get a short little IRL stream. And then Saturday I'll be back and we'll be grinding our fucking noodles off. I just don't know if I want to target full meta build or what I want to do. I really think I want to hold out until B build gets fixed. Like that's where I be leaning right now. Sorry. Oh wait, also I wanted to do this real quick. Hold on. Oh, thank God. Holy. That saves a lot. I didn't even realize we could bind those, dog. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. That's my bad. That's on me. Apparently stream just pooped its pants. My bad. I was just yapping. I'll just get all up as possible. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna work on. I have to finish my world prog, dude. I still have parts of the world that I haven't done. So I think for right now, I stop obsessing about getting legendaries and I go explore the rest of the world. That's my immediate. I want to be 100%ed on everything before more comes out. So I think that's where I'm leaning right now, 1000%. So, well, I was just saying. Sorry about that, by the way. Goddamn. I was just saying, I'm gonna send a raid over to Warhead, but we got fucking smited as I was about to send the raid over. So, any of the lurkers or anything that are out there, boys, if you are new to the channel, I appreciate y'all coming through and showing love today and every single day. If it's your first time, make sure that you drop the follow so you know when I go live daily. My name's Dusty. I have streamed 1,049 days in a row. Tomorrow is 10:50, and it will be an IRL stream from beautiful, rainy Boston. And then Saturday, I will be back. I typically stream between 8 and 12 hours a day. Today's a short day at 6 hours because my girlfriend had a job interview. Went down with her to that to hang out. We got some food and stuff. And I got to wake up early as fuck so we can drive to Boston tomorrow. So, calling it a little early, but all the love, all the support truly means the entire world to me. I would not be able to do it without all of you guys showing up on a daily basis. And I always just want to say how grateful I am for that, man. And not a day goes by where I do not wake up grateful as fuck that we have a whole lot of people here that just show up on a daily, listen to me yap, ask questions, how about when I have questions, and make this whole thing possible. So genuinely from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you guys. Those that are new from the FAREVER com, thank you guys for checking out the channel, you know, embracing me as a content creator. It truly has been a blast. So we'll do a quick IRL stream tomorrow. I'll be back Saturday. We'll be full grind once again. I look forward to seeing you guys. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.